behind the lights and building society, understand, I see orange seats. And please note that Uptonsteel County Ground is a cashless stadium. All food and drink purchases must be made by a debit or credit card. And once again, Leicestershire County Cricket Regular Lines of Downtown Line Clothing, who are our match sponsors, first Albion Insurance District. Thank you for your continued support.
Well, good morning everybody, and delighted you can join us here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 2 of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Kent. Ball by ball commentary brought to you by the BBC in conjunction with the ECB. Every ball in county cricket covered throughout the domestic season. BBC Radio's Leicester and Kent, Richard Ray and Matt Cole, your commentators for the game, which has progressed rapidly on day 1. Certainly, Kent bowled out, having won the toss and chosen to bat first, bowled out for 232. Leicestershire began their reply, and they are struggling on 66 for 5. The two men not out, Ben Mike and Louis Kimber, making his first class debut for Leicestershire in this game. Ben Mike, the all-rounder, has 14. Louis Kimber has 13. Kent looking to get this Leicestershire first innings over and done with quickly. Have a decent first innings lead on a pitch that we suspect will continue to offer bowlers both seam and spin plenty of assistance. There were puffs of dust when Callum Parkinson, Leicestershire's left-arm spinner, was bowling yesterday when the ball pitched. And the word sand was mentioned by Jack Leaning, who was Kent's top scorer. Finished undefeated, actually. In their innings, he was, I think, 75 not out at the end of the Kent first innings, but the word sand was mentioned in his post-play interview with Matt. Leicestershire have ensured that there is plenty in the pitch for the bowlers, particularly the spinners, so will be interesting to see to what extent James Logan in particular, who did pick up a wicket with his first ball yesterday, albeit that it didn't really turn too much, will get a chance this morning. It's going to be Matt Milnes, however, who's going to open the bowling for Kent from the Bennett end. He has 1 for 15 from 6 overs so far, and he's going to be bowling to Louis Kimber. Down the slope he comes, bowls to Kimber, a bouncer that hits Kimber on the helmet. He ducks into it, it flies down to fine leg for 4. Well, we're going to have an immediate delay because the helmet will have to be checked. He'd seem to completely not pick that up. The light, I should say, is pretty good this morning. There was a heavy blanket of grey cloud yesterday that was pretty much unbroken throughout the day. It is broken today. There's loads and loads of cloud around, but there's plenty of white cloud as well, bits of blue, and by and large the light is pretty good. But we've had one ball and there's going to be a delay, as out to the crease comes Leicestershire's Head of Sports Science, I believe is his official title now. Physio, as was, and is of course still. Will Garvey, formerly of Kent of course, so he'll be familiar to most of the Kent players, I would think. Will Garvey comes out, he examines the helmet. Kimber seems perfect, completely unaffected, but just basically it was a decent bouncer first up from Milnes. He ducked his head, didn't really try and sway out of the way or anything. Absolutely pinged him on the helmet, and it's flown down to fine leg for 4. But Garvey, having examined the helmet, hands it back to Kimber, who touches gloves with Ben Mike. 1 bouncer for the over, signals the umpire at the Bennett end, who's Chris Watts, and we're going to get back into place. So that single ball of the day has taken a good 2-minute chunk out of the day. Happily, we started a touch early, I think, so hopefully it won't be too delayed. We did finish very late yesterday. We got all our overs in, but it was a good 20 to 7 by the time the players left the pitch. So, what will Milnes follow up with? Leicester have moved on to 70 for 5. Milnes is in, bowls outside off stump. Kimber half a stride forward, just lets it go through. Talking to Tom Smith, Leicestershire's assistant head coach yesterday, remarked on how Louis Kimber seems a remarkably sort of placid temperament in terms of his demeanour, at least out there. It struck us during his spell in the side during the white ball season, so to speak, both T20 and Royal London Cup, as Milnes is in, bowls to Kimber, outside off stump, swings away and allowed to go through by Kimber. There's going to be updates on the half hour for the first throughout the morning for BBC Radio Leicester, so we'll keep those brief, but there's one coming up at the top of the hour. Matt just doing his for BBC Radio Kent. Here comes the update. We just had 5 balls actually just underway. Leicestershire, an awful lot to do this morning. Kent bowled out yesterday on the first day for 232, but Leicestershire began their reply rather dodgily. 66 for 5 at the end of the day, and there goes the first wicket of the day. It's Kimber. Louis Kimber, his leg before wicket in the first over. He didn't add to his overnight score. He's gone for 13. Leicestershire, in reply to Kent's first innings of 232, are now 70 for 6. That little update managed to get themselves a wicket, and it was a full delivery from Milnes. Kimber, it was a slightly airy push drive at it, really was a bit of a nothing shot, to be quite honest. So having been pinged on the helmet the first ball, fifth ball of the over, Kimber goes, leg before wicket, and that is a big breakthrough for Kent because they'd batted quite well, Kimber and Mike, towards the end of the day yesterday. They'd not exactly steadied this ship, but at least they'd stopped the sort of flow of wickets, and they were hoping for a big partnership. Well, Matt Milnes has ensured that isn't going to be the case, and Leicestershire, we were talking beforehand, Matt Cole, who's now back with us, having done his update for BBC Radio Kent, still actually haven't saved the follow-on.
No, it's...
Morning.
Good morning. Well, that was, I was going to say, a rude awakening for Louis Kimber this morning. He was pinged on the batting helmet, wasn't he, by a Milnes' first ball, although he didn't seem to react to that very much, but he's already back in the dressing room, and exactly the start that Kent wanted. A little glint of sunshine as we started proceedings, but that cloud cover is back. Milnes fiery to start the day as well. Gave the batsman a good stare after that first ball, and he is no more for this first innings. So Milnes 2 for 15, but what a start by Kent. Have continued where they left off last night, and I've got to admit, full disclosure everybody, I was going from one box to the other, so you were announcing the wicket as I came through the door, so expertly described by my colleague Richard Ray there, but they have a wicket then. Milnes is quick, most definitely, and improving year on year, and has a wicket this morning. Richard, thank you. He's arranged a replay for me. Oh, and that's most definitely the bouncer. And I don't know if that softened him up. He didn't really seem to react, which is good for him, I'd say. Yeah, fair enough. That's looking fairly much.
Wasn't a big stride, was it? Hit him on the back foot. It looked to me to be going on to hit off stump. Callum Parkinson has come in to replace Louis Kimber. Umpire Watts is a cruel umpire because there's always a long delay before he raises the finger, doesn't he? But raise the finger he pretty much has. Milnes is in, bowls to Parkinson outside off stump. Parkinson, doughty little batsman, lifts the bat over the line of the ball. He looks very square almost, doesn't he, Callum Parkinson? Defiance radiates from him. Lancastrian. He has a reasonable batting record, but kind of no more than that. Best this season in the Championship of 41. He averages 17, but certainly never a question of him not getting into line. He waits as Milnes is in, bowls to him. He's on the back foot, doesn't really get up too much, but he keeps it out off stump, drops it out into the offside, and that is the end of the over. A wicket maiden to start with for Matt Milnes, and just what the Kentish doctor ordered.
Yeah, absolutely. From their overnight position, they're looking to, do exactly what Leicestershire were trying to do yesterday, is run through quick wickets and for now, make sure they get a first innings lead, and they should. I'm sure their coaches will be saying, Matt Walker will be saying, at this position, 70 for 6, they should be getting a first innings lead. Darren Stevens will start from the pavilion end.
3 more runs needed to avoid the follow-on for Leicestershire, by my calculations.
I mean, they by and large should do that. That's for sure.
One would hope.
Yes, I'm going to say we some extraordinary things in the first day of this game, but I don't think that would take the biscuit. But Kimber gone then, and Leicestershire 70 for 6, and Darren Stevens was going through copious warm-ups this morning with his old teammate and now bowling coach Simon Cook. And I don't know if I'm projecting, but Mike went to that very slowly to defend it, almost like he was suspicious of what might happen. But he wouldn't be far wrong in that with Darren Stevens bowling under cloudy skies.
I'm being told by Fango that the sound is about half a second or a second ahead of the vision at the moment, so it sounds like we're prophetic. But hopefully that might be just down under.
I've been called that in the past. Oh no, it wasn't prophetic, was it? No. Oh, lovely ball, nipping away from Mike, and that's the one. And again, he's just leant forward, playing the same line, down middle and off, and Stevens has nibbled that one away. We've seen that a lot. 70 for 6. Ooh, these
2 of those big Chinook helicopters are coming over very low. My word, and they're very close together. Everybody's staring up at those.
It's an impressive sight, that is.
That's a very rare sight. I've not seen that before. We might have to wait, I think, a little bit. Oh, no, we're not.
Let's hope Mike isn't distracted by that. But Stevens, that's shaped away from him again, even close to the off stump, if you like, through the wicketkeeper, no run.
Gorgeous outswingers. Wow, look at those.
Is there an airbase near here?
No, not really. They're all over in sort of Lincolnshire really, up the A1 from
Sure.
Stamford. But they're heading northwest.
Obviously there are, well, as we know from the news, there are a lot of troop movements at the moment, aren't there? So I wonder if that was something to do with that. 74-6, as again Stevens is swinging that one away from Mike. This time he doesn't bother playing at it, lets it go. But as we know with Stevens, it's the one then that comes back which causes most of the mayhem, and or just the confusion in the batsman's mind. But I think I'm taking it the same way as Ollie Robinson explained in the close season. Well, you ask everybody about Darren Stevens, how is he doing it? And he says, I treat him like a spinner. It's a similar thing, but he's got the one that goes the other way, and that's the one. And Mike gets back to that one. Well played. No run. So Stevens 70 for 6. But as you pointed out, he was warming up quite early today, wasn't he, and bowling to Simon Cook out in the middle.
Yeah, he was a bit miffed with his first spell, I think, yesterday. Cross with himself. Didn't quite get it right in his first spell, and he wants to be on the money from the start. And he has been. It's a little bit warmer today, just a degree or two. The wind has just shifted direction.
And driven into the offside. It's a nice shot by Mike, and that'll be 2. It's the long part of the boundary out. In fact, it must be the longest part. He's heading for the sort of corner, if you like, out there, and extra cover. Relay throw. Denley to Robinson, who throws it in. All the Kent wicket keepers, in inverted commas, seem to have very good throwing arms as well. Jordan Cox has got a lightning arm. Sam Billings and Robinson. You're not only 3-prong cricketers these days, you have to be 4-pronged, don't you? I think keep wicket. He'll probably be bowling later. 73 for 6 anyway. Good shot that from Mike though, and found the gap on the offside.
Pocket warmers have come out for Zach Crawley, plus his long sleeved sweater. So just as I've been saying, it's a touch warmer today. Crawley, who went out in his sleeveless sweater, has called for both pocket warmers and a long sleeved sweater. So clearly out there in the middle. It's every bit as cool as it was yesterday. Chinooks have vanished up towards the northwest, heading towards sort of, well, up the M1 and up, as I say, to the northwest past Birmingham. Do tweet us if you want to get in touch, or email. We're always very pleased to hear from you at Rich M. Ray, R-A-E is mine, at BBC Kent Sport is Matt's, as Milnes is in and bowls to Parkinson, who is almost waiting on the front foot for that one, pushing it out into the offside off stump.
For emails, kentcricket@gmail.com, all very warmly received from supporters of either side, or indeed happy neutrals. Hoping we won't have too many Johnny Logan puns again. Trebon, I'm talking to you. Unless you've got more that you need to get out of your system. You can even talk about the cricket. 73 for 6. As you say, it's brighter here today, this morning.
Milnes is in, bowls to Parkinson, back foot this time, again on off stump. Milnes is asking plenty of questions and slightly tentative as he drops it out towards mid-off, but does keep it out. 3 balls faced for Parkinson now. 73 for 6, so the follow-on has been saved, at least from Leicestershire's point of view. I'm not entirely certain that Sam Billings would have enforced it, but you never know. Had he had the option. Milnes charges down the slope and bowls to Parkinson, who tries to whip him away, and he's gone, leg before wicket. Umpire Watts again raises the finger. Parkinson did play across the line, but goodness me, that did look a touch high.
Yeah,
we'll have a look at the replay.
That was my immediate thought as well. The sound.
Goodness me, he's not a tall man, but it looked to hit him almost above the pad, and it was Milnes who sort of went up for the appeal rather than the slips. Let's have a look, see. Well, I think that might have even been going down the leg side as well, but batsman is entitled to be a little miffed. Here it comes again.
Well, it certainly bounced up towards his thigh, but I'm not sure if that's come off high part of the pad. But yeah, he's gone.
It's worth a shout with umpire Watts, shall we say?
And Milnes won't be worrying about any of that at the moment. It's just
no.
He's doing his job. But but Parkinson, that's 2 LBWs in 2 overs for Matt Milnes, and in real trouble, Leicestershire here. Yes, I think we have to be polite. We're not in line with the stumps, but from
Looking at the replay,
the immediate reaction from here with the batsman to his back to us and looking at the replay, you'd have to say you can understand why Callum Parkinson might have a question in his mind, but he has gone, and Barnes is out there joined now. Next batsman up. Didn't hear the announcement there, but
Ed Barnes, yes.
it is Barnes, yeah. Making sure get the right batsman. So yeah, it's 2 in 2.
Well, the last
overs.
3 dismissals have been leg befores given by umpire Watts, haven't they? Because Logan's last night was his first ball, was it?
Absolutely right, yeah. It was his first ball of the match,
Dismissal.
wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. It's Harry Swindles. So, a lukewarm and light sunshine bathes Grace Road, but Leicestershire in deep, deep trouble as Milnes is in 2. Barnes as an appeal for leg before, not this time, says umpire Watts. Umpire Watts just turned his head slightly on that occasion. Matt Milnes hand on head for a few moments, but again, we'll have a look at the replay. Might just have got across, or been a little bit high.
You can say he's beating the bat regularly here, Matt Milnes, isn't he? And
Back pad, but again
Yeah.
a bit high.
it's a
But
bit high. He's come right across his stumps, which puts him in danger, obviously. But yeah, fair
probably
enough.
looked a bit straighter than Parkinson's. In goes Milnes and bowls. Not much foot movement from Barnes as his bat just comes down on that in time, just outside off stump, drops it down towards gully, trickles down there.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that.
What?
It looked a slightly better shout, that one, to me.
Yeah,
than
exactly,
The other one,
yeah.
but
Okay. I don't mind. So the advantage of the stream and the replays
Yeah.
really does make a huge difference
You're
to us up in
absolutely right.
the
Yeah.
commentary box. We are not behind the bowler's arm. We're at sort of long leg for Milnes at the moment. So when we have had a chance to have a look at the replay, but they are good replays as well, and they're right behind the bowler's arm, so we're entitled to voice an opinion as Milnes goes in and bowls outside off stump. Barnes half a step forward, just lifts his bat over the line of the ball.
and obviously umpires as well have to make those decisions in a split second, don't they? They have to have one look at it, and we get to pore over it, scratch our chins, decide
And-
what we would have done.
I'm hugely embarrassed to say that. Did I say that Callum Parkinson was leg before wicket there? It was Ben Mike, of course. And I do apologise. Oh, Richard. Callum is still there. It was Ben Mike who was out leg before wicket.
They've gone for 17. 70. 3 for 7 then. And so Barnes and Parkinson need to do what Jack Leaning did with his batting partners yesterday. Put on some valuable late innings runs. So earlier in this new ball, in the 30th over of it at the moment, Stevens wheeling from the pavilion end, the slight slope here. It's a lovely spot when the sun's out, isn't it? I mean, it was lovely yesterday in the cloud, but it's Stevens bowls, just left by Parkinson, long stride forward. But Kent fans, you know one of my phrases coming here. There are few things more disappointing and dismal than a cricket ground in the rain. A few more beautiful sights than when the sun's out.
When the sun's out and there's plenty of cloud, it looks spectacular, doesn't it, quite often? And yeah, pleasant.
Make even my photos look good. That's saying something. Here's Stevens then. Oh, it's a great delivery. And that's gone past the outside edge of Parkinson. That looked like it pitched leg and ended up just outside off, not very far away.
Probably fair to say Callum was groping there a little bit,
Yeah.
wasn't he? It was. Goodness me, just outswing, essentially.
Yeah. There's been some. Obviously, we're talking to the players and coaches yesterday about the pitch with 15 wickets falling on the first day. Stevens to Barnes, gets right behind that one. forward defensive. Nathan Gilchrist fields in the offside. They were saying that there's an amount of sand at each end of the pitch, so it's not necessarily going to break up, but they're a little bit of unpredictability perhaps with the bounce. Having said that, Jack Leaning played very cautiously yesterday. I wouldn't say he never looked like he was going to get out, but there are runs to be had as well. Stevens to Parkinson. And, defends that no run. So it's I guess it is a question of extreme patience here and waiting for a bit of shine to go off the ball, but and I wouldn't say a massively unpredictable bounce. It's certainly gripping it for the spinners, which at this time of year it would be nice if the spinners got some help at some point, you'd imagine, wouldn't it, from pitches around the country. Parkinson facing Stevens, defends that again, solidly behind. And end of the over, maiden over for Darren Stevens, 1 for 27, 9 overs and 3 maidens, but this is what Parkinson and Barnes need to do. They need to, well in my mind anyway, they need to grit this out for a few overs and then perhaps start playing the shots. And they're in a dangerous position here, Leicestershire.
Yeah, more than dangerous really. How many overs have we had? It's only 30 overs into the innings, so the ball still nice and hard and shiny. Messrs Milnes and Stevens, and certainly Stevens, as one would expect, is getting it to swing and pushing it through from the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes to bowl to Ed Barnes, short, and Barnes I think just pulled out of the attempted pull there, got in position to try and pull it away, but although he swivelled, he didn't really go through with any sort of shot, so played it well enough in the end, Ed Barnes.
Just looking at the overs when Kent took their wickets, and that 7th one down for 116 was in the 39th, but then there was a gap of another 12 or so overs before Milnes was out in partnership with Leaning, so there's a little bit of hardness and shine to the ball.
Milnes is in, bowls outside off stump. Barnes again, an unfussy batsman, just a half stride forward and leaves his bat raised over the line of the ball. He's got a short leg in, 3 slips and gully. Was it 4 slips? So he's walking back into fourth slip really, so 4 slips and short leg. Point, wide-ish mid-off, mid-on is the field. Just looking out to see if there is a long leg. Of course there is. Darren Stevens, in goes Milnes, bowls. Late to push outside off stump from Barnes, just drops it out into the offside, then examines the bottom of his bat, wanders sort of diffidently towards square leg. His body language is not assertive, Ed Barnes, but that's just the type of character he is. Lovely young man. As I say, he's a lot of ability. Yeah, he's a lot of ability with the bat, as he showed in getting his sort of 80 not out against Somerset at Taunton. In goes Milnes and bowls to him. Is he off the mark? No. Good fielding, diving across from mid-off. Is that Gilchrist out there? Yeah. Gilchrist 2 hands low to his left as Barnes went for the drive. Made sure he was on top of the bounce, looking to steer it away.
Kent don't help you with their cable knit jumpers. It's lovely and traditional, but there are no numbers on the woolens out there. But
it's worth the inconvenience, I think, for the style.
I think so too. It's a lovely sight.
It is. Traditional Leicestershire sweaters among the articles available in the shop. In goes Milnes, bowls, tucks Barnes up a little bit on his leg stump as it comes back in. Hits the pad, bounces out towards short leg, who picks it up. Barnes indicates there was movement off the pitch for the young fast bowler. 73 for 7 remains the score. 3 for 15 for Matt Milnes with his 2 wickets so far this morning. Louis Kimber to the 4th ball of the day. For 13, Ben Mike added 4 to his overnight score. But he too, 3 to his overnight score. He too going leg before wicket. Milnes in, bowls, short-ish outside off stump. Barnes leans back and very neatly guides it rather than cuts it down wide of backward point down towards third man for 4. Neat shot and not too much risk involved there. Just straying a little bit wide for once, Matt Milnes this morning, and Barnes picking it off.
Yeah, it's a good shot, that. It goes with the pitch as well for me. We haven't seen batsmen swing very much, have we? In terms of swinging for the boundaries, any real aggressive shots seem to have ended in
really nice little shot,
yeah,
as you say, because it wasn't actually as wide as I thought it was initially, looking at the replay. He just leant back and
used the pace against him, basically.
He was in control.
Yeah, it does feel that it's hitting hard on this one. It's as likely to get you out as anything, but coming down the pitch, and Parkinson does exactly that. Absolute swing and a miss. He's thrown everything at that, Parkinson. It looked a little bit Village. Am I allowed to say that as he came down? But he did look like he was swinging for the boundary there. Dot ball.
Interesting option by Callum there.
I mean, obviously you connect and you smash Stevens for 6. You look like a genius, don't you? But it wasn't there to be hit, I think it's fair to say, by the time he was at the pitch of it. Stevens to Parkinson. More circumspect this time, just leaves it outside the off stump. Still taking a stride down the pitch. And there's no run. 77 for 7 here.
Something he learned at in the nets at the 100, perhaps.
Yes, that's wrong of me to say Village. These days it's about smashing the ball to the boundary, isn't it? So it's modern cricket. Should I be saying that? I don't know. It sounds terribly old. It's Stevens. 3 slips in behind Parkinson, next to wicketkeeper Billings, through to Billings. Nipping away from him again. Parkinson on the dot ball from Stevens.
You know it's coming, don't you? The one that's going to just go straight on or nip back a touch.
Yeah, that's just looking at the analysis this morning. That 4 from Barnes has very much stood out of the analysis today. There's been a lot of dot balls since Matt Milnes started. Is Kent resuming today, or the Leicestershire resuming at 66 for 5. They're now 73 for 7. The start that Kent wanted, but what can Parkinson do? Perhaps a bit of swash and buckle is the order of the day. Just get some runs on the board. That is an absolute jaffer. He's played that. That's got bounce, it's got swing, it's got Parkinson playing down a line through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
You just wonder whether it's feasible for Billings at all to stand up, really, because obviously Parkinson coming down in a desperate attempt to negate the swing a little bit. You wonder whether, and it's not obviously express. Billings put a helmet on and stand up.
Yeah, they definitely use that when in full-day cricket. People are trying to take Stevens that way, again nibbling away through to Billings, and a ball to come. But the previous one, there was actually a smile from Stevens as he came back. He gave it the double teapot, hands on hips, but
was a beauty.
Yeah, he's a craftsman. I think, much as we make wry smiles about his age and his pace, there are batsmen in England that can't lay a bat on him, and higher order batsman than Callum Parkinson, who does lay a bat on it. Forward defensive, end of the over. He's seen that one off from Stevens. Another maiden from the veteran all-rounder. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 27. Milnes has 9 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 19. Leicestershire 77 for 7 here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent with Richard Ray and Matt Cole. And hints of blue sky, but from the forecast, the wind's still blowing gently from the north, so cool breezes. We're expecting a bit of cloud cover all day, I think.
Yeah. Although there was a possible, sort of said 30% chance of rain this morning, and there was a touch of gentle drizzle earlier, but we look pretty clear now, and every possibility of another full day's play. Milnes is in, bowls outside off stump. Ed Barnes may just have had a little feel for that one. It slipped past the outside edge into the gloves of Sam Billings. Darren Stevens comfortably Kent's top wicket taker with the red ball so far this season. He's now got, well, he came into the match with 28 wickets at an average of exactly 20, having conceded 560 runs from 213 overs for those 28 wickets. And he's currently got 1 for 27, so 29 for the season. Milnes is in, bowls to Barnes, who again is beaten outside his off stump. Milnes has been absolutely pretty much on the money so far this morning, on off stump or thereabouts. Occasional one just slipping back in, one slipping away like Stevens, and it's been an outstanding start really by Kent this morning, trying to ram home their advantage. Leicestershire are still 155 behind.
Yep.
So they haven't actually saved the follow-on yet, have they? In goes Milnes and bowls. Barnes on the back foot defends it out into the offside. Parkinson responds to Barnes' calls and they complete the single comfortably. So again, my mathematics letting me down badly there.
I've gone a bit early myself actually, but no, you're right. It's still now 4 runs as they've taken a single. So 78.
Oh yes, 80. 80. Sorry. I had the sum written down on my notebook, but it was just wrong. It was just wrong. 232 minus 150, I had a 73. Oh well. In goes Milnes. What a morning. It bowls a bouncer, but it's down the leg side. Billings takes off acrobatically, gets his left glove to it, deflects it around the post and saves 3. As Stevens is able to complete the fielding down at long leg. Matt's going to pop next door to update BBC Radio Kent with the good news from their point of view. BBC Radio Kent's FM frequency, that is. We'll be hearing shortly from BBC Radio Leicester's slightly gloomier FM feed. The news that the Foxes finding it hard going again this morning. Milnes is in, bowls, Barnes drives nicely for 4. It was overpitched, and Barnes, as he did in the previous over, playing that late sort of cut guide down to third man, didn't try and overhit it, punched it away, but didn't really follow through on the punch. Knew it was all about timing and picks up another 4. So a defiant shot from Ed Barnes. He moves on to 9, 83 for 7, and they have now saved the follow-on. Leicestershire. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. A little bit dark, a few dark clouds drifting over as Milnes comes charging down the slope and bowls to Barnes, who plays it out into the offside. They too think about a single. Parkinson interested, Barnes less so, sends him back. End of the over, 83 for 7. Here comes the update. I'm afraid the second of the day has fallen as well. It was the other not-out batsman overnight for Leicestershire, Ben Mike, who went in exactly the same way as his teammate Louis Kimber had gone to the 4th ball of the day. Both went leg before wicket to the young Kent fast bowler Matt Milnes. Kimber went for 13. Mike for 17 made the score 73 for 7. They've added 10 to that now, Leicestershire. Ed Barnes has come out to join Callum Parkinson. Parkinson yet to get off the mark. He's struggling to lay a bat on Darren Stevens, who's swinging the ball around. Former Leicestershire player Ed Barnes has 9, though he's hit 2 nice 4s, 9 off 14. Still 149 behind on first innings, the Foxes. They've got to chisel out as many runs as they can. At the moment, they're 83 for 7. Back with you on commentary and online. Stevens bowled to Parkinson. It was just allowed to go through, swinging through into the gloves of Billings. Parkinson watched it carefully, didn't play his shot. Stevens, that familiar curving run is in and bowling, and an outswinger goes past the outside edge of Parkinson's bat. Big stride forward for Callum Parkinson. Bat nicely neck to front pad. May just be playing the line and hoping really that it doesn't do just enough to take the edge instead of too much. Going past the edge. 83 for 7. Good crowd in at the Bennett end in the green seats up there. Stevens is in to Parkinson. That one bounces for a second time as it goes through low outside off stump. Parkinson jumped across, let it go through. Billings cleared it up behind the stumps. 83 for 7. Milnes 3 for 24 from 10. Stevens, as I say, 1 for 27 from 10.5 now. Parkinson bat up and down in his hands as Stevens is in, bowls to him. Big stride again, back close to front pad as he defends that one out into the offside from off stump. No run. Billings will be delighted with his the morning work of his side so far. 66 for 5 at the start of play. Leicestershire 83 for 7 now, so run rate down as well as Stevens is in. Slightly short again, it stays very low. He looked to sort of whip his fingers across the seam somehow there. It seemed to skid through. Maybe only 8 inches, 10 inches. Getting off the ground and again taken on the second bounce by Billings. You don't want a straight one of those, but it was well outside off stump. 20 balls Callum Parkinson has faced now for his 20. Matt's back alongside. Bet the presenter was pleased, wasn't he? Did you have a presenter who wanted to talk? Or in goes Stevens and bowls outside off stump. Parkinson hops across, lets it go through.
Well, it started off with a gambit that the number of times I said this season, well, Kent could do with some quick wickets this morning. Well, today I actually brought them news they had actually taken quick wickets, because you know how it is when your team's not doing terribly well in the Championship. I'm just saying that broadly. I'm not aiming that at Leicestershire. Kent have not had a good season, have won all season in this competition.
We do know, yeah.
Oh, no. I realise you're my host. Terribly, terribly rude. But yes, he was very pleased to hear it, certainly. Steve Ladner on our mid-morning show. But 83 for 7. And having said that, Leicestershire had back-to-back wins, didn't you, in the group stages? And
yes,
actually were in a decent position.
Yes, indeed.
After four
no, it was
games
a pretty good first tranche of games after the first couple, when they adjusted to the sort of standard of opposition. Acquitted themselves admirably, really, and very nearly got ahead of Surrey into the second group.
Milnes from the Bennett end now bowling to Barnes, who's hit a couple of lovely crisp fours, has 9 to his favour. Drives out into the offside. It's fielded by Gilchrist, and there's no run. No one scored a run off Stevens this morning, have they? I'm pretty sure. I was just looking back at his analysis. I was
going to say, if you got the...
Yeah, I don't think. I'm just at the count back. That's one made.
It's been 1 for 27 for a long old time.
Yeah. I beg your pardon. Ben Mike got 3 off at the.
Yes, he drove it down here, didn't he? Yeah.
So, well, not many. Is Milnes. My stats going really well. That's beaten the wicketkeeper. That'll go for 4 down the leg side. It's 4 byes, which, if anybody still thinks that all those count against the wicketkeeper, would be very rude against Sam Billings there, because he's thrown himself at the ball down the leg side as if his life depended on it. 87 for 7. So 4 byes gone. But Stevens, it's fair to say, has been very difficult to play, and Callum Parkinson has taken most of those deliveries from Stevens this morning. Milnes a good deal quicker. Just shot to the boundary quicker, that one, down the leg side. 4 slips in behind Ed Barnes, and he goes the pull, top edges it up towards Sam Billings, and he has gone. What's it come off though? They're claiming the catch.
Not
has it come off the helmet?
Helmet.
It has come off the
umpire
helmet.
Watts.
He's hit him. There we go. It looped up almost apologetically to Billings, but it's hit no bat. And Milnes now has to turn his delight into concern. And actually, yeah, Barnes just wiping his brow there. He didn't react initially. I think he's fine. Yeah, so there was a swing of bat, but yeah, it does look very much like it's come off the helmet. Billings appealing to see if there was any glove or any whisper of bat handle even going on that, on top of the bat, but no.
He got quite a nasty one, actually.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because he was turning as he was
for the
going.
hook, but he was also trying to duck out of the way, wasn't he?
So it may have hit him on the side of the head there. He's fine. He's upright. The physio is looking at the helmet. He'll need a new helmet.
Former Kent physio Will Garvey, actually.
There we go.
And Abby Sekanda, Leicestershire's 12th man, is out there too, with a drink. Callum Parkinson with Ed Barnes at the moment.
The good news about Ed Barnes is they spent a lot more time looking at that batting helmet than they have asking him doing the concussion protocols, which points towards him being fine, but I mean a new helmet. But yeah, just a chat between the two going on at the moment. We're talking to Kate Cross actually up at Old Trafford about those concussion protocols, and they do pre-testing, so they ask you a series of questions to see how sharp your responses would be, and this is pre-season basically, and then if there's any hint of chance of concussion, they then after the game will ask you those same questions again to see.
That would concern me a little bit, given that I sometimes can't remember what happened last week.
Well, this is what she said.
The questions.
Exactly what she said, and I think we're in a similar position to the cricketers. Is that you don't always. She said her problem was, I literally don't always know what day it is, because I know what's a game day and what's a rest day, and actually as commentators, I quite sympathise with that. Not only because I'm very vague, but you kind of know when the block of 4 days is, but around it. Is it a Friday? Is it a Saturday? But he's fine. In fact, did they bring on a spare helmet?
I don't think they.
No.
Oh, now he's.
Oh, wait a minute.
Now he's saying.
I think they do need it. He does need a
something's
helmet.
wrong.
I think maybe some tape is he asking for, but the helmet's not fitting quite right.
He's saying
now.
something about the helmet isn't right, and he's showing it to the Kent fielders, just explaining why.
Just to put your minds at rest, this is not about Ed Barnes' health.
No.
It's about the helmet. He just gesticulated towards his forehead, and I was a bit worried. But I think it's perhaps there's something digging in. Perhaps
when he tried to put it back on, I think he
Yeah.
realised that something had been knocked slightly out of shape, which suggests that really he ought
It's
to
the
get a new
gaffer tape
helmet.
coming up.
You know, it's a
Oh,
new
oh,
helmet.
new helmet. There we go.
As a cyclist, I can say that if you have a bang on the helmet, you're always supposed to change it immediately, because it's supposed to weaken it. Now, doesn't seem to apply to cricketing helmets in that respect. They change the visor sometimes, but you would think that once it had been pinged on, maybe it ought to automatically be changed, because theoretically the structure might be slightly weaker. But anyway, he has got a new helmet now, Ed Barnes.
Bit of a wait for him.
Yeah, it's been with those two this morning. We haven't had that many overs this morning, relatively speaking. It's going to be another 7 o'clock finish potentially. What matters is that Barnes is okay.
Yeah, and he can concentrate now. This ball from Milnes, back in his crease, through to the wicket keeper, going close to the off stump, through to Billings, and there's no run.
What it has been, there's been a great spell from Milnes. This just what you want from your young fast bowler. It hasn't really given away too much. Barnes has put him away for a couple of fours, one that was over pitched and one that was just wide enough. It wasn't that wide, just enough for him to guide away, but it's been sort of hostile, and it's also been full by and large, and he's picked up a couple of good wickets.
He bowls now to Barnes once more, angles it out to point, fielded by Logan, and there's no run. What's been impressive about Milnes is incrementally over this is the third season, the years he's been with Kent, so he was lively in the first season, but giving away more runs than he does basically at the moment, but he's got slightly quicker and more accurate as well as he's gone along, which is testament not only to his talent and his ability to take on board what the coaches are doing, but the coaching as well. 87 for 7, bowls to Barnes, wraps him on the pad, but no hint of a shout, not even been an inside edge on the pad. Actually tried to whip it away through the onside. He does look, as you say, very undemonstrative, Barnes, at the end of the over. If you didn't know better, and if you hadn't superbly described his sort of body attitude, Richard, I'd think, has he taken a ping on the head, and that, it's just slowed him down a bit. But he just sort of wanders up to the middle of the pitch and has a chat with Callum Parkinson, who's a much more expressive figure. Maiden over for Milnes, 3 for 24, 11 overs, 5 maidens. Stevens has just conceded 3 runs this morning.
He's one of those Yorkshiremen who's sort of got a horror of being over-demonstrative, isn't he, Barnes? You kind of feel a little bit there. You've got your Darren Gough types of sort of quite theatrical. You've got your individuals like Barnes who really who are less so. Yeah, it's embarrassing, lad. Callum Parkinson is on strike to Darren Stevens. The outswinger is allowed to go through. Lots of people are being in touch on Twitter. Good morning to you all. Robert Coe, a day down at the county with his dad Jeff, always a highlight of the summer. Another big day needed from the Leicestershire bowlers. He's at the far end. Hello, Robert. Underneath the Gallagher sign over there somewhere. Good to see a few of the hospitality boxes full as well. In goes Stevens again, the outswing again. Parkinson hopping across. There's a little bit from the arm, that one from Stevens, so more readily readable, if you like, from Callum Parkinson. Let it go through. Mike Jelfs is here, and Alfie. Alfie has just witnessed his first Leicestershire wicket. Still wondering, well, that was a few minutes ago. Twitter's sometimes it's delivering in batches, but every sort of half hour or so. So it's not always immediate. I don't get them all straight away at the moment. In goes Stevens and bowls, and Parkinson is going to pick up his first run off his 24th delivery, just pushed out, out into the covers, and the fielder slips there. A little bit of dew, perhaps. Actually, they don't look as though he's wearing spikes. I think he's got trainers on. Is it?
That's Robinson, I think.
Robinson with the beard?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he just lost his footing. He's on a practice pitch over there, as he turned and did the splits rather, which could have been dangerous. I'd still be there if that had done that, but he's picked himself up, he's fine. Parkinson gets his single, Leicestershire 88 for 7. Alfie's a rather nice, white, fluffy animal. It's obviously a dog, but I'm not, even I know that, but what breed Alfie may be. Michael no doubt let us know. Stevens is in, 3 slips and a gully as he bowls edged between gully and third slip for 4. All the Kent players sort of turned then, and hands and went up to chins in dismay, because he brought the extra fielder in, and I think he'd actually almost moved him from 4th slip to gully. Thinking about it, Billings, and it went straight through 4th slip off the thick outside edge, and it runs down to the third man boundary for 4. Barnes moves on to 13. Leicestershire 92 for 7. Lots of arms folded out there.
What are you going to do? We had I suppose Leicestershire had the same on a number of occasions yesterday, didn't they? With a lot of edges going hither and thither.
Gully has now gone to 4th slip. What's the betting this one goes through gully? In goes Stevens and bowls. Barnes halfway down the pitch as he defends that one out into the leg side. Lone goal flies overhead, a long way from home. Mind you, goals are everywhere these days, aren't they?
Indeed. Logan doing some warm-ups down there. He's actually off the pitch slightly. Harry Podmore. Podmore is ready to rush on some pads, as well as some jumpers and a fielding helmet. So maybe Logan's coming on shortly.
Stevens is in again. Barnes is down the pitch and turning his bat on that one, clipping it neatly away down towards backwards square leg, and he continues to make a good impression with the bat. Ed Barnes moves on to 14 off 23 balls. Leicestershire 93 for 7. Morning, Martin. Sorry he couldn't be at the ground today. Had to return to work, unfortunately, and was hoping his absence would bring Leicestershire some luck, but not looking like it at the moment.
It looks like, Logan is giving his cap to Zach Crawley, and is going to come on at the Bennett end.
Anybody else suffering Fango's problems about the lack of coordination between sound and vision? I wonder if Ed Barnes is struggling a little bit here. Will Garvey's coming out to have another. Ian Gould, the umpire, is talking to Will Garvey. Barnes looks okay, doesn't he? Leaning on his bat.
He does, having a long chat. Obviously, you've got to be safe.
Doing another concussion test.
Yeah, 93 for 7, just making sure.
Well, it can happen, can't it? I mean, Colin Ackerman earlier this season was hit on the square on the head, fielding in the slips, ball that bounced off. Actually, he was fielding in the slips to Callum Parkinson, bounced off Harry Swindles and clipped him on the head. And he was okay for about 20 minutes, and then he had to go. He started to, and that was it for the game, really. And he missed the following game as well. Started to get a headache, and then, did really have problems and had to miss the rest of the game and the following game as a consequence. Ian Gould is talking to Will Garvey now.
He's taking his
Sam Billings
off, Ed Barnes.
He's going off.
Yeah. Looks like Barnes is going off, and will they be pressing in a concussion substitute here? We'll find out anyway. He's going off. I've not been on the ground when this has happened before. Is a substitute immediately summoned, or do they go and sit with him for a while and make sure he's absolutely fine? But certainly for the moment he is retiring hurt, Ed Barnes at 93 for 7. Retiring. Not out on 14.
Retired, yeah.
And applause for that. Logan is going to be brought on the far end, but that Milnes bouncer, as you were saying, he was looking to hook, but actually took his eye off it as he hooked away. It looked like it caught him on the side, the back of the head, Ed Barnes, and he has left the field. There was a long conversation between umpire Gould and the Leicestershire physio as well, and rightly so, as you say. If it's a delayed reaction, so he goes off the field at least for 14, still 93 for 7, and Chris Wright comes in. Well, we'll see what ensues. I'm sure there'll be news from the Leicestershire dressing room as soon as there's anything definitive on.
Sakanda is a sort of ready-made replacement, really, as a seam bowler who can bat a little bit as well. So he could come into the game if Barnes is rendered hors de combat for the rest of the game, which I suspect he might be.
I mean, if he's having to go off now because he's not feeling right, then surely they're not going to risk him any further.
It was a fair old clunk, wasn't he? He was trying to sort of duck out of the way. He's played a couple of nice shots since, in fairness.
Absolutely, yeah.
But the days of tell him he's Bradman are gone, thankfully.
Logan will take the ball from the Bennett end. Spin then for the Yorkshireman, now Kent player. Give it a lot of flight, and he's beaten the outside edge immediately. Grips away from the right-handed right. Slip in, Darren Stevens. A quite short leg there is Ollie Ronson. He's close to Chris Wright there. Round the wicket comes Logan again. This one goes on with the arm and defended by Wright, and there's no run. So I'm not sure if I'm right in saying this, but if he's retired hurt in this innings, there won't be a substitute. Sakanda can't bat in this innings, as far as I would understand it, but I haven't seen this situation before in the flesh. So bright sunshine as the fourth ball of the over is bowled, or third ball, and it's defended by Wright. No run.
Looks lovely, doesn't it? The dark cloud has drifted away to the south, heading for Kent, basically. Heading your way, folks, down in Kent.
Every 20 minutes we just get a little break of beautiful sunshine here. It'll be cloudy again soon, but more flight from Logan. He's tossing that one up and driven into the offside by Wright on the ground. No run.
Puff of dust as it pitched again. Sand, but dust.
It's not going to be easy for any of these batsmen against the spinners for the rest of this contest. 93 for 7 Leicestershire. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Kent. 139 in arrears. You might call that 93 for 8 at the moment, as Barnes is retired, hurt. Wright bowling now, and pushing the offside, and there's no run. He's got a bit matador as Sir James Logan. He seems to have one arm in the air when he finishes his delivery.
Yes, absolutely. It is rather, isn't it?
Yesterday he was, I said, very demonstrative.
He's about, as though he's about to dance the flamenco, isn't he, really?
Yeah. 2 slips in now.
Strictly ballroom.
I'd like a bit of
That's
flamboyance.
James Logan. Yeah.
It's a flat delivery. It's dropped. Dropped by Stevens. And that was as straightforward a slip as you like. And Stevens immediately rips his jumper off, just turns his back on proceedings, throws his jumper to the floor.
Oh.
And, well, he knows what that's like as a bowler. That should have been 8 down. It's been edged to Stevens, and Wright survives on none. And Stevens won't look at any of his teammates at the moment. You know how angry that'll make him at himself. Wright none, Parkinson 1, Leicestershire 93 for 7, but Ed Barnes is retired hurt as well in this innings.
Not going to be easy for these two to try and eke out a few runs. Will Parkinson go on the attack against steaming Stevens, who bowls on middle and offs? Parkinson is solidly forward. A single to Callum Parkinson off 25 balls face. Grant Stewart starting to do a few gentle warm-ups, so Stevens' time in this spell appears to be coming to an end. He is in, bowls, down the wicket goes Parkinson, and he is going to pick up runs. He's going to have to hurry. If that throw hits, he's gone for all money, Chris Wright. It missed. Was that Gilchrist?
It's Logan, I think.
Logan it is, left-hander. Yeah. Picked it up, just running to his right at point. Wright had essentially given up, having been called through by Parkinson. It was a difficult throw, in fairness, for Logan. He picked up, and I think he picked up right-handed, had to transfer to left, and he was falling backwards as he threw. Even so, Wright, as I say, was nowhere near making his ground, but because he was off balance and had to throw, it was difficult, and he missed the stumps. A single to Parkinson. In goes Stevens, bowls to Chris Wright, who is beaten on the outside edge by the out swinger. Just, you feel at the moment, one way or another, it's just a matter of time, isn't it, before the next wicket doesn't look far away. But if these two can dig in, but it is difficult batting for the Leicestershire tail at the moment. 138 the deficit. Can they reduce it to under 100? In goes Stevens, bowls, Wright is forward, but right next to his front pad, defending it back down the pitch. He has acquitted himself with a certain adhesiveness in the Championship. Chris Wright so far this season, he can bat. 129 runs, a best of 41 not out, averaging 13 from 11 innings. Stevens is in, bowls, and he brought the bat back inside the line there, curtain railed it back inside the line as he plunged forward. Wright is a tall man getting forward. Umpire Gould wanders out and just flicks away a couple of bits of dirt or something that have come off the spikes of Stevens' boots. 4 slips, crouched ready behind Chris Wright as Stevens is in, bowls, and Wright head right over the ball as he leans forward and defends it out into the offside. And Stevens raises his hand, walks back past umpire Gould, hands on hips. He knows, I think that'll be it for now. 13 overs, 1 for 34 for him.
And Stewart looked good yesterday, didn't he? This pitch seems to suit the way he bowls.
Yep. For
whatever reason, he hits the pitch very hard, doesn't he? Bowls what they call a heavy ball. I know that probably doesn't stand up with physics, but you kind of get the idea. He's broad-shouldered, deceptively fast as well, but we'll see what happens when he comes on. A couple of emails have come in, and you say, Christine, I do apologise, Christine, but this one from ages ago. Christine Headley, we're talking about captaincy yesterday, and she was saying, hope you're listening this morning as well, Christine, saying, fine with Sam Billings being captain, that's fine with so many substitute captains. It'd be good to have one consistent vice-captain acting up in his absence. I'm sure that debate will go on with Kent fans, as well as Logan. Lots of air given to this ball to Parkinson, who has 2, Wright has none. Leicestershire 94 for 7, are 138 behind here. Some of that with the captains has been circumstantial. I think about what's happened with COVID restrictions as well, and Jack Leaning was supposed to be the captain all the way through the One-Day Cup. Had a positive COVID test, so couldn't do that for the first couple of games. More flight from Logan. He's giving a lot of air, not bowling it very quickly either, giving the ball opportunity or giving it opportunity to grip. And then, of course, Jack Leaning went off to Trent Rockets to, well, essentially carry drinks for a couple of matches, ironically, as a COVID substitute himself. So, yeah, there has been a bit of chopping and changing this summer for Kent in the captaincy department. That one left by Callum Parkinson just outside the off stump. Again, it looked like it gripped a little bit, but turning away naturally from the right-hander. 94 for 7. Helen's been in touch as well from Genoa. Lovely photos, as always, from you, Helen. The jealousy rating is high, though, here, I have to say. Round the wicket, wide of the crease, pushed into the offside, past the man at short leg, I think along the ground. No run. She's saying, lovely accurate commentary as per usual. That'll be Richard Ray, as you'll be aware, Helen, and you're a second ahead of the action.
Oh, we are with Helen. Yeah. It must be abroad then, because we are in Australia as well.
Right.
So I'm not sure what we can do about that. We'll redial during the interval, Helen.
Quicker, and that one has leapt off a full length, more or less, and beaten the stumps. I think all the close fielders are just looking perhaps wide-eyed at that.
Puff of dust as it exploded off the pitch.
Parkinson has left it, and as you say, if he'd played at it, he would have been in all sorts of trouble, because that has absolutely leapt off a good length, and that one's gripped as well outside the off stump. But Parkinson very sensibly, playing for the spin, has left it outside the off stump. Maiden
to commit.
Given two options, it'll be. I'm gonna go for no.
Which side do you know? Which side? Grant Stewart is ready to go, but Sam Billings isn't ready for him to go. He's just still messing with his field, and long leg goes a little bit finer in front of the electronic scoreboard. Stewart now is in to right, who goes back on his stumps and turns the straightish delivery out towards mid-wicket. There's no run, 94 for 7, stroke 8 effectively, because you think that the replacement can't bat in this innings
with an innings already started. But I said I've not been on a ground where this happened before, so
one suspects we will find out. Stewart, number 9 on his back, top of the hour, so Matt's popping next door, bowls, and again Wright is back on his stumps, turning to mid-wicket, straight to mid-wicket, and again there is no run. We're just getting a bit of a build-up of sort of showery looking grey cloud at the moment. Trying to see round behind it. There is lighter cloud behind it, but whether the umpires will ask for the floodlights to be switched on, as they did, it was around about lunchtime yesterday when they came on, I think. But the light is generally better, so it is more broken up, so hopefully not. Stewart is in, bowls to right, again he can play him off the back foot, this time out into the offside. It bounces high up off the pitch. Stewart feels in his follow through, reaching out with his left hand, polishes the ball and throws it to mid off to do a spot more polishing. 2 for 10 yesterday, Grant Stewart, from his 6 overs. Those figures obviously remain unchanged, other than the 3 deliveries that Wright has kept out so far. Australian turns, runs in past umpire Gould and bowls a bouncer. Wright sees it early, and it was pretty short, and almost his own half of the pitch, so even as taller man as Chris Wright able just to lean inside it, and bounces high over his head. Not signalled a wide by umpire Gould, just 1 for the over. 94 for 7. Trees stirring a bit with a little bit of breeze under this dark cloud. Just seeing if there's an umbrella going up. In goes Stewart and bowls. Wright defends on off stump, out into the offside. I can see 1 or 2 umbrellas at the back of the green seats in front of the Turner Indoor Centre over there at the Bennett end. None up in the popular seats between the meet and the electronic scoreboard, or the members' seats. The members have, some of the members' seats have sort of little parasols, big permanent parasols. It makes them sound rather tiny, doesn't it? In goes Stewart, bowls, tucked around the corner by Wright, and that is his first run down towards slightly backward square. 95 for 7. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. They continue to struggle in their first innings, I'm afraid. They have lost 2 wickets already this morning. Louis Kimber and Ben Mike both went leg before wicket to Matt Milnes for 13 and 17, but they've also lost Ed Barnes. Barnes was playing pretty well. He was on 14 not out. It was hit on the helmet by a bouncer from Milnes, and had a couple of looks at him, Will Garvey, Leicestershire's physio, and in the end umpire Ian Gould called him back out for a 3rd look, and they have taken Barnes from the field. It looks like he has failed a concussion test. Whether he'll be back in this game remains to be seen. So effectively 95 for 8 Leicestershire, chasing Kent's first innings of 232. They're still 137 behind. End of the over. You haven't missed any cricket online. Wright has 1 off 16 balls, Parkinson 2 off 32 balls, so Billings will feel pretty much completely in control at the moment. Really are, because they might not have picked up a wicket in the last couple of overs, but they're not conceding any runs either. Wright completely surrounded. He's got a short leg, a silly point, 2 slips and the wicket keeper as James Logan even comes in and bowls to him. Wright is down the pitch, thick inside edge as he defends it just past short leg out towards square leg, who picks up, and there is no run. Playing with fire, dancing down the pitch though Chris Wright there. If it turns past the outside edge, Billings will stump him. Without too many issues, I would think. Logan is in. Bowls, Wright goes back, tries to chop it away on the offside, chops it down into the ground. It bounces over a silly sort of point, silly mid-off really. He's only a yard perhaps from the crease there. Is it leaning?
I think it's Robinson.
Robinson is. He's the smaller of the two men, isn't he? The smaller of the bearded man. Wright is down the wicket and driving in the air, but pretty straight through a very straight mid-off, and it bounces down almost directly behind the bowler, in fact, in the end, down to the sight screens at the Bennett end. Wright picks up 4. Leicestershire onto 99 for 7, and I can see rain on the window of the commentary box behind me.
As I pass from one commentary box to the other, it's raining at the back here, yeah. But yes, it's not heavy by any means, just fine rain. We'll see what happens out there, whether they'll stay on for a bit.
They did say a sort of 30% chance at 12, but it should not be with us long. Down the pitch again goes Wright, defending it past short leg. It's running out towards mid-wicket, and that is the Leicestershire 100. And there is a round of applause from the crowd, 40.4 overs. And it is probably fair to describe it as a slightly ironic applause. But it all counts. 190 says the manual scoreboard, trying to encourage perhaps Leicestershire. They're a long way to go to get to there. The electronic has it right at 100 for 7. I don't know if you're listening in the manual scoreboard, but it has flicked over one too many. Logan is in and bowls. Parkinson is adopting the opposite approach to Wright. He's staying back on his stumps and waiting for the ball, playing it off the pitch, dropping it out towards backward point, and it has been corrected to 100. 100 for 7. 132 behind. We've had all weather this morning, haven't we? A glorious bright sunshine. Dark and drizzly now. Again, would like to have this sewn up by lunchtime for sure. In goes Logan, bowls. Back again is Parkinson, just getting down on it in time. There would have been a very loud shout for leg before had he not just managed to get his bat down on it and push it towards square leg. Every Kent close fielder hands on heads there. Understandably enough. 100 for 7 at the end of the over. 1 for 8 from 7 for James Logan. 2 for 11 from 7 for Grant Stewart.
Let's have a quick look at the concussion substitution rules, but haven't found the part of the laws which explains whether you can bat the second part of a batsman's innings. I don't think so, but I could be wrong. More than likely wrong. Stewart bowling from the pavilion end to Wright, and just trying to work that past Gilchrist in on the leg side. No run.
Now Fango, who does know the rules, says another player can replace. You can have like for like and can be replaced in this innings.
Oh, okay.
So he believes that Leicestershire can send out.
So if it was Secanda, he could come.
If it is,
if
Barnes is unable to continue, he may come back on.
Yeah,
absolutely. Next wicket.
Yep, Stewart bowls to Wright. Just working that into the offside this time. Logan fields a point, no run, 100 for 7. Interested in the like-for-like replacements is that the example given, if David Warner, a pure batsman, is injured, an Australian named Mitchell Marsh, an all-rounder, as his replacement, the match referee has the power to restrict Marsh, for instance, for bowling in that match. So it very much has to be like-for-like. So it's the judgment of the match referee, but I think everyone would agree that probably Mitch Marsh bowls slightly better than David Warner. Outside the off stump, keeps a little bit low, but no need to play for right. Shoulders, arms. He has 6 from 22. Parkinson, watchful, 2 from 34. Watchful apart from one huge Yahoo at a Darren Stevens delivery, but he got that out of his system, it felt like, after that. 100 for 7, Leicestershire trying to build something here, get near that Kent first innings total.
I think the news from the Leicestershire camp is still assessing Ed Barnes. So,
for all sorts of reasons, they'll be hoping that wickets don't fall too fast here. Stewart bowls full length to right. Again, he's trying to get on the front foot now and work that past Logan, but not enough space given to him by Stewart. It's another dot ball. 2 to come from Stewart's over. He has 2 for 11 on the board already from 7.4 overs.
It's getting a bit lighter again, thankfully.
Yeah, it's just maybe it's that any drizzle maybe have abated, but yeah, the clouds are blowing past us here. Stewart bowls to right again on off stump and defends it, no run. Yes, it's flags are a bit lazy at the moment, so maybe we could do with a bit of breeze, couldn't we, just to blow any rain-bearing clouds away from the ground at the moment. But you're right, it's a hint of brightness coming. 4 slips for Kent on the side. Sam Billings just asks Grant Stewart if he wants to, and he's going to push Nathan Gilchrist back to deep square leg. Is this the bluff, the double bluff? Is he going to dig the ball in here? So 4 slips in there as well, gives them the option obviously. That's now over the wicket right arm, on the money, full length. Playing into the offside, no run, and that's a maiden for Stewart. Leicestershire 100 for 7, Stewart 2 for 11 from 8 overs and 3 maidens. I'm glad I didn't commit myself to Genoa, by the way, because what I was going to commit to was the wrong side. So there we go. I don't know if this is it's a BBC competition now. We can't obviously give out any prizes. We're restricted by general meanness from me.
I'll go for the Mediterranean. Go on.
Here we go.
I think it's on the Med. Oh, it is. Yeah, clearly. Yes, absolutely. It's not that far from France, is it? South of France.
I had it on the other side. There we go. Well, usually I should double bluff myself really, because I think given a choice of 2 options, I'm pretty much 50-50 on. I pretty much always go for the wrong one. So
James Logan. I wonder if he's ever known as Jim. Isn't there that? Is in and bowls to Callum Parkinson, who goes back and strokes it away out into the offside. No run. If his mum's listening, she'll let us know. She'll be horrified at the very thought. Out goes the right hand, and then he just walks to the crease, bowls, and forward goes Parkinson. There's a massive appeal for leg before, and he is given again. Umpire Watts, it was a big old stride forward from Callum Parkinson, and down on one knee, both knees almost. His finger.
slow looping delivery, wasn't it?
It was. Must have been close to hitting him outside the line. It did look to straighten a touch. Either way, Parkinson's. That's fair enough. No worries there, but
he's got to make up his mind. And Logan has 2 for 8 now.
Let's have another look at it. Here you go.
Oh, missed it again. There we go.
Make it bigger.
There's a radio in there, James. You won't tell me what.
And try and get it up again.
Alright, otherwise.
So he was, as you say, down on one knee, James Logan. It was a very
good appeal. He
yeah.
loves that theatrical stuff, doesn't he?
But it
2 for 8 for him now.
Yeah, Will Davis coming out at 9, at 10 rather. Umpire Gould has disappeared to the boundary. Sam Billings has been called across. Ian Gould is talking to Sam Billings now. This is interesting. Well, we're not party to this.
Maybe about replacement for Barnes, I don't know.
Possibly. He's pointing off the pitch. Well, we're not party to that, and our effects microphone isn't quite powerful enough. We don't have that sort of the MI5 mics that can they call them shooting mics, something like that, which you can hear the other side of the ground.
They've switched the floodlights on.
They have indeed.
Which I don't imagine will delight Billings, actually, given Kent now have to bat under them, because they do tend to exacerbate some of the movement of the ball under them, don't they? Make it a little bit more humid. So I think he would have preferred for them possibly not to go on. In goes Logan, bowls to Davis. Oh, he's forward, and it comes off the thick outside edge, and it's in the air as it goes through silly point. There isn't a silly point, just silly mid-off and second slip. Gobbled up had there been somebody square on the offside. 100 for 8. Logan just wipes his right hand on his bottom of his shirt, but he obviously bowls left-handed. Round the wicket he comes and bowls, and it's chipped in the air just over silly mid-off out into the covers. He stayed on the back foot there, Will Davis, and did not have a clue what was going to happen. The ball hit bat, looped in the air out towards a sort of short cover position, and could so easily have gone two-hand. It didn't. Logan is in. Davis is forward, reaching for it. He does angle the bat down. It does come off a thick outside edge, but it goes to ground through silly point on this occasion.
Yeah, Logan's giving it everything now, isn't it? His two
this.
hands going to the air now.
Yeah.
But to be fair, Davis hasn't really played any of these with any confidence, has he?
It's not convincing, is it?
No.
from a Leicestershire point of view. Logan is in. Back goes Davis and leaves. His best shot of his innings so far, I would suggest. Wicket maiden for James Logan. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 8 for him. Well, he came into the game top of the Kent bowling averages in the county championship, albeit having only bowled in 1 innings previously and taken 3 for 45. Well, he's now got 2 for 8. So he's got 5 for 53, and I would wager that he remains at the top of the Kent bowling averages as a consequence.
He'll struggle to get out of that, or maybe not, actually, depending on the games to come. But I'm sure he'd love to be.
Well, listen, if he gets a pitch like this, and he'd be bowling in Leicestershire's second innings as well, you would anticipate he'd be staying on the top of the Kent bowling averages, red ball bowling averages this season.
Reardon just trots off. He's taking a jumper and a cap from Grant Stewart, who will be bowling once again from the pavilion end. Bowling to Chris Wright.
They are anxious to give him a single, Kent here.
On the
field.
On the evidence of the previous 3 deliveries or 4 deliveries to Will Davies, you can understand why as well. The same happened with Leaning, didn't it? And they were trying to get him away from strike at the end of the Kent innings, and drops in for a single into the offside. A run quickly taken. That must have been close. Underarm throw by Stewart. Actually, in his follow through, was actually quite close to the stumps as well. I think it would have been close if he'd hit underarm there.
He should have hit them, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
Really. I'm with you. I think that would have been probably out. Let's have a look.
Close.
Yeah,
Touch and go.
would have been close. Would have been close.
It's fair to say. Steve on the emails on kentcricket@gmail.com. Great to hear from you. Good morning to you, Steve. Just to confirm, the sound of the pictures on YouTube in the UK, he says, as just a second ahead. Having said that, the picture has just cut out, and now the sound seems to have caught up. Maybe they have
maybe it's their fault.
lined them up. I hope it's going well. Now, so the picture's invaluable for us for replays. Edge and gone, third slip taken by Jack Leaning, and 101 for 9, a drive by Davis, and Stewart has his 3rd wicket for 12. We will wait and see if there is another batsman to come.
Yeah, they're staying out there.
They are staying out, you're absolutely right, but Stewart has his 3rd, and an edge to Jack Leaning at 3rd slip, taken in his midriff. And right goes, and Leicestershire still 131 in arrears. Seeing who's
coming out? Will it be
sub-fielder is
Sikander or it's
here.
Barnes? Barnes is coming back out. That looks
He is
like
indeed,
Eddie,
yeah,
Barnes walking back out into the middle.
Yeah.
So Sikander is out. Yeah, he is.
I was going to say it looked like he was a sub-fielder.
Does the fact that Barnes comes back out means that's it in terms of the decision whether he has to continue now play? Does that mean that, for example, that Leicestershire could not replace him later in the game if he had a delayed reaction? But
I think he still would be. I mean, under the spirit of it, surely he would still be allowed to.
Whether they'd be allowed to replace him.
Oh, I see. But
do you see what I mean? If sent him back out
if
there,
he had
and then
effectively a relapse, I suppose, then you could understand why they might allow it. I think under the spirit of the law, I'm thinking, but I don't know that how the letter of the law would work in that respect. But what we do know is it's 101 for 9. Did I say it was right the second time we got out? It was Will Davis edging to Jack Leaning.
It was. No, I think you said Dave. Maybe I've called one wrong already this morning, so I hope you did.
to be fair,
then I feel a lot better about myself.
To be fair,
my incompetence.
Well, not at all. A lot of wickets falling this morning. Quite a lot going on with Barnes coming on and off as well. Stewart has 3 for 12 then, and said he has looked mighty potent on this pitch as well. That edge going to Jack Leaning at third slip, and Barnes returns. Bowls to him there, driven by Barnes up towards Gilchrist. Jumper on, and sunglasses on the back of his Kent cap. Fields, no run.
We have a little bit of sunshine around now as well, but there is more grey cloud behind us, but it is broken. I think umpires did well to keep them out there, really. Kent obviously wanted to stay out there. Didn't want the ball to get too wet, but the outfield wasn't too wet.
It's Stewart to Barnes, or bounces him, and he's got that away for 4. I think it will go for 4 indeed. It's fair to say he turned away from that one again as he played the ball, and he's bound to be a little bit nervous. He did get bat on it, and it only got up as high as his chest. But Stewart, you can understand as well from a Kent point of view, he's keen to work on. Actually, it's gone higher, isn't it, up towards chest? He's done okay there.
He played it out. Yeah,
he's played it well.
Played it well, really. In the end,
maybe I'm just a bit
nervous for him.
Yeah,
probably.
absolutely right.
I know exactly what you mean, but he'll get another.
He will, I'm sure. This is the way it's going to work. It's worked in cricket in perpetuity, hasn't it? Is Stewart, full length delivery. That one, great stop from Stewart on his follow through. That one, driven back at him. Probably wasn't going for 4, but decent pace coming back at him. One bounce, he's dived to his left and stopped it.
The problem for Leicestershire, well, one of the many problems for Leicestershire is that Logan is as potent as Stewart in terms of bowling wicket-taking deliveries on the pitch the way it is at the moment, so no odds really in turning down singles.
Here is Stewart then to bowl to Barnes. Nope, aborts the run. Just lost his rhythm perhaps as he came in.
What's the 2 hands in the air signal from umpire Gould? And then the finger across the throat. That's a new one for the ECB umpire's manual of signals.
I was going to say they might do that in Genoa, but not in there.
Yes,
not often in Leicester.
A longshoreman on the Genoa docks.
But 105 for 9 is Stewart to bowl once again. 2 Barnes, squirts away, but he's kept it low. That's gone well through a wide gully, back 1 point even for 4 runs. And what Barnes has done really well, actually, has played behind the wicket on the offside. Maybe a little bit high up on the bat, that one. Not as much control as some previous shots, but it's gone for 4. What he's done is
kept
kept it down.
of the innings now.
Yeah, 109 for 9. He's on to 22.
4 boundaries at least he's hit, Ed Barnes, or is it 5 now? And they've all been fairly legitimate shots.
Yeah, absolutely.
In fairness to him.
I should say, Steve, continuing.
5, yeah, 5 boundaries. Sorry.
No, I beg your pardon. I was just going to finish Steve's emails. He said Ben Mike LBW definitely looked like leg side to Steve as well, and he's a Kent supporter. Just waiting to get my finals day tickets on the Spitfires. Says Steve.
Ooh, when do they go on sale? Are they?
Should be in it.
Are they on sale now?
They are already. Yes.
Do you have to buy one for you buy it for the day, presumably, so you stay for even if your team is knocked out of the semis?
I mean, Kent are second on, so you're going to get some value anyway,
okay.
I suppose, in that respect.
So you don't have to get there for the morning game.
I
if
suppose
you don't
not.
Want to.
Well, maybe it's just 3 hours of biting your nails before your team get on. I'm sure that's probably what I'll be doing. But Logan continuing from the minute end. Mike says the commentary perfectly synced. After a couple of minutes of dodgy stream, he said, it's now working absolutely perfectly.
Logan is in to right, who attempts a little paddle sweep. Does it come off the back of the bat? It does. It is caught at second slip by Zach Crawley, and Leicestershire are all out for 109. A deficit of 123. Ed Barnes stranded 22 not out. It was a premeditated little paddle sweep attempt from Chris Wright. Went at it a little bit too soon. I think it may have come off the back of his bat, and it looped up for the simplest of catches for Crawley at second slip. Wright goes for 7. Logan has 3 for 8, continues to cement his place at the top of the Kent bowling averages, and Kent and Sam Billings will be delighted with their efforts this morning. They have polished Leicestershire off for 109. They have a first innings lead of 123. That first win in the county championship this season. Well, they may not get in a better position given the state of the pitch.
Yeah, almost apologetic in the end, wasn't it? So coming off the back of the bat, that attempted paddle sweep. He goes off. James Logan gets applause from his teammates. So too will Grant Stewart, who had 3 wickets of his own. And Kent 123 ahead then on first innings, bowling out Leicestershire for 109. Very much what they wanted from this morning. The 3-figure lead. So 3 for 20 for Stewart, 3 for
Hello. No. It was just a break between innings, so... No worries. Leicestershire all out in their first innings just a few moments ago for 109. Not a great performance, although the pitch giving bowlers with both seam and spin plenty of assistance. Top scorer Ed Barnes, the bowler, 22 not out of 27 balls, but there were 3 wickets for the left arm spinner James Logan, 3 for Grant Stewart with his pace bowling, and 3 for Matt Milnes, also a pace bowler. So they're going to have to work very hard, Leicestershire, to try and pull this game back. Kent will be about to start their second innings half an hour before lunch, already leading by 123.
The lead of 123, you don't want it flattening out.
No.
I would absolutely not. Be focused to as much as possible. So the rain you were saying today is this is more or less the forecast of it, just a
just a little
shower,
shower, sort of 11, 12, a tiny possibility of one.
Well, welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Kent about to start their second innings on the second morning of the game. Still half an hour or just under to go before lunch on day 2. They bowled Leicestershire out for 109 this morning. The Foxes having resumed on 66 for 5. There were 3 wickets each for James Logan, Grant Stewart and Matt Milnes, 1 for Darren Stevens. As a consequence of which Kent will start their second innings leading by 123. We had a very, very brief shower during the interval, but I'm glad to say, although the floodlights are on, the ground is actually bathed in sunshine again, as the Leicestershire side joined the two umpires, Chris Watts and Ian Gould, out there in the middle. The two Kent openers, Zach Crawley and of course Jordan Cox, out there in the middle as well. And as the sun bathes the ground in a lovely light, Leicestershire know that they're going to have to bowl Kent out for no more than 150 if they're really going to have a chance of chasing down what is going to be a tricky target on a pitch that is doing plenty. BBC Radio's Kent and Leicester bringing you ball by ball commentary in conjunction with the ECB, of course. Richard Ray and Matt Cole, your commentators, and Chris Wright, as he did in the first innings, will open the bowling for the Foxes from the Bennett end. 3 slips. I wonder if they'll actually open with Parkinson as well. I know it sounds odd, but there's so much there for the spinners as Wright comes in and bowls outside off stump, bounces for a second time before it is taken by Harry Swindles behind the stumps. Gamble, I'd maybe open with Parkinson.
Yeah, well, the ball's still hard. Yeah, you think it's worth a go? Kent are so far ahead on a pitch that looks like it's not going to allow many runs.
He's down at long leg, Callum Parkinson. I'm just trying to see if he's doing any warming up, but he's not at the moment. In goes Wright and bowls. Crawley leans forward, defends it back down the pitch to the seam bowler, and there's no run.
George has been in touch on kentcricket@gmail.com. Afternoon, gents. He says the cricket season won't be complete without a Kent collapse. We've relied too heavy on a lower order to give us a chance in games of getting some parity. Regards George. Well, I think they bowled pretty well as well, George, but they are ahead in this game, and this pitch is, as I say, it's interesting. It's not a comfortable one for the batsman.
Wright is in, bowling, driven away through the covers by Crawley. Wasn't quite at the pitch of it, and it was in the air for a few feet, but it was a safe enough shot. No chance for Lewis Hill in the covers. Crawley picks up 4. Kent are up and running in their second innings. They now lead by 127 with all 10 second innings wickets in hand.
Yeah, and as you say, it wasn't at the pitch of it, and a bit of a flash from Crawley, but got enough on it to muscle it for 4. It's not as simplistic as to say that every run is a bonus here for Kent, but as you say, if they can get themselves 150, they're already looking at the ball. He's not hit it that hard, has he?
No, but it just might have gone over. Did it
slam against the advertising hoardings, maybe?
There's a little gate down there through to the nets at the back, so it might have just gone through that gate in front of the Leicestershire flag and clumped into the concrete steps behind it.
It's the last thing you want, isn't it? The ball 3 balls old.
A piece out of it, but umpire Gould was happy with it. Right in again to Crawley, who's clipping not in the air, into the leg side. Just thought for a second it was going to be in the air, but turned quite nicely into the leg side. But Ed Barnes at mid-wicket made the stop. But he too doesn't think the ball is right, and he's going to show it to umpire Gould again. But umpire Gould is saying it's fine. Perhaps he's saying it's fine. I'd love to know. I think we definitely ought to have an umpire mic. We can take the decision on whether to relay the comments.
He wasn't exactly pointing, but he's certainly gesticulating with his right hand there, wasn't he?
Yeah. Don't know
as if to say, look, I just said it was okay.
Yeah, exactly. Right, is in, bowls. Crawley is driving pleasantly, but only as far as Davis at mid-off, and there is no run.
It's fair to say, Zach Crawley, after the first ball, he's played an aggressive shot at every ball since, hasn't he?
Well, I think they know if it's going to be a tricky wicket that a quick 40 or 50 is gold dust, isn't it, really, potentially? Again, Davis and Mike consulting about the ball, I think, before it's handed to Chris Wright, who comes down the slope and bowls to Crawley. Edges and just short of second slip taken on the half volley by Ackerman.
Spiders making their webs in the corners of the outside the commentary box as well.
Wait till I come back next March or April, whenever it is.
It'll be covered, will it? You won't be able to see other
No,
windows.
it's not. Remember the old commentary boxes? There used to be a sea of dead flies.
Davis to bowl, right arm over the wicket then to Cox, leaves it outside the off stump. Jordan Cox lasted just 2 balls on in his first innings before edging for the slips. And there is no run there. There are a few commentary boxes like that. Taunton, the sheds there on the top, which were sheds on the top of the one of the stands there. That was very much spider and fly territory.
Crawling through that sort of trapdoor.
Oh, crikey, yeah. That was, Davis to Cox. Straight drive from him from a full length delivery. Get a single. Didn't put all the muscle through it, Cox, and a bit low on the bat as well, but timed well enough to get him a single up to mid-on.
Good call.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? He's gone straight for that, Jordan Cox. Single taken, 5 for none. Kent starting off here. Yes, I've forgotten about the trapdoor. Trying to get your gear in and out of that.
If there'd ever been a fire there, we would have been...
Oh, blimey.
Literally toast.
Yeah, really don't want to think about that.
No.
But it's a metal ladder as well, I seem to remember as well. And if your shoes are a bit wet...
Happily, now,
I was going to say...
wonderful facilities.
People moan about health and safety, but perhaps in that respect, it might be nice to have some. Outside the off stump, low through to the wicketkeeper. Yes, absolutely no complaints about the facilities at Taunton now. 5 for none.
Wonderful ground, really. And Marcus Trescothick Pavilion, the latest addition to it.
And we are generally and genuinely very well served by the counties around the circuit as well, and taking care of us. It's very nice not to be seen as an irritation as you are at some sports clubs, rather than as a part of what's going on. Davis to Crawley, whips that away on the full. That's 4 runs, and well, you're not going to get the pitch in play if you bowl a low full toss to Zach Crawley
On his legs.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a shocking delivery.
And it was dealt with. It scorched the boundary there really quick from Crawley. That's the thing, he's looking to play his shots, Crawley, as well, and Davis comes back and just staring at the ground as well as he might. It wasn't a good ball. 9 for none. Yeah, he comes back, and actually a disappointed double teapot from Davis.
In the first innings, he wasn't right at all, was he? He didn't get it right at all. And not in this so far either. That's over.
Crawley will give you chances, though. He's definitely playing shots. 9 for none. Davis bowls to him now. Having said that, he plays a forward defence, of course. Next ball, it's a better ball as well. Good length, off stump. So 5 off the over. Crawley went for it first innings as well. He scored exactly 50, but he was certainly looking to be aggressive. And from the match position now, he has that freedom as well, doesn't he, from his coach?
Absolutely.
Look at him sitting down there on the bench in the sunshine now. The Kent number 3, Joe Denley, already ready and waiting. Davis, good ball. That one nibbles away from Crawley, who pushes down the middle and off stump line and goes through to the wicket keeper low, just outside the off stump. And there is no run. 9 for none then at the end of the second over. Kent's lead 132. Denley is ready to go. Short sleeved shirt. Just chatting to Michael Yardy, the Kent batting coach now. Very well served, Kent, in terms of coaches. Not only Matt Walker, the head coach, but Michael Yardy helping the batsman out, and probably a bit of spin bowling as well. Simon Cook is the bowling coach under Matt Walker, and director of cricket Paul Downton. Harry Popmore's down there as well, and his fluorescent bib. So too Marcus O'Reilly on either side of Jack leaning.
Right, to continue from the Bennett end. In he comes and bowls, and it sneaks past the outside. A full delivery that just past the bottom of the bat of Jordan Cox. It was a slightly tentative shot. Didn't seem to pick it up straight away. Perhaps because it was so full, and he looks a little hang-dog. As though he's ready to go to the headmaster's studio, doesn't he? He's sort of holding his bat behind his back momentarily.
Like the way he was dusting off the end of his bat, almost like a snooker cue after that shot. But
sorry, sir. Sorry. Right. Sniffing possibilities is in. Bowls to Cox. Again, it goes through low outside off stump. uninterrupted by Cox, lets it go through. Talking about Harry Podmore, he's, you know which is his car. He's got personalised number plates. I parked next to it this morning. Or if it isn't, there's somebody else called H. Podmore in the ground, if it's not his. Right, elbows jutting, runs down the slope and bowls. Cox is forward solidly on off stump, pushing it out into the mid-off area towards Will Davis. Doesn't get that far, interrupted en route by Lewis Hill running in from extra cover. The dark clouds roll away, the ground bathed in sunshine. Plenty more dark cloud to come behind us though. We might put the covers on during the lunch interval, I would guess, just in case. But at the moment, sunshine and floodlights. As Wright is in to Cox, back foot played firmly down into the ground, not quite timed though, came off towards the bottom part of the bat. Sam Evans at backward point makes the stop.
He's had a reasonable season, Jordan Cox, decent in the county championship, got picked up as a wild card for the Oval franchise as well after his performances in the T20. Out for a duck though in the first innings of this one.
He waits as Wright is in, bowls to him. He leans forward on off stump, front foot defensive shot, slightly angled bat. Again, Evans at backward point running in as the fielder.
Which is average lower than I thought, because he scored 3 decent half centuries, but he's got 3 ducks as well to his analysis, so just under 30 at the moment, Jordan Cox, with 447 runs.
If they can get through to lunch without being parted, these two, it will have been an excellent morning for the visitors. Everything they would have hoped for, really. Finish off Leicestershire's first innings reasonably quickly and start building that first innings lead. In goes Wright, back foot defensive shot, and it's gone straight through Evans somehow. He sort of went backwards, lost his footing, the ball bounced through him and has run down to the backward point boundary, stroke wide third man boundary, 4-4. So not a great piece of fielding from one of the better fielders in the side there. Cox moves on to 5.
Doesn't catch the eye of the bowler as he walks past.
Just, yeah, don't know quite what happened there. He started to go backwards and seemed to lose his footing and stumble as he did so. And in so doing, the ball managed to bounce past him. It wasn't travelling particularly quickly.
Crawley 8 from 10 here, against 13 for none. As Davis bowls to him, full length delivery. Crawley's trying to drive that straight for 4, but lower part of the bat, and Parkinson picks it up at mid-off. There's a no run on that occasion, 13 for none. It's a lead of 136 for a moment for Kent. If you're just joining us, Leicestershire bowled out for 109, 5 wickets falling this morning. In total, Logan 3 for 8, Milnes 3 for 24, and Stewart 3 for 20. Ed Barnes it was who top scored. Had a interesting morning. That one squaring Crawley up a bit, and there's a leading edge that squirts it out into the offside. He comes back for 2, all the way along the ground, so safe. 15 for none. He moves on to 10. Barnes was 22 not out at the end of the innings, actually top scored in it, but was hit by a bouncer from Matt Milnes and actually came off the field a short time after that, but returned with the fall of the 9th wicket. But unfortunately for him, Chris Wright didn't stick around long enough for him to add significantly to his total. And now Leicestershire need to somehow try and bowl themselves back into this match. Davis to Crawley. Crawley just chips up a little bit into the onside, but there's no short leg, and square leg is pushed back to the boundary, so he gets away with it. Looks accusingly at his bat. Parkinson is warming up. There's a single, and we are, well, 3.5 overs in. Yeah, what you were saying, Richard,
one from Wright, and then the last one before lunch.
Of course, we're so close to lunch. Yeah, you'd have to surely give him a go.
And it would be from this end as well,
yeah,
wouldn't it?
That's where he bowled all of his overs.
No, well, his
Was
first
the
spell was from the
majority?
top end, and
Oh,
it didn't
cool, yeah.
really, and then
He definitely worked from this end. Oh, Davis, that one. Cox has got bat on it. It's shot along the ground through gully, and he'll come back for 2. But Cox looked a little bit late on that one. Perhaps kept a trifle low, but challenged by it. But comes through for 2. 5 off the over so far. 18 for none. But I mean, I said this about the Kent bowling yesterday, didn't I? So Leicestershire fans will hope that I'm returning a favour here, but it doesn't really seem to be working for Davis. I understand that they might just earmark this end for Parkinson, perhaps for the rest of the Kent innings. Here's Davis bowling to Cox, is trying to work it more authentically through gully, but stopped by Evans. And there is no run. Crawley has 11, Cox has 7 here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent with Richard Ray and Matt Cole. We're getting
dark again.
Yeah, not exactly 4 seasons in one day, but occasional sunshine, bit of gloom, bit of rain around as well. No serious stuff, we hope. Davis to Cox, just defends that. End of the over, no run. 18 for none. Then Kent in the return to county championship action. Seen that we played a bit of county championship cricket. Dale Steyn has retired today, announced his retirement.
Didn't realise he was actually still playing him. That sounds awful.
He's certainly
played.
He's played franchise cricket, but
okay.
But yeah, I think he's had an injury which has finally forced him out of the game.
Right then, with 6 minutes to go until lunch, there should be 2 more overs. 18 without loss. Kent, the lead now at 141. Wright comes in and bowls to Crawley, who leans forward, turns his wrist slightly on that defensive press, pushes it out. Nice sound of ball off bat out towards Ben Mike at mid-on, and there's no run. Suddenly the players casting shadows from the floodlights.
Yeah, big dirty black cloud above us. Or dark grey. You looking?
I'm just looking behind us. It's been coming
that's
from
where the
over
weather's coming from, yeah.
the city, but it is again lighter over there. It's going to be a bit like this all day, essentially. Wright is in. Crawley's turning out towards mid-wicket. A good diving semi-stop by Eddie Barnes, which we can conclude any concussion issues seem to be conclusively dealt with. He seems fine. Single taken.
It's been in the news today, isn't it, about the effects of rugby union, playing rugby union, and on players and concussion through that sport as well.
Yeah, yes. Not surprised, they're huge men now, aren't they? So big and strong and powerful. Essentially, the collisions are terrifying. In goes Wright and bowls outside off stump. A leave from Jordan Cox. Bat lifted high above his head. He remains 7 not out. Crawley has 12 off just 15 balls. So 62 runs in the match for Zach Crawley already, which isn't a bad return on the pitch with power to add. Right. In. Bowls down the leg side, super take by the leaping Swindles. Tried to flick it on its way, didn't get anything on it, but Swindles diving out to his left, two-handed take, clean as you like. Great take, actually. Parkinson continues to windmill his arms down in front of us at long leg. There he goes, bowls a few looseners. I think we can conclude that he will have the last over before lunch.
Joe Denley's just played a lovely straight drive just below us. He's in front of the benches and he's warming up himself just in case he's called on to face Parkinson at this point.
Wright is in. Bowls again down the leg side. A much more comfortable take for Swindles on that occasion. That's quite clubby, isn't it? That you have your next man warming up, playing shots on the boundary. I remember the captain used to at my club, don't do that because it puts it. If you want to warm up, go behind the sight screen or something, or go in the nets, but don't do it where the batsman out there can see. You know.
Just waiting for their dismissal.
As though you're anticipating their imminent demise. Wright is in, bowls. His Cox just a fraction, stays on the back foot, tries to force it out into the offside, doesn't really time it. Lewis Hill makes the stop. End of the over, relatively unthreatening one from Chris Wright. 3 overs, none for 9. Only has once found the outside edge of the bat so far in the innings from Zach Crawley. Dropped just short of Colin Ackerman at second slip. Callum Parkinson is indeed going to bowl the last over before lunch as the obliging Gavin Griffiths, Leicestershire's current acting 12th man, helps Hassan Azad strap on the pads.
Yeah. Dark colour, using black ones, yeah. That is Jordan Cox. Last 2 balls that over, there's one down the leg side. He certainly made a frustrated movement after that one had gone that he didn't connect. And even actually the drive into the offside, which is a decent ball from Wright. You could see him just showing a sign of annoyance, maybe just getting a bit antsy at the crease. But Parkinson then, this will be fascinating to see how Crawley, well, takes it on or doesn't take it on here. Is he just going to try and stonewall it and think, discretion being the better path of valour, let's just get to lunch and dead bat these out? Will he even get the opportunity to that? How much grip will there be for Parkinson? Takes that more or less on the full with a stride forward and a push low out to square leg. Takes himself a single. 13 for Crawley, 7 for Cox.
Perfect for Crawley, that, isn't it? Just take a single off the first ball. I have to stop and watch now. Just full enough for him to reach out and get to it.
Yeah, that's a nice place for Crawley to be then. He doesn't have to worry about this next delivery from Cox, who actually returns the favour. Does he want a second here, Jordan Cox? No, he doesn't. Actually, there wasn't a second there, was there? The fielder was quite quick across the ground at mid-wicket anyway. I'm just making a bit of fun of how little they want to face 4 balls from Callum Parkinson. But no, says Jordan Cox. I'll stay this end, Zach. You can take the next few. 21 for none. Fielders around Crawley, but again, he's not really giving that an opportunity to turn. Crawley goes way down the pitch, gets a long stride out.
How tall is he? 6'2", 6.
No, he's more like 6'6".
Is he 6'6",
yeah,
Crawley? Goodness, he is tall, isn't he? But yeah, no, he's a big man. I didn't realise he was quite that big.
So that stride is, it's a big one. Full toss, and that's dealt with. Actually, fielder looks got an arm to it or a hand to it. That's gone for 4, but just slipping out of the hands of Parkinson. Lack of control there, and Crawley hasn't been backward in coming forward to full tosses today. He's eating it up. 2 balls to go until lunch. Then I'm aware that the clock's ticked to 1 o'clock, so I'll go for the update. Leave you the
no problem. Well, 2 full tosses from Leicestershire already in this innings, both of which Crawley has put away for 4. Parkinson is in, brings Crawley forward with a better length delivery. Gets to the pitch of it, plays it back down the pitch to the young left arm spinner. 1 ball to go before lunch, and what a morning it has been for Kent. 25 without loss they are. Parkinson goes in and bowls. Crawley forward, defends it back down the pitch, and that is lunch. 25 without loss, Kent in their second innings. They lead then by 148, all 10 second innings wickets in hand, having bowled Leicestershire out for 109. It is very dark here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. I would imagine they will bring on the covers just in case. The umpires indeed are taking out the stumps, but it is precautionary at the moment. Crawley goes to lunch on 17 not out of 20 balls, aided by a couple of nice full tosses that he's been able to put away for boundaries. Jordan Cox has 8 off 16. Kent in a wonderful position then here at lunch. We will bring you commentary on the afternoon session in around about 35 minutes time, weather permitting, but I think weather will permit. As I say, dark clouds overhead at the moment, but lighter clouds behind it will soon be sweeping them away over the ground. We'll be back with you, Richard Ray and Matt Cole, in around about 35 minutes time. You might hear me do a brief update for BBC Radio Leicester.
Old Trafford, Warwickshire, 306 for 5 against Lancashire. And at Lords, Middlesex, Stills and 82, and by Derbyshire, 14 for 1. Taunton, Nottinghamshire, 393 for 8 against Somerset. And at Worcester, Sussex, 264, Worcestershire, 65 for 2.
Players have just left the field for lunch. It's been a very, very good morning for the visitors, I'm afraid. Leicestershire resumed their first innings on 66 for 5. They lost their last 5 wickets in adding just 43 runs to that total, 109 all out. Ed Barnes, the top scorer, with 22 not out. Kent started their second innings. They haven't lost a wicket yet. Zach Crawley has 17 not out. Jordan Cox has 8 not out, all of which means that Kent lead by 148 runs at lunch on the second day, with all 10 second innings wickets in hand. Well, welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Afternoon session on just the second day of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Kent. Ball-by-ball commentary brought to you by BBC Radio's Kent and Leicester in conjunction, of course, with the ECB. Excuse me. Your commentators, Richard Ray for BBC Radio Leicester, Matt Cole, of course, for BBC Radio Kent, the two umpires heading back out into the middle, Chris Watts and Ian Gould, followed from the pavilion by the two not-out Kent batsmen, the openers Zach Crawley, who is 17, and Jordan Cox, who is 8, and emerging from the meet away to our right as we look across the ground from the roof of the pavilion, the Leicestershire side, who did not have a good morning. They resumed this morning on 66 for 5. They were bowled out for 109. 3 wickets apiece for James Logan, Grant Stewart and Matt Milnes. 1 for Darren Stevens. The consequence of which is that with Kent on 25 without loss in their second innings, the visitors are leading by 148 with all 10, of course, second innings wickets in hand. It was dark during the lunch interval, but the worst of the dark cloud has rolled away. I'm happy to report towards the south, towards the southeast, heading your way, Kent listeners, but a long, long way away yet. 25 without loss, and Chris Wright is going to continue his spell from the Bennett end, bowled just 3 overs before lunch, none for 9. 1 edge off Crawley that fell just short, but otherwise not particularly threatening. In goes Wright and bowls outside off stump. Cox, having let it go through, actually steps across to the offside, watches it through into the gloves of Harry Swindles.
Still looking forward to that barbecue autumn, everybody. Yeah, it's still grey here. 31st of August, almost out of August. I was looking at one of those, those, what do they call them? They call them aggregators, those sites where you get news from different outlets. I'll follow that thought in a second.
Wright is in, bowls onto the legs of Cox, who tries to turn it away into the leg side. Might just have got an inside edge onto the paddock, trickles towards leg, slips, Swindles, picks up, and seeing that Cox had sort of wandered a little bit, side through the ball at the stumps, missed them anyway. Davis backed up, so all that goes down in the scoring book as a dot.
It's fair to say that there are a few national newspapers who are usual suspects when either predicting the snowpocalypse, as I think it's called, during the winter, or sizzling summer temperatures.
Right bowls, straight this time. A nice high left elbow in defence on the back foot from Cox.
And if you like your sunny days and hot days, they're still holding out hope. They're still trying to get people at various weather organisations say it could still be a scorching September. It could, I think, is the operative word there. Buried deep in the actual news of it is that it could be. But at the moment, at least we have cricket. We were saying this yesterday, weren't we? We had a full day's cricket. We've not lost any time to rain.
Right is in and bowls, goes past the outside edge. Best ball he's probably bowled in this Kent second innings.
Yeah, that's a snorter, isn't it? Coming back at Jordan Cox, who certainly said something to Zach Crawley. I'm not sure who's acknowledging the bowler as well. Very decent delivery. Swindle's taking it almost down the leg side, having pitched outside off.
Just a very faint chance of a shower at 2, my weather app is saying, but actually looks pretty much set fair at the moment. I think that's gone past, so we'll see. But that's all it suggests. In goes right bowls, much too wide. This time Cox just leans forward and lets it go through. Tomorrow, Wednesday looks a little bit more suspect. In the morning, sort of 40-50% chance of rain, but Thursday at the moment looks set fair. Next week looks a bit miserable. We're at Derby next week. You presumably are in Canterbury, are you?
We are indeed hosting Worcestershire.
Right is in to finish his over bowls. Cox drives, or looks to drive, but doesn't quite get there really, or time it, and ends up steering it along the ground off the bottom of the bat out to Ben Mike in the covers. End of a maiden over for Chris Wright to start proceedings. And the single over we had before lunch from Callum Parkinson from the pavilion end is going to be just that, because Leicestershire have decided to go back to the all pace attack, or at least all seam attack. Will Davis will continue.
Yeah, it's yet to take a wicket in this match, Will Davis. Some mixed results in his opening spell, but only 2 overs of that. Not much to judge on. None for 10 so far. Crawley has 17 from 20 balls. Keen to aggress before lunch and on the front foot, very much leaning on the front foot. Just plays it to the offside, kind of Parkinson's fields.
Interesting that Swindles is standing up to the stumps to Davis, which tells you all you need to know about his pace at the moment.
Yeah.
Or lack thereof.
Although also an indication Crawley has been getting way forward, hasn't he? He's been striding down.
It is, but yeah, you can't imagine him standing up to right, say, or...
That's fair. Davis to Crawley. Just squirts out into the point there. He's playing it into the onside there. So outside part of the bat, but all the way along the ground to Evans. And there's no run. 25 for none. You've got me looking at the weather apps for Canterbury next week, and a bit like this really, but slightly warmer, I think, is that they're saying it's going to warm up a little bit over the weekend, but cloudy and, well, perhaps 22 on Sunday. It's pleasantly warm, isn't it?
Very.
It's Davis compared to what we've had here. Certainly this is Crawley drives. Will that be 4? No, it's stopped by Wright. Narrow next to the stumps he drove it, and fielded well by Wright.
How was your chicken? Was it? Okay.
It was very nice,
Good.
actually.
Good.
The food here is superb, and Richard again doing the honours, throwing it from the bottom of the stairs to the top, which doesn't sound like much unless you've been to Grace Road.
Listen, all that rust has been treated. So
Oh no, I'm not saying that the danger in that respect is Davis to Crawley outside the off stump, left into the wicketkeeper's gloves, and there's no run. But, so you're not taking a life in your hands necessarily, but it's a good climb. But you're not worried about that, obviously, are you? With your athletic exploits, Richard, it's a mere bagatelle, isn't it? Up and down those stairs.
yeah, mounts up over the season, one way or another. Good for me.
You're tired after a morning run. Well,
And the air up here is altitude.
Is it altitude training? Fantastic. Davis to Crawley again leaves it outside the off stump, quite close to the off stump. Certainly that's the way that Swindles has framed it, as it were. Perhaps, yeah. Good take.
Yeah, nice take by Swindles. like him more and more as a keeper, as I say. I repeat myself, but has improved markedly. It looks natural to him as well, you know, the way it goes into the gloves.
Watch that natural movement towards the stumps as well after it's thumped perhaps, into the gloves. Davis bowls again to Crawley, works that off his pads. He'll get a single, but that's the only run off the over. And Kent 26 for none actually alter their score after a maiden from the other end as well from Chris Wright. Davis then has none for 11, none for 9 for Wright, 26 for none. The lead at 149 for Kent so far this afternoon. I mean, the task for Kent is simple. They need to rack up the runs, build as big a lead as they can. There's so much time left in this game, they don't really need to worry about the clock either. But it looks like this is a pitch that's going to catch up with you before you get a chance to bat out 200 balls or whatever on it.
It's a lovely position to be in, isn't it, for Sam Billings and Kent? A lead of 150 essentially, with all 10 second innings wickets in hand on a pitch that is doing plenty. Callum Parkinson starting to warm up already as Chris Wright is in to Crawley, who leans forward back past the seam bowler. The ball is played, trickles out towards Davis at mid-off.
Again though, if Leicestershire can do what they did yesterday, they had Kent 116 for 7, as we've said a number of times. If they can have that run through the Kent innings and continue it through, bowl them out for a low score, again there's time left in the game, that could make things very interesting. Would indeed.
Well, they have got to bowl Kent out for 150 or less, which sounds crazy given they're 26 without loss, but in goes Wright and bowls outside off stump. Crawley forward and lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Otherwise, they're going to be chasing best part of 300 runs plus, and that is would be a huge task on this pitch, that is for sure. I don't think they'll bat as badly in the second innings as they did in the first, but there'll be a lot of scoreboard pressure. Just 40 overs, wasn't it, really? So no real overs in the Kent bowlers' legs either. In goes Wright and bowls. Crawley drives, thick inside edge. You've no idea where the ball has gone. It's gone behind him, out between his legs and the stumps. It trickles out towards a sort of wide, long leg, backward square position. Parkinson comes back in. Comes running in from long leg and fields.
Talking to Jack Leaning last night, he was saying, you know, what about this pitch? And he was saying, well, it's a pitch you have to be patient on. He said the coaches were talking to them about not trying to force wickets, the bowlers not getting too tense, not trying to bowl at 1,000 miles an hour. That you just have to trust that it'll give you something.
Wright is in, bowls to Cox, who stands up and plays it off the back foot behind square on the offside, but only as far as Sam Evans at backward point.
I almost said just execute your skills. He didn't say that, I have to say, but it almost feels like a phrase that should never be uttered in the commentary box. It's become one of those, isn't it? I'm sure the coaches have started saying it, didn't they? And it's gone over to the players as well. What do you need to do to beat Kent? We need to execute our skills.
A useful phrase, if you want to say very little, essentially, isn't it? In goes Wright, bowls outside off stump. A round of applause from the slips, but it looked a fairly routine delivery, to which he didn't move too much. It was taken by Swindles without movement, so it wasn't too close to off stump. 27 without loss, 150 exactly the lead.
Just looking around the country, this is, well, by far the most advanced of the games so far in all the divisions. Check out the scoreboard in a couple of minutes' time.
Right, bowls, and that one jumps up a little bit at Cox, judging by his reaction. Anyway, it was a big grunt of effort from Wright. He banged it in a little bit shorter. Cox rode it well, actually. Played it off the back foot, dropped it down towards backward point again, and there is no run. So just a single from Wright's second over of the afternoon session. And his first was a maiden as well. So Leicestershire looking just to keep things tight and trust to the pitch, essentially, to pick up the wickets, and probably that is the right policy. That said, Ackerman just playing with his field a little bit. He's moved Kimber from second slip, from third slip out towards short extra cover.
As Davis then bowls to Crawley, wicketkeeper still up to the stumps. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge and actually rebounded more or less off the midriff of keeper Swindles. Came on him so quickly there. In Division 1, Yorkshire 2-4-3 all out. Hampshire in a bit of trouble early in that innings at the GS Bowl 29-4-3. The other game in the first division with Durham against Surrey called off because of COVID, of course. Warwickshire still batting 3-18-4-5 currently. They actually started, I think I'm right in saying, in a top Division 1 because of the bonus points of the lovely ball again from Davis and a lovely take from Swindles, quick as he like, with hands next to the bails almost as soon as it's thumped into his gloves.
When he's bowling like this, you kind of wonder whether Davis, that might be the way forward for him a little bit. Don't look at yourself as a sort of fast medium bowler anymore. Look at yourself as more of a medium pace seam swing bowler, keeping things tight a la Stevens, and look for movement.
Davis to Crawley, defending into the offside, fielded by Kimber, short on the offside, and there's no run. So those are the games in Division 1. Warwickshire 3-2-2-5 by the way now. Chris Benjamin scored a century for them yesterday. In Division 2, Glamorgan 134 all out. Essex in reply 2-17-5, so leading by 83 at Cardiff. At Bristol, Northamptonshire have been bowled out. They have 327, taking a late lunch there against Gloucestershire. As Davis bowls to Crawley, drives again, finds Kimber, perfectly placed really for that shot. Bounces, doesn't quite middle it, Crawley. In Division 3, well, we know this game is 27 for none. Kent leading by 150 now, is that right?
Yeah.
Sorry. Notts back in Division 1, beg your pardon. 3-9-9-4-8 against Somerset at Taunton. I'm going all over the divisions here, I do apologise. Back with you in a second as Davis bowls to Crawley. Again defended straight at Kimber, who's seeing a lot of the ball since he moved positions. Middlesex 282 all out. Derbyshire 22-4-2. They should have playing Derbyshire in their next game. Kent will be playing Worcestershire, who are 82 for 3, replying to Sussex's 264 all out at New Road. And I think we'd have loved to go to New Road. It's such a pretty ground, but hopefully they'll enjoy themselves at Canterbury. Not too much. Davis bowls to Crawley, outside the off stump as well, left again I should say, and through to the wicket keeper. Again, very sharp. Swindles has whipped the bails off there. It's a maiden there. Well, that tactic has worked, bringing the wicketkeeper up the stumps. He's bowled very accurately, Davis, and a good length as well.
Best over by some considerable distance of the 4 that he has bowled. The 2 before lunch weren't great. Crawley wants to shed his sweater now. The sun has come out, and it won't be with us for that long, but goodness me, what a difference it makes in lifting the temperatures.
Yeah, it was decidedly chilly here yesterday. So as I went to do my interviews in my coat, August the 30th, didn't feel quite right.
It wasn't warm walking around the ground at lunchtime, briefly. As Wright, flopping is in and bowling down the leg side to Cox. Shapes to turn it away, takes his bottom hand off the bat. Misses it by a margin, taken by Swindles comfortably enough. Moving to his left. Shouts of encouragement from Callum Parkinson below us at long leg. Azad, Ackerman and Kimber, the 3 slips making up the echelon alongside Harry Swindles, all wearing their caps. Sam Evans at backward point as Wright is in and bowls. Cox solidly forward. Back past right it goes. Davis moves to his right at mid-off to field. Hill is at mid-on. Barnes is at mid-wicket. And Mike is in the covers.
Just a little bit lighter now. Cloud maybe higher as well. The ground. Smattering of spectators on the green seats at the far end of the ground, wrapped with attention. Not quite the hubbub we had yesterday, a low murmur.
Right is in, bowls, again very straight. Again, Cox is leaning forward in defence, slightly inside part of the bat. Sees the ball run out towards Barnes at mid-wicket. Some cataclysmic news during the lunch interval from the friends of Grace Road, who sold so many slices of cake yesterday, they believe it was a record. £690 worth of slices of cake were sold from the Bennett Bar. They are open today. 2:30 is their normal opening time, but they've been persisting announcing it at 2 o'clock, according to the somewhat disgruntled FOGR. In goes right hand bowl, slightly short, steered away towards backward point. Evans gets two hands to it on the bounce, and decent piece of fielding. He can't stop it cleanly. It runs back another 10 yards, so the single is taken. But Evans doing his best to redeem himself for a horrible piece of fielding just before lunch when he gave away 4 in that position. Yes, so £690 worth, which they think is a record, a day's record in terms of revenue, and all their profits and pretty much everything they raise goes towards the club, essentially Friends of Grace Road. They were responsible for the refurbishment of the scoreboard over the winter. In goes right, bowls, outside off stump, allowed to go through by Crawley on this occasion, and a couple of the groundsman's more impressive machines. Not sure exactly which ones, but Friends of Grace Road have been responsible for those as well. The new scoreboard and clock were used for the first time in 1987. A bequest of £3,000 from the late Lord Bishop of Leicester's wife. They decided to use it to build a scoreboard. In goes right hand bowls, outside off stump. Good lift, you heard the grunt of effort, but it was misdirected. Crawley immediately turns, heads for the pavilion, because, as he indicates to Ackerman, he's going to shed his long-sleeved Kent sweater for a short-sleeved one.
Just slightly warming up in the centre then. He's warming to his work. 19 Crawley, 9 Cox, 28 Fernand. I thought when you said cataclysmic that maybe they'd run out of cake.
Well, effectively, yeah, they sold every slice that they 25 full cakes which were sliced up.
There would have been some people
so there might
disappointed.
Even have been, But yep, no, every last crumb was hoovered up, and I'm not surprised.
Great work.
They are jolly good cakes. They used to be up there in the top floor of the meet, so I can't get across there anymore. Is it coming towards updates time? So I will continue. In goes Will Davis and bowls onto the legs of Jordan Cox, turned firmly, but only as far as mid-wicket. Matt popping next door to update BBC Radio Kent. Now, I believe we are going to continue this afternoon with updates, although BBC Radio Leicester now sharing broadcast with BBC Radio Nottingham. So it may be that they will come to me, BBC Radio Nottingham studios, in a couple of minutes' time. We're getting fearfully complicated. Davis is in and bowling outside off stump. Swindles is now standing back, and that was left by Cox. Close-ish to off stump, but not close enough as far as Davis and Leicestershire are concerned. Cox has 9 off 31 balls, Crawley 19 off 37. Leicestershire seem to have settled into a much more sort of accurate bowling policy, getting in the right areas as bowling coaches, and indeed Leicestershire's assistant coach and bowling coach Tom Smith said to me yesterday, and the pitch will eventually do it for you. In goes Davis and bowls. Cox solidly forward, back down the pitch on the on side. The defensive shot goes out to right. 28 without loss remains the score. Just to finish, I don't know why I'm so obsessed with the old scoreboard. The not so really very old, given it was built in 1987, but the scoreboard and clock, the manual scoreboard. The clock measures 5 feet by 5 feet in its cupola there. In goes Davis and bowls. Cox solidly forward again, back down the pitch. It goes. And it was the club. The story is that the club was offered it by a Leicestershire company who had a cancellation. Essentially, they'd made it or got a long way along the road towards finishing it when the order was cancelled. They offered it to the club, which took it, and the club decided to do things properly and called in the artist and former Leicestershire second 11 player Brian Organ. In goes Davis, bowls past the outside edge. It swings of Cox's bat, doesn't take it, taken by Swindles, and there is no run. They called in Brian Organ, and I'm quoting from the book Homes of Cricket here, an architect friend of his, and together they designed the striking edifice, book's words, not mine, and provided the gold leaf for the fox which surmounts the weather vane and now lives away to our... I was going to say, no, not that. Well, yeah, there is a fox on top of the weather vane. In goes Davis, bowls, driven. It was width and it was full. And Cox is going to pick up runs as a consequence. Should be 3, may even be 4. It's dragged back a foot inside the ropes. They didn't really go. Had they gone for it there, Cox and Crawley, I think they would have made 4 because the throw is having to be relayed in from the extra cover boundary, which is a good 90 yards from the bat, but they didn't really exert themselves. They were happy to take 3. Yes, so gold leaf for the fox, which surmounts the weather vane atop the cupola in which the clock is housed. There you go, you now know probably more than you ever needed to know about the manual scoreboard. At Grace Road, a little hiatus while the players use the sanitising gels on their hands. I'm sure the Les Ames scoreboard, as I think it's called at Canterbury, although I always struggle to read it a little bit. It isn't a traditional design. It's somewhat different. It works on width rather than... It's not a sort of square scoreboard, it's long and wide. And it has a lot of information on it, but as I say, I just struggle sometimes to pick out the bits that I need. Much to be said for the electronics, of course, but also much to be said for the old manual style, which Leicestershire's very much is. 31 without loss, Kent. 2.6 runs per over. They lead by 154 now. Cox takes strike to right, leaves outside off stump, taken by Swindles, and there is no run.
So Davis, wicketkeeper Swindles was back to Davis.
He did go back, so whether he decided he's going to try and push it through a little bit.
It seemed again to be accurate in that over from what I saw of it.
Yeah, the last ball was a little bit full and wide and pushed away by Cox for 3. Parkinson and Swindles, a certain amount of verbal byplay going on down below us as in goes right and bowls, slightly short, gets up on his toes and steered neatly by Jordan Cox away down to third man for 4. There being no third man, just a backward point.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem this for Leicester, isn't it? They've kept it tight after lunch at 6 off the first 6 overs for Kent, but they need to keep that pressure on to get the wickets to 4. But in both innings, really, the flurry of wickets have come sort of 15, 20 overs rather than at the top, haven't they? So it'll be interesting to see if that follows that pattern once again. 12 and a bit overs gone so far.
Right. Is in and bowling outside off stump, lets it go through. Cox having moved on to 16 with that boundary down to third man. The lead then 158. It just occurred to me, I was comparing the scoreboard, the old manual scoreboard, to the one in the Les Ames stand.
Yes, yeah.
Which I find slightly difficult to read, and I was going to see if I could find out some history about that. But it just occurred to me that I'll probably find it in this book. As right is in and bowls outside off stump, They can't have settled really for containment, you wouldn't have thought, Leicestershire. 35 without loss, that would be a counterproductive ploy, one feels, with the best part of 2.5 days. More than 2.5 days, in fact. There are still 62 overs left to be bowled today in this game.
There's so much time. They've still got the 3 slips in though, haven't they? I mean, they took Kimber out when Crawley was facing Davis a couple of overs ago, but still, I think they're on the attack here.
I have found information about that stand. Interesting it is as well. In goes right and bowls. That is straighter, drifting onto the legs though of Cox and turned out to square leg. Barnes gallops in pursuit. He does look rather like a pony, doesn't he? Picks up slides and throws, but comfortable 3 taken. Not quite as comfortable as the previous 3 taken by Messrs Crawley and Cox. They did have to get a little bit of a hurry up on there, but made it comfortably. 19 apiece for the 2 Kent openers. 38 without loss, and again, as in the first innings, no extras in the first part of the innings. It is actually the oldest building on the ground, or was when this book was, well, it still is then, must be. That's just a dumb thing to say. In goes right and bowls, and worked off the inside edge, off the pads by Crawley, out towards mid-wicket. Having a wonderful day for a single. Crawley moves on to 20, end of the over, 39 without loss. The oldest on the ground, originally built in 1897. It was the ladies' stand, or more often the iron stand, and it has never, quote, contributed aesthetically to Canterbury's appearance.
Oh.
A harsh comment, perhaps. In 1973 it was refurbished inside with 16 private boxes, above which stretches the main scoreboard, and renamed the Leslie Ames stand. The iron stand.
Yeah, I did.
Sort of Game of Thrones.
Educated. Davis bowls to Crawley with a keeper up once more. Into the offside. I wonder if this is for Crawley, that the keeper is coming up, that he's more prone to gallop down the pitch than Cox is. That's interesting, but not pleased with the aesthetics. Obviously, since then, things have changed a bit, so it is hospitality, but there are bars there at the far end as well. And 39 for none, but the oldest part of the ground at Canterbury. Here at Grace Road, Davis bowling to Crawley, driving to the offside. It's stopped by Parkinson. Good stop as well, actually, because he's on that piece of green matting, fielding there in the covers. And it can be an unpredictable bounce. Ben Mike is warming up at mid-off. Kent 39 for none. The lead at 162 now. Leicestershire need a breakthrough here. Need to keep it going if they can. Kent not going at any great speed, around about 3 and over here. Davis to Crawley. Defends that, head over the ball. Doesn't seem to be an unpredictability about it at the moment, this pitch, but I wonder whether they're thinking of bringing Callum Parkinson on anytime soon. It does seem to be Ben Mike that's doing most of the warm-ups at mid-off to Zach Crawley. 2 slips in, Kimber there on the drive at a shortish cover. Behind him, well, at an angle, Callum Parkinson on the drive as well. Will it bisect the 2 of them? No. Great stop from Parkinson, diving to his right. Crawley's through for a single though. Applause from his teammates and from the audience. Spectators here. Single taken by Crawley. He's on to 21. Kent 40 for none at 163 now. The lead. And yeah, the keeper's gone back for Jordan Cox, so it's a definite tactic between the 2 batsmen then. As Davis bowls to Cox. Looks for the quick single, he needs to get back quickly as well. No. You could hear that hurried, I won't say a murmur, but almost through gritted teeth. Zach Crawley. Just to warn you, Jordan, I'm not coming up the far end, no matter what you're doing. And I think it's fair to say, as Parkinson was swooping in on the ball from cover, that wasn't a run. 40 for none. He managed to turn, get back quickly. It's a bit closer to the ground than Zach Crawley as well. Smaller turning circle. Is Davis. Full length delivery, good one as well. But left outside the off stump by Jordan Cox. End of the over, just one from it. And Kent, as I said, they're not going at any great speed, but don't seem to be at the moment. Here comes the commentator's curse. Leicestershire fans, you're about to get a wicket. So I'm going to say that these two look probably as comfortable as any pair has looked in this match so far. At this point, Crawley 21, Cox 19. And if you're Colin Ackerman, that's going to be the question you need answered.
Yeah. Should say that only the light roller, the hand roller, went on the pitch during the break between innings. So shouldn't have had any sting taken out of it in that respect. They were a bit unhappy about the ball after the first over, Leicestershire, but they got a good lecture from umpire Gould as Parkinson warms up a bit. Wright goes in and bowls to Crawley, leans forward, angled bat, plays it gently down towards backward point, looks up at Cox inquiringly, hears at the same moment the call of no, there certainly wasn't a run to be had, so stays in his ground. The lead 163. 61 overs lesser delivery left to be bowled today. Looks a bit dark away to the west, but that's slipping past the ground as Wright is in. Bowls, edged, attempted pull, and I think he edged it. He did edge it, Crawley. It was an extraordinary shot. He advanced down the wicket. Wright saw him coming, banged it in. Went through with the attempted pull at the short ball. Anyway, Crawley got an edge. It wasn't far from a reaching Swindles, but it runs down to the finest of fine legs for 4. So, little rush of blood perhaps from Crawley, who'd been playing very much within himself post-lunch up to that point. But he sure went for it there, and, well, fortune favoured the brave, if you like. Could he easily have edged that one through to Swindles. Ran down to the fine leg boundary for 4. 44 without loss, Crawley on to 25.
Yeah, it was a wild old swing from Crawley, wasn't it? Threw everything at him.
Odd, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of very much out of the blue. In goes Wright and bowls again to him, and he's just dropping his bat on that one, and then seeing that Ben Mike was a little bit deep at extra cover, he and Cox completed a comfortable single. Good understanding. Didn't hear a call, but there was a clear run in there if they both went straight away, and they did. 45 without loss, 26 to Crawley, 19 to Cox, 168 the lead.
Yeah, he does come out of his shell, Crawley, and he's an immensely powerful man, but it didn't look too pretty from an England batsman, did it?
No, it was a bit of a wipe. And these days everything tends to go on highlights, doesn't it? Oh, Wright bowls and it stays a little bit low, and Cox just gets the bottom of his bat on it in time. Otherwise there would have been a very loud shout for leg before wicket. But again, I don't think Kent and the Kent dressing room will be too unhappy about seeing a good variable bounce, especially one keeping low from that Bennett end to the quicker bowlers. Not with a lead of 168 and 10 wickets in hand.
I think you're exactly right. They want to be keeping a little bit less predictable, as it were.
Wright is in, bowls, steered away down to third man for 4 by Cox. May have gone just a touch finer than he was looking to hit that one, but I think he knew pretty much where he was placing it, really. There isn't a third man, reiterate that, just backward point, Sam Evans, and it was well wide of him. 23 to Cox, 172 the lead. Kent approaching 50 without the loss of a wicket. 49 without loss, gone dark again. Plenty of, it did say on the weather app, 30% chance of rain at around about 2. It's 2:15 at the moment as Wright is in, bowls to Cox, who again is a little bit late on that, drops it down towards Silly Point, takes a couple of interrogatory steps down the wicket, is sent back by Crawley, and scampers back into his ground as various Leicestershire players close on the ball. End of the over, an expensive one as far as Leicestershire are concerned. 9 from it. Kent continue to prosper here in the East Midlands. They lead now by 172 against Leicestershire, still with all 10 second innings wickets in hand.
Yeah, surely they've got to change something here, haven't they? And Parkinson it is. He'll wheel away with his left arm spin from the pavilion end. Was the destroyer yesterday. Took 4 in a row. The heart of the top 6 gone. Crawley, Denley, Billings, Robinson all went to Callum Parkinson yesterday. It was yesterday, wasn't it? This game has gone at such a pace. Yes. Should be able to remember roughly what I was doing yesterday. 49 for none. The 172. They need the breakthroughs here. 2 slips in behind Zach Crawley. What will be his approach to this? Is he prepared to see Parkinson off for a bit? Defends that first one, at least. That's really the question for Zach Crawley. You don't necessarily see him dancing down the wicket and trying to smash Parkinson out of the attack, but perhaps a bit of a look for a couple of overs. 26 for Crawley, 23 for Cox, 49 for none. The score into the onside. Sort of fell forward playing it, got a long stride down, then made a move forward, one back, one forward, and then eventually just put a palm of apology up to the non-striker Jordan Cox, who didn't look like he was particularly keen to back up anyway. Parkinson round the wicket. Oh, lovely delivery, and that has absolutely exploded off a length through to the wicket-keeper, who's taken it chest high.
That was the
grip and
delivery,
bounce.
wasn't it? The flight was back there
Yeah.
again. Just gave it just a chance.
Goodness me, that is the area, and you're absolutely right. He's slightly more looping from Parkinson. Get some air, giving it plenty of tweak, and beat Crawley all ends up. And flatter, but Crawley blocks that one out. No run. 49 for none. That previous delivery, though, again, I'm not going to make this all one-eyed, but Kent will think if it's still doing that, that's a very good thing indeed. Denley is not a prolific turner of the ball. Got some definite grip yesterday. Oh, it's another great delivery, that one. Crawley's gone forward, a step forward, face forward. Tried to get to the pitch of it. Missed it entirely, through to the wicket-keeper. Well, this is exactly what the Leicestershire captain wanted from his spin bowler. Immediately asking the questions, putting jitters perhaps on the batsman. Oh, it's another great delivery. He's gone. Bowled him. Came off the stump. I thought it had perhaps come off the pad or the bat, but no, it's tweaked back the off stump, and he has gone. 49 for 1 then it is, and what an introduction that is. Callum Parkinson from ball 1 of that over had Zach Crawley in trouble. The England man is gone for 26. Kent 49 for 1, and that was a wicked over of bowling.
It was, and I'm sure he took confidence from that first, whether it was the first or second ball, that he just gave it that little bit more air, and it was a gorgeous delivery that bounced and turned, and you can see the lift almost that it gave Parkinson. And the rest of the overs, you said, was absolutely super. And for the second time in the match, he bowls Zach Crawley, who went back, thought it was going to be a little bit shorter than it actually was, and it was a super delivery, just turned past the edge and clipped the top of the stumps. A 5th wicket in the game for Callum Parkinson, who gets a round of applause from... There's a lot of Kent, there's a few Kent visitors
absolutely.
Down there.
Yeah, I saw Zach talking to them earlier, actually, having a good old chat down there.
51 balls for Crawley. I don't think he'll be entirely displeased with a return of 76 runs from the game, given the pitch and the state of the game, really. Or given that what there is in the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. That just looked like such a challenging over. Bowled to Crawley there from ball 1. He had him reaching for the ball.
Let's have a look at it.
Super delivery, this one.
Oh,
just straightening
beauty.
up.
What a beauty.
Absolutely lovely.
Well, many better than that this season, I don't think. Wasn't sure whether to go forward or back. He went back. Bounced, turned, clipped the top of off stump. Classic left arm spinner's dismissal against an England batsman. getting up under the dark cloud again. Ben Mike's coming on to replace Chris Wright from the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes and bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through. Movement. Judging by the reaction of the slips, there is rain in the air.
Yeah, it looks...
Just that faint drizzle. They did say it could happen. Leicester will be a bit concerned about this. They don't want the ball to get wet, do they? Can get a little bit spongy in those circumstances, but it really isn't strong enough. I mean, there aren't umbrellas up around the ground, are there? Everybody's got their coats on, but no umbrellas. In goes Mike and bowls, staying on the back foot. Cox, as ever, manages to defend that one down into the pitch on the onside. Picked up by Barnes coming in. Umpire Gould wanders down the pitch, picks up a few little bits of dirt from perhaps the studs of Mike's boots as he's followed through there. Throws them away. Offended his aesthetic sense of cleanliness in the pitch, Umpire Gould's. As Mike is in and bowled, slightly short, pulled away, didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked, Jordan Cox, but got plenty of it. Barnes is in pursuit out towards a deep mid-wicket. It's going to be the third 3 of the session as Cox turns and sees that Barnes is a long way away, 75 yards perhaps, out there towards deep mid-wicket, and gets his throw away to Swindles. Kent 50 is up, 51. To be precise, with that 3, there's a gentle ripple of applause. Cox moves on to 26, the score at which Crawley was dismissed.
Sorry, I'm just giggling at Sean the Brewer's first tweet of the day. Sean, great to hear from you. Always love to hear about cake on a cricket commentary. Very important the day out, in my humble opinion, he says. Quite right too.
Yeah. It is very good here. They're all homemade.
I was thinking actually New Road, a very similar thing happens there, I think.
In the ladies' pavilion.
Yes, yeah. Some superb cakes there.
Mike is in and bowling to Joe Denley. His first delivery was defended on the back foot out into the offside, picked up by Lewis Hill.
And if I could add, if anybody feels that, and it seems like such a good idea that there should be some sort of cake-based initiative at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, then
amazed there isn't.
Yeah, I would be prepared to be patron and product tester, and chief advertiser, even on the BBC.
Mike is in, bowls Denley, twitches slightly as he defends on the back foot, angled bat, steers it out to Sam Evans at backward point. No run.
So I'm with you entirely there, Sean.
Just trying to retweet that Parkinson dismissal because it was a brute. I'm not sure whether I've managed to... No, I haven't managed to do it. I'm just going to delete that then. All I've managed to do was tweet out the scoreboard. In goes Mike and bowls. Denley turns it away off his pads. A little late on it, on the back foot, but wide of mid-on it goes. The slide is made to make sure it is just a single, but Denley is off the mark, off the last ball of the over. Keeps the strike. I don't know how pleased he'll be about that, given what Parkinson is managing to do.
Yeah, the perils of tweeting while you're commentating. There's something I do. I was tweeting the wicket a couple of moments ago. Touch typing, which I learnt to do a few years ago.
Did you? That was good.
Yeah, in my previous occupation, there were some.
They tried to do that at journalism college, but I couldn't upstick 2 or 3 fingers.
But there's something that I do when I'm tweeting before I'm about to send it that sometimes just wipes the tweet out entirely, and I'm not sure whether it's a tab or a backspace. So I managed to write that tweet twice. Very irritating. If only I was competent enough to work out which button it was. Parkinson around the wicket. Oh, it's a snorter to Denley. He's pushing forward on, leg and middle. It's beaten him outside the off stump. He's very nearly unplayable in these first few deliveries, is Callum Parkinson. And as you were saying, Richard, how much Joe Denley wants to face him for his fourth ball onwards of his innings. Comes down the pitch, in fact, goes down. That's a very optimistic shout.
On the base, it clipped the pad first, I think, as he came. But yeah,
he's got back to it as well. But
I mean, he's 8 feet down.
He's danced down. As you say, it doesn't matter these days, does it, how far you are down? Because the umpire's still going to make a decision whether it's going to hit the stumps. But he had taken a couple of paces down. But 53-4-1. 2 slips in behind, and Denny's aggressing him over the top, just over the top. Hasn't middled it, but it may go for 4. It is indeed. The chase not given up by Will Davies, herring after it. But, well, we can see what Denley thinks of this. He is not going to be caught wondering. Or caught at slippy hopes. Ho-ho. He's on to 5. Wasn't the most convincing shot, even so, though, was it? Didn't middle it. Could easily have ended up with Davies in the inner circle, if you like. So roughly that position is for a short order game. But crikey, this is a battle. Callum Parkinson must be feeling this is his afternoon. Gloomy once again, round the wicket. Denley defends that one defiantly out to Azad, was it, at backward point, and there's no run. But yeah, that previous delivery, goodness me, an absolute jaffa, as they say, from Parkinson. 2 to come. Wind getting up as well as Denley goes on the back foot, carves it into the offside, and that'll be a single. Well, he saved himself a ball of facing Parkinson anyway, and Cox is charged with that dubious pleasure. Parkinson just flicks the collar up on his Leicestershire shirt. Back down again, maybe. Wind is getting up across the ground. Decidedly gloomy. Denley does some peremptory gardening at the non-striker's end. Cox has 26. Parkinson bowls to him. Oh, as he dabbed it back past his stumps, he actually put his foot towards it to try and kick it away after he hit it. A little exchange, I think, a comic exchange with Swindles, as it all looked rather untidy at the end of that over. But this is, well, it's an exhibition on a gripping pitch by Callum Parkinson. Very nearly had Jordan Cox there, dabbing down on the ball just past his stumps. As I said, his right foot shot out to try and make sure he could knock it away, but had just gone wide of the stumps. 6 Denley, 26 Cox, at 181 the lead. But this is by far the most jeopardy Kent have been in this innings so far.
Again, you just wonder whether it might be worth Ackerman thinking about himself a dual spin attack, but persisting with the spin at one end and a seam at the other in the person of Ben Mike from the Bennett end. Bowls and tucked away off the straight by Joe Denley down towards Parkinson, who's at long leg. Not the greatest of throws as he comes running in and manages to throw it mid-pitch and raises his hand in apology, but raises his hand as he's walking back towards long leg, so his back is to the wicket keeper. Callum Parkinson, 60 for 1 as Matt pops next door to update BBC Radio Kent. Mike turns at the top of his mark. Very straight run, comes in and bowls. That one looks to come back in a bit to Denley, tucks him up, takes his hand off the bat as he tries to shovel it away into the leg side, thumps into the thigh pad, bounces out into the leg side. No run. 183, still a very, very good lead with 9 second innings wickets in hand. 6 wickets have fallen so far today. 15 yesterday. Wouldn't be entirely surprised if it's another 15 today, but Kent's batters will have plenty to say about that. In goes Mike and bowls. Good pace, but direction a little awry in that it's outside off stump and moving away, and Joe Denley can let it bounce through into the gloves of Harry Swindles. A noise coming from one of the garage businesses that line the other side of Milligan Road. opposite the ground. Anyway, it's mostly sort of Victorian terraced housing. As Mike is in and bowls turned out towards mid-wicket. Sounds like there's an update coming now for BBC Radio Nottingham/Leicester. At the moment, Kent 60 for 1. Mike turns, 2 from the over so far. 5th ball coming down. Runs in past umpire Gould and bowls. Denley defends, back foot. Thick inside part of the bat. Mike himself fields in his follow through. I'm listening to a Nottinghamshire update at the moment. Nottinghamshire continue in their first innings. 430 for 9, I can tell you, as Mike goes in and bowls, slashed away. It was width and almost off the front foot. Denley there crashed it away through the offside. No chance for Sikandar, who is on the field at the moment. Denley picks up 4. Mike hands on knees in self-disgust. A poor final ball of the over gave Denley all the room he needed to crash it away. Open his shoulders. He moves on to 12 off just 14 balls. 64 for 1. 187 now the lead. Here comes the update. They've just picked up their first wicket of the Kent second innings. A lovely delivery from the left arm spin of Callum Parkinson, who beat Zach Crawley. Second time in the match he's bowled the England batsman. Crawley gone for 26, made Kent 49 for 1. They've moved on to 64 for 1, which means they lead by 187 with 9 second innings wickets in hand. The pitch continuing to offer every assistance to the spinners. There'll be more wickets this afternoon. Leicestershire certainly hoping so. Kent 64 for 1. Parkinson is in. Forward goes Cox, defending out into the offside. No run.
Is this my over, Richard? I do apologise.
Kind of, it should be, but it's more fun commentating on Parkinson, isn't it? So you crack on.
Bless you, thank you. I was reading emails about cake. It's a reverse sweep attempt from Jordan Cox. It wasn't pretty. I think it's literally rattled his grill, that one. I think he's maybe top-edged it, or he's bounced up, hit the grill on the helmet.
Yep, so he has to have it examined.
Oh, of course, yes.
Them's the rules.
There was a bit of a shake of the head from Jordan Cox. I don't think there's any suggestion that it's hit his, his temple or the top of his head. I think it literally has got up and probably jangled the ears a bit. So
I think it came off the body a bit and then just ran up.
I don't think it was even bat, was it? There was a swing in the bat, but Dan George goes out there. You can tell Dan isn't particularly worried. It was a very slow walk out. Jordan Cox is quite obviously laughing at this point. Joe Denley has just made a joke to him. Jordan Cox, effervescent character, off and on the pitch, so I think he'll probably be fine. So, can I get into some cake? So Trebon is on the emails telling me off. He says, feast your mince pies on the wares at the Oriole Cafe at St Lawrence's. How dare you discuss, or so he doesn't say that, he says, how can you discuss cakes without mentioning the fabulous array of nosebag at the new Oriole Cafe at the St Lawrence ground? That is because we have not been allowed in that part of the ground, Trebon, so I do apologise for that. So there we are.
It used to be it was something else, wasn't it?
The Lime Tree Cafe.
Lime Tree,
indeed,
that's
yes. So that is my apology, but I don't think, if I'm right in saying this, Kent supporters, there isn't a similar sort of friends of the St Lawrence ground who have homemade cakes in that respect. So, but cake is cake. I take your point. Also, some posh nosh there. He says, if you don't like it, you can bomb out to the convenience store and grab yourself some tunnocks. He said. Oh, I have to say other things are available at this point, don't I? This is off the back foot, and there is cricket breaking out again. Cox shows no ill effects from having his grill rattled, and gets 2 into the onside. There was a bit of an ooh and an ah and a groan from Callum Parkinson. So says you can wash it, grab yourself some tea cakes and wash it down with iron brew, you heathen, says Trayvon. Please don't label me as that. I feel like I'm a connoisseur of cake, and I'll get down to the Oriole
Iron
as soon as
brew.
we're allowed.
God knows what's in that.
I've not had it before.
Oh.
It's too orange for me, I think. Here's Parkinson. Oh, right ball to a Cox, pushing forward again. He's missed it entirely. Heart in mouth time. Brilliant stuff from Callum Parkinson. A few questions from Mike. We'll get to those in a minute, Mike. You'll understand, Mike Pendleton, that this is a really exciting spell from Parkinson for Leicestershire on the leg stump, just pushed away there by Cox. Oh, what is that? Is this natural? He wants to vary it. Oh, he's going face to face with Jordan Cox there. He's got his hand over his mouth there. Sports people tend to do these days in case the camera picks it up. I don't think there was any real beef there.
Did you say Cox was called up briefly into one of the 100 franchises?
Yeah, well, he was one of the wild cards for the Oval Invincibles.
Oh,
so yeah,
okay,
so he was there the whole time. He didn't play. I don't
just wondering
think,
whether
but yeah,
he was in the same franchise as Callum Parkinson, who was in the. I keep forgetting what they're called, the Northern Turbochargers or something, whatever they're called. But
he wasn't with the Manchester. Oh, Superchargers.
Superchargers. Turbochargers sounds almost as good, doesn't it?
Yeah, I would say eminently as good.
But no, they weren't. So it wasn't they wouldn't have got to know each other there briefly. Ben Mike. To continue from the Bennett end, first 2 overs went for 10. Can Leicestershire support Parkinson picking up wickets at the other end? Comes in and bowls to Cox, who's looking, I thought, to leave there initially. He started to lift the bat. I think it hit the face of the bat as he started to lift it, and it's run away along the ground all the way through fourth slip for 4. Certainly been at least 3 boundaries down to third man now in this innings. 71 for 1. Cox on to 33. Hugely valuable runs. The lead approaching 200 with power to add, and a lot of power to add.
Yeah, 9 wickets still remaining for Kent. So the likes of, well, Billings hasn't been in yet, obviously for a second time. Robinson and Stevens and Leaning, who was the top scorer in the first innings. Yes, Jordan Cox called up as one of the wild cards. He played so well on the T20. He got a call up and then didn't play for the Oval Invincibles, but there we are.
Mike is in, bowls full, thick outside edge, and Evans, who'd been pushed back to backward point on the boundary, has to go sprinting round towards wide third man. Gets his throw away, but a comfortable couple for Cox. But I'm sure his bank account will have benefited considerably from that sojourn.
We certainly can't blame
And
Jordan Cox for taking the opportunity. And to be
we'd have been there,
rubbing shoulders with the players at the Oval Invincibles as well. And so
I'd have carried the drinks very happily.
I'm sure he wanted to do more than that, but yeah, absolutely, it's an opportunity. He's a young cricketer too, so
indeed,
plenty of time.
Mike is in, bowls straight just outside off stump, leans forward, Cox angled bat, drops it out towards sort of gully, wide-ish gully, and sees that Kimber has to run up there from third slip, and so a comfortable single is to be had, and Cox moves on to 36. 74 for 1, Kent the lead, 197. Yeah, and also, of course, the experience of just being with some international players as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
How they conduct themselves, what Paul Nixon talks about sometimes when the likes of Marcus Harris have been at Leicestershire. Josh Inglis, as Mike is into Denley, who is on driving, has to check the shot slightly, goes straight out to Davis at mid-on, and there's no run. But not only how they play, the likes of Harris and Inglis, but how they sort of prepare and how professional they are in their practice and how they comport themselves around the dressing room, how they apply themselves, what they eat even, things like that. All invaluable tips for the younger players as Mike comes in. Big puff of dust as he drives Denley, and he's got it past mid-on. I thought Davis was going to get there. It all seemed to happen a little bit in slow motion. Mike stuck his hand out to his right. Davis slid across from his left but couldn't quite get there. It beats both of them and runs away for 4. Joe Denley, 16 off 16 balls.
Yeah, 11 off the over so far from Ben Mike as well.
one of the Outlaws.
The Outlaws are out
Just-
again,
just-
or just
just
coming
one.
back maybe.
Just one, I would think. It's not a bank holiday, is it? So I always wonder what's behind those curtains, which remain firmly drawn. If you walk past up there, you'll see their sort of big symbol painted on the wall. I bet they don't have many attempted robberies. In goes Mike. Bowls, goes back Denley and turns it off his legs down towards Parkinson at long leg and takes one.
Well, it reminds me of the story. I mean, I shouldn't make a joke of it, but I'm going to go into anyway. It certainly brought a smile to many people who follow football at all. Where Duncan Ferguson, do you remember him? The big Everton centre forward.
Well, he's their assistant manager, isn't he?
Yeah, when he was at Rangers, I think.
Terrifying.
His house got burgled, and he caught the burglar. And there must have been a moment for your burglar when they saw Duncan Ferguson coming down the stairs, when they thought, I really have picked the wrong house this evening. Maybe I should think of another profession. But yeah, 79 for 1. I'm sure you're absolutely right. About the general security on the Milligan Road, is that right?
Milligan
That's
Road,
all right,
as in
yeah.
Spike. Not that it's named after him.
Callum Parkinson continuing. Great viewing. Hope it's good listening, this one as well. Defended by Denley into the offside. Mike Pendleton on email, kencricket@gmail.com. Thank you, Mike, for your questions. One for me, one for Richard. Perhaps we'll get to those at the end of the over. I shall pose, Richard, your question as well as trying to answer your Kent one as much as I can. But Parkinson, all eyes on him. Denley, low one hand, one bounce. That's a great take by Kimber diving to his right. As Denley's just tried to angle the ball away from him along the ground. One bounce though. And Kimber takes it. Decent pace as well. Going to his right. Got down well for a big lad. 17 Denley, 36 Cox, 79 for 1. Parkinson around the wicket once more. Oh, that looked close. It's a leave though through the wicket keeper. Good leave, I suppose you'd say.
It was at this point that the sort of Kent middle order rather subsided, wasn't it? 79 for 1. They reached in their first innings as well.
Parkinson then. 2 slips in behind the wicket keeper. Full length delivery, that one slightly flatter. Denley copes with that slightly better as well, just defending it out into the offside. Ben Mike fields it. He's going to have trouble. Is it not Ben Mike?
No. I'm just looking at Ackerman doing his
he may be
warm-ups.
coming next, yeah. Ben Mike has a red strip down the outside of his whites there. He's been polishing the ball. Parkinson around the wicket. Gives that a little more air. That's better rhythm perhaps. Defended by Denley. No run. 79 for 1. Kent batsman will be very happy if he sees this off for a maiden, I'm sure. For Parkinson, what has he got up his sleeve? The last ball of his over. It was the last ball of the first over of the day for him that had Crawley bowled. Holds this one again. Oh, it takes it at the full toss, does Denley. Probably a good plan from the Kent batsman as well. Drives it up to mid-on, and there's no run. A maiden from Parkinson, 1 for 14. The score at 78 for 1. So these questions from Mike. Why isn't Nathan Gilchrist bowled in the match? Does he have an injury or a niggle? I don't think there's a question of that, Mike. He has been a little bit expensive when he's bowled. He's quick, but I think in a low-scoring contest you can understand why Kent perhaps aren't reaching for him. A lot more spin bowled as well during a normal match. I'm sure they will bring him on if needed during Leicestershire second
Milnes
innings.
and Stewart bowled really well.
They
didn't
actually, to be
The
fair
pace-
as
the
well.
2 pace bowlers they were all that was needed with Logan as well,
Yeah.
and Stevens wobbling it about a bit.
So he is last choice in that respect, I would say, but he's done some great work for Kent over not only the Championship in the One Day Cup as well, taking wickets, but tending to bowl slightly lower down, as it were. One for Richard here. Leicester have had seemingly lots of difficulties over recent years, underperforming on the pitch, problems with the team captains and so forth. Why have they struggled so much, says Mike, and what are the signs that will give Leicester supporters some hope for the future? He says this from a Kent supporter, only observing from afar. Obviously that's a big subject, but I'm laying that one at the door of Richard there.
Ben Mike will continue. No Ackerman as yet. Down the hill he comes. Bowls very full to Jordan Cox, who tries to clip it away off his toes. Got a little inside edge. I suspect it was part inside edge, part boot. It trickles slowly, or pad, bottom of pad I should say, because it goes very slowly down towards Callum Parkinson at long leg. And the single is taken. Cox on to 37, 80 for 1. Yes, so many changes like over the 8 years now that I've been commentating on the club, both on the pitch and off it. There aren't many figures who've been there throughout. In goes Mike, and bowls pushed out into the covers by Denley. It was a foolish delivery, didn't put his full weight into the drive, just steered it slightly wide of Chris Wright at mid-off and runs a single, moves on to 18, 81 for 1. There is now, alongside Paul Nixon's newish regime, obviously it's now into its 3rd year, but last year, what do we count that as sort of half a year? It was such an odd season, really. Mike is in, bowls, again it's full, again it's on the legs of Cox, again it's clipped away down towards Parkinson, and again one is taken, this time more bat involved, and a call of approval from Harry Swindles behind the stumps as Parkinson's throw reaches him on the full. He hasn't got the strongest arm in the side, Callum Parkinson, but he makes it work for him. Got to be a little bit careful not to throw it to his side a little bit.
Just rubbing at his side, wasn't he, and just doing some stretching there after the throw.
Mike, all hustle and bustle as he charges in and bowls. Again, it's a little bit leg stump-ish though, and Denley can work it away towards mid-wicket. Ed Barnes, who we haven't seen with ball in hand as yet in this innings, slides across the square and off the couple of practice wickets on the edge of it, gets his throwaway couple of runs. Denley on to 20 now off just 25 balls. Ackerman continues to warm up, but there are signs of real hope, I think, Mike. Obviously the club has been a bit hamstrung financially in recent years. It's no secret that a very large proportion of their income as Mike comes in and bowls, and it's a decent shout for leg before, and he's gone. Umpire Gould thought about it for a long time, but Joe Denley has gone. Whether it was just pushing slightly across the line, but umpire Gould, like umpire Watts before him, thought about it for a while. I suppose the question might just have been height, but let's have a look at the replay. Second breakthrough of the session for the Foxes. Yeah, it didn't do too much, but it was half forward. The only question was, I guess, might have been whether it hit him outside the line. It didn't look to hit him on the line of off stump, and umpire Gould decided it wasn't going to bounce over the top. So Mike has his wicket. Joe Denley goes for 20, a useful 20 in the context of the game. There's nothing to consider that necessarily an out-and-out failure, that's for sure. He's taken the lead well past 200, 207 now. Kent 84 for 2 in their second innings.
Yeah, as you're saying, the lead is a biggish one here, and it's looking like Leicestershire will certainly need to score the biggest innings of the match to win the game, and batting fourth on this may not be that straightforward. Jordan Cox has taken the gloves off. He's loosening the pads there, I think, up the back there, just getting himself comfortable, and range bat on the ground as he waits for Jack Leaning to come in at 4. These two, as Kent fans, I was going to say will tire of hearing, but won't tire of hearing, that combined last year for a quadruple century stand.
Head of Billings.
Good point, yes, head of Sam Billings. Leaning's out next. 75 not out for Jack Leaning, going and doing quite a lot of gardening there. The firm friends off the pitch as well, spent a lot of time during lockdown playing Call of Duty apparently online together, and firm friends, and have batted a long time together as well. But yeah, Mike with the breakthrough, and felt like Ackerman had kept faith with him there. Done well too.
In he comes and bowls to Leaning, who leans forward into his defensive shot. No big stride, it was foolish and straightish. Not a bad ball first time up, but Leaning looked good. He looked as though he's taken confidence from that first innings in the way he played that shot. Sounded nice as it bounced back down the wicket towards Ben Mike. But as I say, a first wicket of the innings for Ben Mike, 1 for 27 from 4 overs for him, and it gives Callum Parkinson a new man at the crease at whom to bowl.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That breakthrough means that That'll be Jordan Cox first up. Parkinson had a little chat with him at the end of the previous over. Leanings at the other end, 75 not out. He finished with in the first innings. But Kent with this 207 lead now. Coming in now, left arm round the wicket to Cox, right behind that. 38 from 60, Jordan Cox, who's very quietly got on with his work, really, as the batsmen Crawley and Denley have gone already. It was out for naught in the first innings.
Springsteen tweets, if your update is being broadcast in Nottingham, then Parkinson is bowling absolute filth. They're worried about Nottinghamshire nicking Parkinson.
So, yeah, it's mostly been full tosses and luck, if you're listening. The scouts are listening. Ball just run up to mid-on. And there is no run from Cox. Bowls again now on that leg stump. Wait, says the leading. Ball thrown back in by Lewis Hill from square leg. And there's no run. 2 slips in still, I should say. Square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, all inside the circle, in inverted commas. The drive on the offside, Mike and Evans. Backward point as that has gone there, I think. Here's Parkinson. Just squares him up a little bit, squirts off the low outside edge.
He's involved in 2 run-outs, wasn't he, Jack Leaning, in the first dig? I think one might have been reasonably laid at his door. Not sure t'other.
So Cox just seeing off these deliveries from Parkinson. 1 for 14 from his 5.4 overs so far. 10 on his back. Bowls now. Left outside the off stump. Turning away from the off stump as well. Cox just checking everything was as he'd hoped. That he was pads in line. Bat withdrawn. Turning past the off peg. 84-4-2 then. Parkinson readies himself. Slow jog into the wicket. Oh, edged and gone. First slip. Beautifully done by Callum Parkinson.
Did it come off the gloves of Swindles as well? I'm not
Was it
quite
a
sure
parry
whether
to
it was
the
a
first slip?
Swindles on 2. Let's have a look-see.
But certainly Slip has taken that. Is that Ackerman at first now?
Yes.
It is indeed. Ackerman, the captain, has taken that. He'll be very pleased with his bowler indeed. 84 for 3 then. No addition to the score after Joe Denley departed. And Jordan Cox has gone to the spin wizardry. Yeah, it's just flipped off the
gloves of
the
Swindles.
fingers of the
I
gloves
think.
of Swindles to Ackerman. And Cox goes caught at slip. First slip by Ackerman, bowled by Parkinson. And just a little bit of jeopardy, as I said, for Kent, with Callum Parkinson on, because he's bowled, well, his spin bowling has been, with all due respect to James Logan, has been absolutely unplayable at times. And I think Jordan Cox would certainly agree with that sentiment, having gone for 38.
It sounds ridiculous, Logan having taken 3 for 8, but I think he was bowling from the wrong end, actually. I think that there's more turn from this end, but, you know, what can you can't support that argument when, as I say, he's got 3 for 8 and Leicestershire were all out for 109, but there you go.
But yeah, double wicket salvo then for Mike and for Parkinson.
Just got to hope if they can bowl Kent out so they have a target of less than 300, and it's now 207, then they'll still believe Leicestershire, but it's so tricky on this pitch. Billings and Leaning together now. Leaning having faced just the one delivery, Billings yet to face. Callum Parkinson puts his thumb up to the round of applause as he comes down to long leg. Pulls on his Leicestershire sweater.
So yeah, 2 new batsmen at the crease. Leaning's faced just 1 ball so far. And Billings, of course, yet to face end of the over.
Mike is in outside off stump, Leaning with that high bat lift. leaves it raised, lets it go through to Swindles. Applause from Kimber at third slip. Volume has noticeably increased as a consequence of those 2 wickets on the same score. 84 for 1 has become 84 for 3. So it was at 79 where it all started to go a bit fuzzy for Kent in the first innings. 84 in the second. In goes Mike and bowls. Oh, a horrible slash by leaning outside off stump. Fortunate not to edge that one through. A sort of flat-footed, little bit clubby, as they say, cricketers, with a slight curl to the lip. See that sort of shot played on numerous occasions in club and village cricket. A sort of flat-footed slash outside off stump and nothing on it at all. That was most unleaning like, really, after the first innings.
So he looked very composed from one.
Mike is in, bowls to him, much straighter. He's a little bit late on it, but he's half forward, back down the pitch it goes. Good delivery from Ben Mike, lifted by that wicket, clearly. But again, maybe just the way he played the shot leaning, the attempted slash that is, and the way Denley played, makes you think that Kent have thought to themselves, well, a quick 20 or 30 or whatever is hugely valuable. And it only needs a couple of those for that lead to be close to 300 plus.
I mean, if they can get to 200, they'll surely think their job is all but done.
Mike is in, bowling down the leg side, taken by Swindles, as falling across his stumps a little bit, leaning as he tried to flick that one away, didn't get anything on it.
But to be fair, Parkinson, as you said, it's very hard to gain, say, 3 for 8 from James Logan, but of all the bowlers on show, he's been the toughest to play, hasn't he? And coming back on today, Captain Ray would have had him on perhaps much earlier in the piece as well. They had 6 overs before.
Well, he did get that 1 over before lunch,
Yeah.
didn't he, just to see, but yeah, clearly he's on the pitch as it is, I think, going to be the key weapon. Mike is in, and bowling thick inside edge, almost got through. Leaning, squeeze it away off that thick inside edge down towards Parkinson, who overthrows Swindles on this occasion, and looking at each other. Parkinson, you know where it's going to be. He's taking the mickey out of himself, Callum Parkinson, as Swindles grins in reply, taking the mickey out of his own throwing. So you got to anticipate the worst, he's saying to Harry Swindles. It's your fault if you don't clear it up. 85 for 3, so off 84 now. You know where it's going to be. That thick Boltonian accent, you know where it's going to be. Mike aborts his run up. Billings wasn't quite ready, perhaps. Bright orange Velcro straps on the back of his pads, Sam Billings. Blue heels on his boots. He's a fluorescent as his back is to us at the moment. Mike is in and bowls to him, and he clips him away nicely through square leg. Umpire Watts is startled, has to get out of the way quickly. It crosses the ropes at deep backward square. Not a bad way, not only to get off the mark, but not a bad shot to play to your very first ball. Beautiful piece of timing.
I'm not sure how many boundaries you've seen on that longer side, but not many. But yeah, nicely done by Sam Billings.
Again, a last ball of
absolutely.
the over for Ben Mike.
Yeah, just a little bit loose on that occasion, and all meat and drink to Kent at the moment. The lead of 212 then, with Billings on to 4, leading on 1, 89 for 3. It's time for me to go.
I was going to say 3 o'clock, top of the hour. BBC Radio Kent's FM listeners await, which means that I'll be commentating on this next over from Callum Parkinson. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 14 for Callum Parkinson. 6 wickets in the game for him thus far. Billings taking his time, understandably. Scoreboard's frozen as Parkinson is in and bowls. Billings goes back, plays it firmly out into the offside. It's not Billings, that's Leaning. That's why the scoreboard's confusing me. The frozenness of it, or its immobility, if you like. So Leaning played that firmly out into the offside, but Sam Evans did well to field, falling away to his right at the wider of the two covers. In goes Parkinson and bowls a little bit short, and he can go back Leaning and whip it away. Off leg stump down through backward square to the square leg boundary, or to the backward square boundary for 4. Parkinson disgusted with himself there, actually, hands on hips. Was a little bit of a long hop, and not only a long hop, it was misdirected as well. Leaning on to 5, 93 for 3. The scoreboard has caught up with itself again now. The lead 216. Parkinson is in, bowls again a touch short, and Leaning's going to possibly pick up 4 runs again there as he steered it away through gully down towards the wide third man boundary. Hassan Azad, who A isn't the fastest of runners and B is encumbered with the pads, the sort of knee-high pads that he wears under his whites for close fielding. Never looked like he was going to pull that one back. So consecutive boundaries for Leaning off Parkinson, who will be really angry about that release of pressure it's giving to the Kent batters. 97 for 3, 9 off 9 for Leaning, 4 off 1 for Billings. Parkinson is in and bowling, better length, a little bit flat, and forward goes Leaning, playing it comfortably out towards mid-wicket. Picked up by Barnes, no run. Ackerman continues to bowl looseners at first slip. Parkinson is in, bowls, bounces a little bit up towards Leaning, who'd gone back. It wasn't the loopiest of deliveries, didn't give it too much air, but it's still got plenty of bounce, and he took his bottom hand off the bat as he fended it away towards square leg. Billings called Leaning through for a single, completed comfortably enough. 98 for 3. Still plenty of dark cloud around, but it's quite high, and the light isn't at all bad, although obviously the floodlights, having come on, are staying on. Certainly not anything like as dark as it was yesterday. Billings taking his time, having taken guard for the first time, faces Parkinson, who drops a little bit short again. Billings goes back, forces it out into the covers, but stopped by Ben Mike at shortish extra cover. End of the over. Not a great one from Callum Parkinson, who stays at the crease for a while. Harry Swindles gives him an encouraging pat on his rear end. 98 for 3, 2 for 23 from 7 for Callum Parkinson. Leaning 10, Billings for the lead, 2-2-1.
They got busy, didn't they, in that previous over from Callum Parkinson, and certainly running very hard as well. Leaning already top scorer in this match so far. In fact, he'll be eclipsing his first few runs, Zach Crawley, won't he, in aggregate even. 75 not out in the first innings, and it will be Colin Ackerman from the far end then, the Leicestershire captain, 98 for 3. Kent with a 221 run lead here at Grace Road, Leicestershire, but still looking for their first win in the county championship of the season. They won't have been in a better position than this. Well, they haven't, I can tell you that definitively this season to win a game. 98 for 3. Ackerman with a slip and a leg slip as well. Leaning as he does, raises the bat high, waiting for the ball. It's a little nudge round the corner. So it goes after it. Really hard run too, that from Leaning. You can hear the hurry up from him as well, calling Sam Billings through as he goes to the danger end, Leaning for a second as well. As that didn't hair off that particularly quickly, did he? Perhaps he thought there was just the one there, but Leaning turned it into 2, and Kent's 100 comes up for 3. So Ackerman over the wicket with the off spin, back in his crease. It's defended by Leaning. The offside is picked up by Lewis Hill. Polishes the ball on his whites. And Ackerman readies himself. A few short steps into the crease. Delivers. Flat delivery again. It's quite a slingy action in some respects for a spinner. Certainly gets speed on the ball. On leg stump, it's just pushed into the onside by Leaning. With the spin, no run. 12 for Leaning, 4 for Billings. 100 for 3. Ackerman, again trying to get some grip there. Leaning, not sure that's where he intended necessarily. Straightened him up a little bit up to mid-on, and there's no run. He certainly gets through his overs quickly though, doesn't he, Colin Ackerman? You can see why he's an asset in T20 apart from his wicket taking. Bowls now, lots of air on that one. It's a full toss and steered through the offside by Jack Leaning 4-4. He has not made a mistake on that. And unfortunately for the Leicestershire captain, that's too easy for Leaning.
Third full toss of the innings, all of which have been put away for 4.
I mean, sometimes it can surprise the batsman, can't it? If
Needs to be a bit higher than that, though, doesn't it? I've taken a few wickets with high full toss, you know. But again, it's very poor, but not against this quality of cricketer. That was a really nice put away by Leaning.
It was, yeah. Just angled it and he passed the man at cover. And Ackerman to finish his over. Flatter delivery, almost like a medium pacer there. No spin on that. Pushed into the onside. End of the over. 6 off at 104 for 3. And Leaning himself actually got a wicket in that blast quarter final. Got rid of Will Rhodes, who inexplicably managed to miss a full toss from a looping full toss from Jack Leaning, which hit his leg stump.
I remember, yeah. Much to Leaning's amusement.
Yeah, he thought
delighted amusement.
He thought it was hilarious. We were quite pleased. The Kent fans were in ecstasies. The only person that didn't really see the funny side, I'm sure, was Will Rhodes. But 104 for 3. 2-7 the lead for Kent now. 8 minutes past 3 on this second day, the Tuesday. I had to remind myself what day it is. We had Bank Holiday Monday yesterday, so by dint of that, it should be Tuesday. Leaning 16, Billings 4 here on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Kent.
They've added 20. These two already for the 4th wicket. Just steadied the ship a little bit, rocking slightly. 2 wickets fell with a score on 84. Those are Denley and Cox for 20 and 38 respectively. Parkinson is in and bowls fullish. Billings is driving slightly inside out as he steers it out towards Davis, who's deepish at mid off, almost there for the sort of mistimed drive in the air, really there for the catch as well as the run saving. In goes Parkinson, quicker delivery. Billings all movement at the crease. It looks a little inelegant at times. Played him off the back foot successfully but not beautifully. Kicks away a little bit of dust from the crease, takes his guard. Parkinson is in, gives it some air, nice delivery, draws Billings forward, but Billings is equal to it, checks any inclination to go for the big shot and just strokes it out towards Davis again at mid-off. Nice little battle that. Parkinson is in and bowls. Billings is forward, playing it back up the pitch to the left arm spinner. Fields in his follow through. Exchanges some joviality with Ben Mike at shortish extra cover. Turns, jogs in and bowls, goes back Billings. It wasn't that short a delivery, was outside off stump. He was getting in position to chop it away through the offside. Exuding menace, Sam Billings, as far as the bowler is concerned, but he's not timing it at the moment. Having hit a 4 off his first ball, he hasn't got any of the subsequent 6 away, but it's not been for want of trying. In goes Parkinson and bowls to him. Lovely delivery, big stride, defensive stride forward from Billings, plays it out into the offside. That was a really good maiden over from Parkinson to Billings, and it was a fascinating battle. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 23. As different as you could imagine from his previous over, Callum Parkinson. Kent 104 for 3, lead by 227. An immensely strong position in the game, but Leicestershire trying to nibble away at their second innings here.
Yeah, And they want to have at least a chance, well, give themselves a small chance of knocking off the runs in the final innings here. It's an annoying little partnership for them here, though it's mid-innings and you'd expect Leaning and Billings to be able to put on 20. They're trying to bat it out of Leicestershire's reach, of course. Ackerman to Leaning. Again, it's full, and that one's been given the treatment as well. That's thumped past the man at shortish mid-wicket, Ben Mike, and that has absolutely raced to the boundary from Leaning. And I've been pretty impressed, although those full tosses have given them the opportunity. As you said, Richard, that's now 4, full tosses in this innings, and every one has gone for a boundary. Leaning goes to 20, and it's 108 for 3. But it kind of emphasises the point. They just have to bowl better. These aren't full tosses where they're galloping down the pitch either. They're giving batsmen opportunity. Leaning's eyes lighting up on that one. 20 off 18 he is now. With a slip in the leg, slip in. Ackerman bowling over the wicket, giving some more flight there. Gently driven up to long on, single taken. 109 for 3. And well, the over rate will quicken slightly. It's looking like a tea past 4 o'clock at this point. We'll see how they get through the remaining overs. We're at 46.4 at the moment, so another 14 to be bowled.
Yeah, which is usually, with Leicestershire, at least an hour, which would take us to 10 past 4, as it was yesterday, pretty much. Was it about 1/4 in the end?
That's true, when they were waiting for the last wicket to fall, weren't they, at that point? Ackerman to Billings, blocks it out. A puff of dust as he does. And there is no run.
But you would hope that 2 spinners would do better than 14 overs an hour.
You would, yes. They should do, certainly. Something dreadfully wrong if they don't. Billings takes this one off, driven. Mike gets 2 hands from it, just frustrated with himself, just slapping at the ground. It's deflected it to long on, and it's still only a single. It was hit with some force by Billings as well, along the ground, with the spin, trying to pierce the field. With Mike at a wide-ish mid-on, if you like, or a narrowish mid-wicket. They've got a man at a more orthodox mid-wicket position as well. This one's a bit more turn, perhaps a bit more tweak from Ackerman. Leaning just dead bats it away to the onside, and Zanazad under the helmet. Wicketkeeper Swindells go after it to retrieve. Ackerman, last ball of his over to Leaning, back in his crease, glances it down the leg side. Evans fields, and he'll take a single. 7 off the over from Ackerman, and Leaning goes on to 22. Billings has 5. 111. Nelson on the board. 111 for 3. The lead at 234 now for Kent. Parkinson has 2 for 23. That's 2 overs, none for 13 for Ackerman. Has been expensive, relatively expensive, for his first 2 overs here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent with Richard Ray and Matt Cole.
He hasn't really caused too many issues so far. Ackerman just hands on hips. He's struggling for a little bit of rhythm, perhaps is that the right word? A bit of loop, a little bit of confidence almost in his own bowling. And I remain unsure how much confidence he has in his own bowling in that respect. Parkinson continues from the pavilion end, bowls to Leaning, who is forward, carefully defending. Fullish delivery out towards mid-wicket, picked up by Barnes, who we trust is all well, again having had to leave the field during his innings. Concussion tests. In goes Parkinson. Bowls! Oh, beauty! Beats the outside edge and eyes raised to the heavens all around. Swindles took the bail off, but it just missed the off stump. What a delivery from Parkinson. Leaning, well, he'll be kind of used to it. He's been out there for quite a long time now. 75 not out in the first innings, 22 not out so far in the second. Parkinson is in, bowls to him, squares him up a bit, puff of dust as the ball pitches, but Leaning adjusts just and steers it rather uncertainly out into the offside. Parkinson grins at Davis, who has his hands in his pockets here at a deep-ish mid-off. Parkinson is in. Oh, my word. It absolutely explodes off the pitch and beats everything. Bounces off the Swindles. Any wicketkeeper couldn't have taken that. He took the pace off it. Swindles there. A bye. That counts as it's retrieved by Kimber running back from second slip. On comes the Kent physio. Why? And everybody looks at him,
backpedaling,
and off he goes again. I'm not quite sure what. It was nowhere near the helmet of leaning. It just beat everything. All ends up thumped off the gloves of the Swindles, but it absolutely exploded off the pitch. That one. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Oh, he goes back, tries to work it away. Billings. It hits him low down, but it was going down the leg side. It didn't do quite enough for there to be a leg before appeal.
Yeah, there was no appeal, was there at all?
No.
It's just always going outside the line. But that ball before, I just watched a couple of replays of it. And still,
I wouldn't mind seeing another one if you
still
don't know
heart
whether
in
you'll be able
mouth
to
on
get
that.
one there. In goes Parkinson and bowls, and a relieved Billings pokes it out into the offside. Another maiden over, but that, goodness me, absolutely exploded off the pitch, that one. And Swindles, he's glad he's got his helmet on, that's for sure. What a maiden over that was. Not easy out there for Messrs Leaning and Billings, but it's a different game from t'other end, isn't it? Remarkable.
Considering his previous over had gone for what, 9 or 10?
The one before.
Oh, the one before, sorry, yes.
He's bowled a couple of maidens now. Yeah, there was just one.
I'm repeating you, not myself. Yeah.
I was going to say he's wandering. I thought he's wandering off there, but no, he's just gone to get his sweater and cap because he's now fielding at deep backward point. Change. Ackerman just thinks 2 overs, just doesn't have real confidence in his own bowling.
Well, perhaps he'd see that. If you look at it from his point of view, I suppose, he's looking at another member of his top 6 that perhaps bowls a bit of off spin, and they go for 13 in the first 2. Perhaps he's treating himself a little bit more harshly than he would another bowler, but it's going to be Chris Wright to return. It's great in that first innings, wasn't he? He took 3 wickets in that. And Leaning will face 22 for Leaning, 5 for Billings, 112 for 3. Right to Leaning now, cuts it away towards the boundary. Parkinson will field, and it's a comfortable single for Leaning. Those 3 slips in. Azad well back, and an acute angle in front and slightly to his right, of course, as the right-hander goes. Here's Colin Ackerman, and then more or less at gully is Louis Kimber. So it goes back, but he's just taking a moment to have a look around the field. Not much on the leg side, but he'll be playing across his front pad if he does that. Pulls it away. Goodness me, that's 4 runs. What a shot that is. Muscled by Sam Billings, much as we saw in that T20 quarter-final. He hits the ball tremendously hard. And very still as he hits the ball. It looks like a bit of a slog, a pull from that fairly decent length delivery, just perhaps back of a length. But that shot wide of mid-on for 4 runs.
Dismissed brutally from his presence by Billings.
It's one of those balls where it doesn't look like it's necessarily there to pull away.
Just short enough, wasn't it?
Yeah.
As far as Billings was concerned.
But quickly through the shot. Right, to Billings now. Oh, that's a great delivery. That comes back at him, and he's withdrawing the back. Well, quite late, I think, from that one.
Not sure he did.
Yeah, I think maybe that's after the horse has bolted.
I think he was beaten on the inside edge.
Lovely.
In
was it
the end?
was it through the gate? Crikey.
Let's have a look.
That's a lovely delivery from Wright. One of those bananaing back to towards the leg side after pitching outside off. That's a lovely delivery. And it comes in for the next ball. And here's Billings driving back past the bowler. That's 4 runs. Full this time, and Billings timing it perfectly once more. irritating the bowler.
Jacked back almost over the top of the stumps,
Yeah.
that previous delivery. But in between, two absolutely dismissive shots from Billings, the pull and then that lovely on drive.
He's on to 13. Fielder goes to go and get it. It's bounced over the advertising hoardings off the rope here at Grace Road, via the Bennett end of the ground. Still a bit grey overhead, but we've not been troubled by the drizzle, the rain that we saw earlier on. We've not lost any time to that. But it has been slow going today, hasn't it? Look at the over rate between these sides so far. Here's right to Billings off his pads there, straying onto leg and middle. Billings picks up a glance down the onside, and this over's going for 10. Already a ball to come. Ackerman's previous one went for a few as well. And that is, again, it's a conundrum for the captain, isn't it? Parkinson is bowling like an absolute wizard at this end, but he needs to put pressure on the other end as well, because they're finding an escape route, these Kent batsmen at the moment. This stand now at 38. Leaning on 23, Billings has 14, Wright comes in, 2 leaning now, leaves it. Again, it's come back towards his off stump to leave. In the end, looked like a comfortable one. I'm not sure how comfortable that is, though. Pretty close to the off stump, but no shouts from the bowler. Leaning's happy with it. Drinks come on. A bit of a sanitisation break as well. 122 for 3. Kent's lead at 245 now. Ominous for Leicestershire. They need to find a way to take quick wickets here.
Yeah. It's that other end, isn't it, for Ackerman. Wright did a very good job, relatively speaking, in the first innings, although did struggle to finish that Kent first innings off. Leicestershire. So far in this innings, well, Mike picked up a wicket from the Bennett end, but they've leaked runs a little bit. The Kent run rate in this second innings is 4, basically, which is too high as far as Leicestershire are concerned. 31 overs, all that have been bowled in the innings so far, 122 runs. 44 remain to be bowled today. Ackerman and Parkinson deep in conversation as Leaning and Billings take their drinks from Marcus O'Riordan. Put their helmets and gloves back on, prepare to face Parkinson. There's a lot of hands on sort of hips out there for Les, a lot of conversations going on. Chris Wright and Will Davis, two relatively senior seamers, talking to him. I'm not sure how much advice they can offer the left arm spinner, who's pretty experienced in himself now, Callum Parkinson. He's played a lot of cricket. In he goes to bowl to Sam Billings, who goes back, forces out into the offside. Sam Evans forms the long barrier as he sees it bouncing towards him. It does indeed bounce off him slightly, but he did a good job. He stopped it and it bounced in front of him. He was quickly onto it. No runs conceded as a consequence. Parkinson again talking to Wright, who's deepish at mid-on. In he comes, bowls to Billings, who's forward, getting to the pitch of it, down on one knee almost in the end. The right knee almost on the ground from Billings as he strokes it out towards Mike. That short extra, shortish extra, about 3.5 strips back. Parkinson tosses that one up, driven again towards Mike. It burst through his hands. It was travelling, but slowed it right down, and Evans, coming behind Mike, completed the fielding before any runs were conceded. Ben Mike shakes his right hand.
He's been on the end of a couple of fierce drives from Billings, hasn't he, Mike? Just stinging the palms.
Parkinson is in, draws Billings forward, doesn't get to the pitch of it, bounces and turns a touch, but deflects it, manages to deflect it away through the gully towards Hassan Azad, who's at backward point, really. Still with those pads on underneath his whites. Parkinson bowls. Billings is forward. Nice line, nice length. Billings has to be careful. Forward defence. You had the no from Sam Billings. Parkinson again in discussions with Chris Wright. Again, not rushing through the over. He's ready now. In he comes past umpire Watts and bowls. Again, not getting to the pitch of it, Billings. But big forward defensive. Angles his bat. Squirts it out towards backward point. Third consecutive, I think, maiden for Callum Parkinson. May be wrong about that. 10 overs, 6 maidens. 2 for 23. So that one really sort of loosish over when he was picked off by Leaning, certainly. Aside, it's been pretty good stuff from Callum Parkinson. Even so, Jack Leaning has 23 off 27. What a part he's played in getting Kent into such a strong position in this game. Billings 14 off 22. 1-2-2 for 3, the lead 2-4-5 still.
Yeah, bearing in mind he's nearly at 100 runs for the game, isn't he, for the match? And Crawley got to 76 in aggregate total, but Kent's first innings apart from that, and maybe that late 21 from James Logan, it's a bit thin apart from that.
All the Kent top order have sort of contributed this time,
Yeah.
haven't they? Crawley 26, Denley 20, Cox 38.
Right to Leaning, leaves it through to the wicket-keeper, no run. I mean, in other circumstances you might say, oh well, they've all made starts, they've not taken it on, but this pitch is not conducive to spending long spells at the crease, which makes Leaning's first innings stay the more creditable, really, doesn't it? 75 not out on that occasion, 23 from 28 here. A couple of emails coming in. Getting to them a bit late, apologies those that did. As left again by Leaning, full stump line through to the wicket-keeper. Mike saying, here comes the collapse. That was about 10 to 3. He said, I did that after Denley's wicket, not after Cox's. So he was obviously saying he predicted perhaps 2 quick wickets going, and they were at 84 for 2, 84 for 3, but nothing since then. And the partnership stretching for Kent. And George saying, a tea-time teaser, he says. Question to ponder, he says. Perhaps I'll throw this one out. I was going to say not very long till tea, but that's not true. Right to Leaning, cut into the offside. I'm just laughing because 3:40 is the notional time that tea should be taken. We're going to be nowhere near that. It's a single from Leaning as he cuts that into the offside. Single him, 123 for 3, Leaning on to 24. He says, can you name the Kent and Surrey playing 11s from the first T20 in 2003 at Beckenham, he said. Considering I can't remember what I was doing yesterday, George, I may throw that open to the audience. There we go. It says to celebrate Kent making the Blast finals day. He'll give us the answers in an hour or so, says George. Thank you for that, George. Is right, kept low through slip there. Right, looks disgusted with that. Billings certainly finer than he'd want to play it, but he's kept it down well through the slips.
Updates time coming up.
40 for 127 for 3. I'll just say, oh yes, update. That's a good plan.
As the sound of Radio Nottingham bursts into my earphones. You aren't missing any cricket because it took a while to retrieve that ball, and it may just have had to have a little bit of a sanitising wipe. Wright comes in from the Bennett end and bowls. Looking to drive is Billings. It's a little bit too straight for the off drive he was trying to play. Didn't time it at all, and it runs very slowly out to mid-off, where Ben Mike is the fielder. Billings remains on 18. The 250 though is the lead. On to 7 for 3. Right, with that straight sort of bounding run, comes in and bowls, is driven this time by Billings, half stopped by Hill, diving away. to his right at extra cover, and he's cross with himself because he's let it go 4 or 5 yards behind him. Mike completes the fielding running behind him, but the single is obviously taken as a consequence. 1-2-8 for 3. And Parkinson is he coming off? Because I can see Ed Barnes taking his sweater and his cap off, but so too is Parkinson. He's bringing it to right, and indeed Parkinson is coming off. I have to say, a little bit surprised about that. Ackerman has decided to go to Ed Barnes. Maybe Parkinson's going to have a go from the Bennett end, but considering what he was achieving from the Pavilion end, a little bit surprising. Here comes the update. Kent 128 for 3 now in their second innings. Lost 2 wickets with the score on 84. Joe Denley leg before wicket to Ben Mike for 20. Jordan Cox caught slip by Colin Ackerman off the bowling of Callum Parkinson for 38. However, Jack Leaning, who made 75 in the first innings, is batting well again. He's 24 not out. Sam Billings, Kent captain, is 19 not out. 128 for 3 means Kent's lead is now 251. Barnes is in and bowls edged, caught behind. He has got Billings with his very first ball. Well, that's why the change is made, and guess that is why Colin Ackerman is the captain out there. So, Ed Barnes, first ball of the innings, found the outside edge of Billings' bat. Comfortable catch for Swindles, and another wicket falls. Billings goes for 19. Reward for Ed Barnes. Bowled well in the first innings as well, and that was an important breakthrough for Leicestershire because it was a useful partnership, increasingly useful partnership, being built by Sam Billings and Jack Leaning. Billings didn't sort of respond to the appeal. He just marked his guard again, didn't look up to see umpire Watts' finger raised, and having remarked his guard, just calmly walks off. So 19 for him to go with his first innings 11, 30 runs in the match on a tricky wicket. It's a contribution, that's for sure, from the skipper. The lead, remember, 251 now. 4 wickets down, so looks like it's going to be well past 300, but the game moves on. Leicestershire need to go bang bang, as the cricketers say. Leaning jogged off there to pay a little call of nature perhaps, but Ollie Robinson has come out to join him, and once again, as Matt returns from updating BBC Radio Kent, a wicket has fallen while you're in the other commentary box.
Yeah, it does rather change the nature of your reports as well. So I was saying, trying to weave the elements into it. Did it happen
during?
It did, yeah. So I'm saying, in stark contrast to the grey of the skies here at Grace Road, etc., etc. Kent doing pretty well.
And then you start shouting.
Oh, look, yes. Billings is out. Yes. So 128 for 4.
So I was just sort of questioning why Parkinson would have been taken off, with basically getting so much from the wicket and having bowled a couple of maidens, and then Barnes takes a wicket with his first ball. So what do we know? In comes Ed Barnes, orange soles on his cricket boots, bowls to Ollie Robinson, who on the back foot plays it firmly back down the pitch. It trickles into the stumps. Umpire Watts, rather painfully almost, left hand on his knee, sort of lowers himself to pick up the bails. Looks like he's got sort of knee issues a little bit there. He's a big man, Chris Watts. Norfolk man, isn't he, I think?
Because I don't know. Is he in the book?
He played a bit of first class cricket. I don't think very much. As Barnes is in, bowls, and again defended back foot by Robinson, who in the first innings got a a big old 0, didn't he? No, he didn't. Top edged his sweep, didn't he? Court Hill bowled Parkinson for 7.
Sorry, you were talking about Ollie Robinson. I thought you were talking
No,
about
I was talking about
right.
Chris Watts. Yeah,
I'm so
yeah,
sorry.
No, you're absolutely right.
I'm very slow on the
but
uptake.
you're so slowly in picking it through. I got onto another subject, basically.
Mine moves like Quicksilver, does Rich Ray, certainly. Well, you have to move at Quicksilver to outgun me.
Barnes, and it's defended slightly on the front foot. He's starting to lean into that one. Ollie Robinson out into the covers it goes, and there's no run.
I should probably just try it on the internet, shouldn't I? Really, I'm trying to find it in the back of the.
I don't know if he's in the back of the Who's
of the little annual.
He might be. No, he's not in Who's Who. So let's have a look at Tinterweb.
Talk amongst yourselves. We'll be with you in a moment. Hold their caller.
Barnes, straw hair. In goes in and bowls. That's a better line on off stump. Leans forward into a solid defensive shot there. Ollie Robinson. Been a good start to his spell from Ed Barnes. Here we go, Chris Watts.
No,
profile.
He's not in the
Christopher M.
little
Watts.
box.
Yes, Upton, Norfolk.
Nice.
He's 54. Born in 1967. Played 21 first-class games. As Barnes is in and bowls slightly outside off stump, and Robinson wasn't quite sure how to play that one. I think in the end he was looking to leave it because it was slightly outside off stump. Thumped into the bat before he could lift it out of the way. Bounces out into the leg side. Slightly fortunate there. A wicket maiden for Ed Barnes to start proceedings. 21 first-class fixtures, 16 List A, 13 T20s for Christopher M. Watts, and that's all I can tell you. I'm not even sure who those games were for. Norfolk, so could have been Leicestershire. A lot of Leicestershire folk tend to head to Norfolk Woods for their holidays.
No, I know
if
where
they
I
want
can
the
look him
English
up.
seaside, that is.
Let me have I'll have a deep dive. Do they say that? Don't they? Deep dive, deep cut on Chris Watts. We'll have that in a couple of overs' time. But do get your answers in. Those Kent and Surrey teams from Beckham 2003, the first Kent T20.
Must have been Rob Key, mustn't it? And
Andrew Simons was part of the squad. Yeah. But out there on kentcricket@gmail.com, at BBC Kent Sport, at Rich M Ray RAE. Give us a shout on that. Quite like to know people's experiences of the first T20s as well. What's your first experience of that shorter form of cricket? How did you take to it? What was it like being a spectator? As Parkinson bowls from the far end. He's just changed ends here. 2 for 23, 10 over 6 maidens. It's the end that James Logan was bowling from solely for Kent. They preferred him from the Bennett end. Into the offside from Leaning. No run. 24 for him. Robinson yet to score. That's a lot of air on that one. Looked like he deceived him as well. Coming forward. He must have come off bat, but almost imperceptibly. No noise whatsoever. Out to the offside. Low towards Hassan Azad. And again, bit of air, but Leaning's well down the pitch there. And pushing it into the onside. Swindles bounds round from behind the stumps. Have to keep the energy up as a wicketkeeper all day, don't he, sometimes? And he's come round to the front of the stumps, fielded at square leg. 2 slips for Leaning. On the back foot, steers it into the offside. No run as Mike sidearms it into the wicketkeeper. He'll underarm it back towards Callum Parkinson. Quick shine of the ball on his white. Spins it from left hand to right. Jogging in past the umpire now. Oh, a lot of grip through to the wicketkeeper. No run. And no wicket either on that occasion. Again, he's just got some great purchase on the pitch there. And Leaning, feeling for it down the wrong line. Lovely stuff from Callum Parkinson. A maiden so far. Can he finish it off with a wicket here? Wide of the crease. Oh, it's shot past the second slip. It's come off the edge. I'm not sure whether it would have carried. It's gone so low down. In fact, is it going to go for 4? No, Azad will cut it off, and they'll actually just get through for 1, I think, there. Or was it a second? No, it was 2. They got through for a second there. And yeah, Leaning was just feeling for the ball there. Did it carry?
We shall see in a second. Here we go.
The feeling was, I mean, they got their backs to us.
No,
just
about a foot short
in front. So 2 off the final ball, but what a ball that was. Leaning on to 26, Kent 130 for 4 here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent. Welcome wherever you're listening. Matt Cole and Richard Ray with you.
Great over again though from Parkinson. And you're getting a little bit of support from Barnes, having picked up that wicket with his very first ball. The young Yorkshireman is in and bowls onto the legs of Robinson. He tries to whip it away. It thumps low into the pads and rolls slowly out towards backward square. Lewis Hill comes jogging in from in front of the electronic scoreboard. Underarms the ball into the gloves of Harry Swindles. Leg by taken. 131 for 4, the lead 254. Barnes, he looks sort of like Just William or someone like that, you know, something like that, a sort of slightly unruly schoolboy, but he's not, there isn't a mischievous bone in his body, I think. In fact, I think he's quite a hipster, judging by his Instagram account. You see him in waistcoats and, you know, flat caps and all this sort of thing, but worn non-ironically. He's not taking the mickey out of his Yorkshire roots. Something of a dandy, I think, on occasion. In he goes and bowls full-ish, puff of dust as Leaning walks into it, turns the ball out towards wide-ish mid-on, picked up by Chris Wright. Wright's sweater always looks about 4 sizes too big for him somehow, and I don't know, it's just, as I say, it's odd, isn't it, with clothes, the way they sort of sit on some people and not on others, but I think it's just the design of the sweaters, because when you look around, they all look at the one on Kimber, who's a big fella.
Yeah.
Looks several sizes too big for him. Somehow.
He'll grow into it, yeah. He's a young man.
He'll be hoping not. In goes Barnes and bowls onto the legs of Leaning. He does get something on that one as he turns it down towards deep backward square, almost. Wide long leg. Hill gets there before Parkinson. And the single is taken. Leaning on to 27. And he is now past 100 runs for the game. And yet to be dismissed, which, in the context of what has gone on over the last day and a half's cricket, is a pretty admirable effort on his part, on the Yorkshireman's part. Barnes trying to dismiss his fellow Yorkshireman is in and bowls. Driven, it was wide and full, and Robinson tucked in and drove it away past Mike, who is chasing it for all he's worth. He's not going to get there, at least not in time to drag it back. He overruns the ball a yard or so after it has passed the ropes, very close to Leicestershire photographer John Mallett, who was clearly itching to pick it up and hurl it back, but not allowed to do so these days. Could have sort of kicked it back, but Mike had got there by that stage. I once fielded the ball in those circumstances at Scarborough. I was covering the game there against Warwickshire for The Guardian. Packed out it was, absolutely packed out. And in goes Barnes, bowls again to Robinson onto the hip, turned calmly out towards deep backward square. Parkinson gets their single taken. Robinson on to 5. As a consequence, Kent 137 for 4, lead now by 260, but there must have been, 9 or 10,000 Yorkshire folk in there. And I was walking around the boundary in the days when you could. You sort of walk around in front of the sort of west stand, that sort of big concrete building with a stand on top of it in Scarborough, looking sort of towards the sea, not that you can see it. Barnes turns. runs away from us. Bowls fullish, and it's squeezed out by leaning out through mid on, and he's going to pick up at least 2 as Wright is in pursuit, picks it up around a yard inside the ropes at long on, gets his throw away, but leaning picked up just the 2 in the end. They look rather similar, these two. They've both got short-sleeved shirts on, and
I think they put on the scoreboard as 3, did they? Just at the... Oh.
No, it was 3 because Leaning
Yeah.
is the end of the over, and Leaning is the taller of the 2, and he is staying on strike. So he's moved on to 30, and Kent on to 140 for 4, the lead 263. But just to finish that fairly trivial story, I was walking around the boundary there, and it was played down, and it crossed the boundary sort of a yard in front of me with all the crowd looking at me, and it was going quite quickly, you know, so what do I do? I know. Do I form the long barrier? Do I try and pick it up on the full? And it sort of hit the rope and sat up really nicely, you know what I mean? So I could just casually catch it and underarm it. Back to the fielder.
Gratifying.
You know, boy, was I relieved. I was, you know, you could have made a real idiot of myself there.
Is Parkinson round the wicket to Leaning. Long stride forward, defends it, still 2 slips in. Question for Richard here from Matt from Paris, is that right, Matt? It's a Kent fan though. Enjoying the commentary in the stream. Thanks for that, Matt. So, question for Richard. He just wonders if Leicestershire have lacked patience today. He says Exhibit A for me. Chris Wright bowled that utter jaffer a few overs ago that went straight through Bennings and over the off stump, then followed up with a ball far too full, in my opinion, searching for a magic one to jag onto his pad. Surely better served by just having a few overs on the 4 stump and supporting Parkinson at the far end. As Parkinson round the wicket, then it's nurdled away by Leaning low, backward a point to Azad. When the batsmen got their back to us, hence the excitement, it feels like that could go absolutely anywhere, but Leaning does keep it down into the offside.
Parkinson does grin at him though, doesn't he? Afterwards it was a false shot of sorts.
He knows he's done him to an extent there. That's the lovely length and line and flight that Parkinson gives it, and defended by Leaning. And there's no run.
No, I agree, actually. I absolutely agree. I think
as Parkinson round the wicket, defended almost on the full by Leaning, no run.
And I think that's what Milnes in particular, well backed up by Stewart, did so well this morning. Milnes just looked to bowl, I'm going to try and hit the top of off stump and the pitch will pretty much do the rest for me. And it did.
It's Parkinson to Leaning. And Jack Leaning himself said, didn't he, yesterday, that they thought that was the key on this pitch, was just not to try too hard, if that makes any sense, was to let it happen, basically relax a bit with the bowling and make sure that you hit the right spots rather than trying to force it. More flight from Parkinson, pushing to the onside, backward of square. It's Evans that fields 141 for 4, and with 6 overs to go until tea now, Leaning has 31. I won't say he's been a class apart, Leaning, but he just seems to have played this better, this pitch, than any other batsman. It's easy to say that because he scored the most runs in the match as well, but Robinson has 5 from 8. He's looked decent, looked solid since he came in. But thanks for that, Matt. Nicely done. A strangled vuvuzela, says Trebon at Grace Road. Over the years of listening to the commentary, I can remember many background noises on Radio Kent. Oh dear. That doesn't sound good as a start, does it? One that sticks in the mind with the Peacocks at Whitgift when Kent played Surrey there.
Oh, they make a real racket, don't they?
They do. Got to say, the Grace Road gargler with his half-strangled vuvuzela is adding comedy to my day, he said.
Good old stench. Strangled is definitely the word as far as some people are concerned. Barnes goes in and bowls to Leaning, a little bit short. Leaning can turn it away down towards deep backward square and pick up 1. So Norm, Fred and Bert are here, bless them. Go and meet Norm during the tea interval. Hopefully it's his debut, little Norm.
Beautiful.
At at Grace Road, and he's in the wickets already, says Brunty, who's made his way here.
Spaniels, are they? Brown and white colouring. Look a bit like it.
Welsh Springer Spaniels, I believe, is the
beautiful
correct appellation, but they are lovely animals. In goes Barnes and bowled him off stump. Little bit of movement for Ed Barnes, and it was too good for Ollie Robinson, whose off stump is leaning back, and Barnes has picked up his second wicket in the spell. Leicestershire needed that one. Robinson goes, Kent, 142 for 5. They lead by 265.
Yeah, 2 wickets now for Barnes, who's had a strange old... That's a lovely delivery, wasn't it, as well? Yeah, some cheers for Darren Stevens as he comes out. And there are a few Kent supporters in the ground, but it feels like that he's been warmly received by the Leicestershire faithful as well. And just a little meeting. Bond is having a chat with Chris Wright. There's that Will Davis as well. They're just having a...
Gone very dark again, hasn't it? Really gloomy now.
What's it? Way from behind us, yeah.
It's filled in a bit.
Yeah.
Behind us. Did this a bit yesterday, didn't it? About this time. Barnes, looking to make it 2 in 2, is in to Stevens, who's advancing down the wicket, turning it firmly. A foolish delivery out towards mid-wicket. There is no run. Waiting for that wicket to go up on the video highlights. That if you're watching the stream via the club website, the video highlight, either club website, I would assume, the video highlights go up almost immediately next to the actual picture. In goes Barnes and bowls foolish and clipped away through mid-wicket for 4. Really nice shot from Stevens. That'll make him feel good. Having gone second ball naught in the first innings, he's up and running with the bat, at least as far as he's concerned in this game. Picks up 4 off his second ball.
Yeah, clear show of intent, wasn't there? The first one was crisply hit for a dot. The second one piercing the field on the leg side on the short boundary. Stevens underway.
Robinson just essentially looked to play down the wrong line there. With just watching the way he was bowled, it didn't swing or do too much. It was a good delivery, but Robinson missed it by quite a long way. It was an odd shot. In goes Barnes and bowls again to Stevens, who's on driving this time. Is right going to get across? He is, and picks it up, running away to his left. Backhands an underarm throw to Davis, who was running across from mid-off, but Stevens had called a leaning through for a pretty comfortable single anyway. It's gone a lot colder as well, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Feel the cold coming in, and it's almost...
It's raining in the air now.
Mizzly?
Yeah, it's more than that. It's definitely raining now.
Yeah, you can see it on the back.
Yeah.
Of our
not sure
commentary
how far
box.
that's going. Maybe not out to the middle.
Might be an early tee. In goes Barnes and bowls, turned off the hip by leaning, and it is raining out there now. Umpires looking at each other. Got to get the covers on quickly. I would suggest players are indeed going off, and I think it will therefore be an early tee, with the game beautifully poised. Essentially, Kent. Not poised. Kent are very much on top, but it's moved on a bit. Kent 148 for 5 in their second innings, lead by 271. A very, very strong position in the game as a whole. Leaning, who did so well in the first innings, is 33 not out. Stevens is 5 not out. Enjoy your tea. I can see the signal for tea being made by umpire Watts, so it will indeed be an early tea as the covers come out. I don't think the rain will be around very long, and so there's every prospect of us back being with you on commentary at, one hopes, around about 4:15. We'll see, but keep an eye and ear open. In the meantime, enjoy your cup of tea.
Separate. Right, quickly, and I wasn't ringing you about that. I was ringing about can you get Thursday off? I've got 2 tickets and a test match at the over.
So what I'll do is everybody it's also further away and south is over 4:45 in the start. New starts at 4:45.
We're going to restart in around about 10 minutes' time. I'm happy to be able to report from the Uptonsteel County Ground. Kent in a very strong position despite those wickets, though. Ed Barnes has been the man with the seam ball, that is for Leicestershire. He bowled Ollie Robinson for 5 shortly before the break to leave Kent on 142 for 5, 148 for 5 now. They lead then by 271. Plenty in the pitch for the spinners. The Foxes have to take these last 5 wickets of Kent very quickly if they're going to have any chance of pressing for victory tomorrow. Kent at the moment lead by 271.
feeding biscuits to doggies. Oh, nice.
Well, welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Happy to be with you again for the resumption of play in this final session, even on the second day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Kent. 25 wickets have fallen in the game so far in the first 5 sessions. This could be a long one, light permitting, because no overs have been lost. So theoretically we have 37 overs left to be bowled. Whether we're going to get those 37 in, we have to stop play at 7 one way or the other. So Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent, what do you reckon?
Well,
I'd be surprised if we got 37.
Yeah, I think the light may not be too great by that time. We'll see. It's been pretty gloomy all day, hasn't it? But we'll see how they get through it. I said in normal circumstances, Kent probably wouldn't be that encouraged coming out gloomy and still a little bit of mizzle in the air. But in the position they're in, really, they've stretched to a 271 run lead now. They shouldn't really be churlish about the position, that's for sure. 33 for Leaning, 5 for Stevens, 148 for 5. That's done it, Richard, I think.
It stopped the buzz, but can we still hear the effects?
Oh, that's a good question.
Actually, it might be just a new battery.
Ah, there we go.
Time for...
There we go. There's some interesting commentators chat. My one of those does a different thing when it starts to run a battery. It starts to grumble and growl and buzz, but in a lower register. There we go. So fascinating stuff for the listener as we talk about effects microphones.
I'm changing the battery. You commentate on Callum Parkinson.
It's going to be Callum Parkinson coming out after this rain break, bowling to Jack, Leaning. Oh, he's done him there. It's spun away from him. It's hit nothing, has it? And spun to Kimber.
Did it spin off his pad?
If it's come off his pad, that's presumably what the shout was. The shout was going up before it ended up in Kimber's hands. But umpire says, is he saying it's pitched outside leg? Has he got he kind of got bat and pad to it because he would have been out on the back foot there. He feels like he doesn't want to stick around. He probably doesn't. On the back foot, driving it into the offside, stopped by Ben Monk, and there is no run there.
Yeah, the appeal was for leg before.
There we go, yeah. But yeah, the second one is picked off middle stump, and
that's better.
Lovely stuff. Full length delivery, that one from Parkinson, giving it plenty of room to breathe. And again on the back foot is Leaning, driving it out towards Lewis Hill, and there is no run. 148 for 5. Kent then, this lead of 271 here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent. Parkinson then to Leaning. Again, he's trying that shot. Again, he hasn't pierced the field. Again, it ends up with Lewis Hill. So have that ball on repeat for 3 times.
Did that one go on with the arm a little bit? The anticipating turn that didn't really come. It's hurried on to him a fraction.
Goes back to his mark now. A slow jog in by Parkinson. Oh, he's racked him on the pad. Looks like that was going down a leg anyway. Or perhaps pitching that way. It's actually rebounded into the offside. Perhaps a little bit more in that. It was an ooh and ah, but not really an appeal from the bowler there. From Callum Parkinson.
That was a good call. You're making it happen here.
It's Parkinson once more. And Leaning tries to get off strike. Stevens sends him back. End of the over. Great stuff from Parkinson. He's been very much the key bowler for Leicestershire. Although, all credit to Ed Barnes, who came back, replaced Parkinson at the far end. He actually swapped ends and took 2 quick wickets, Billings and Robinson, just before the tea interval, giving Leicestershire a bit of hope in this match. And then before, 2 wickets for the same score, 84 for 2, 84 for 3, when Mike and Parkinson struck for those 2 wickets, Denley and Cox going. And Parkinson at the first one to fall. Zach Crawley bowled for 26.
The outfield, although the rope has been round it numerous occasions, will be a little bit damp. So it will be a little bit tricky for Leicestershire to keep the ball completely dry. It could help Kent, could be a problem for the seamers. Weldo Barnes has bowled 2 for 16 from 3 overs for him. There's a few hands in pockets out there. It's cold, isn't it?
Yeah, there's still that breeze going across the ground, a northerly breeze.
We're cosy in here with the heater on half at the moment. Barnes with the back of his shirt hanging out of his trousers runs in and bowls to Darren Stevens, who is solidly forward and indicates with his right hand, having played the defensive shot down the pitch on the onside, that there was a little bit of something there for him. Barnes, that is. No one knows more about a little bit of movement through the air than Darren Stevens, of course. And Leicestershire need to see the back of him quickly. 272 would be the target if they were to take these last 5 wickets without losing, without adding to the score. And that would be plenty in itself. Barnes is in a little bit short. Stevens waits for it, then just angles the bat slightly as he defends out towards Ben Mike, who's at extra cover. Throws it to Chris Wright to do some drying. Can't have got too wet, but if it's having to be dried, having just gone from Stevens' bat across 3 pitches into the hands of Mike, then it is clearly pretty damp out there. Grey and gloomy.
Makes it more difficult, especially for the spinners to operate, doesn't it? Trying to grip the ball, you need to keep it dry. It gets a little bit soggy as well, losing its shape a bit,
Bit soft and, might not just bite quite as much. Barnes kicking up his heels, runs in. Stevens is down the wicket. Barnes, whether he saw him coming, dragged his length back and ended up just defending Stevens out towards mid-wicket, where Kimber is the fielder. Azad is at first, Ackerman is at second. Kimber, who's been at third slip for much of the game, now out at mid-wicket.
Chatter out there, let's just trying to get the atmosphere going. Need to keep the pressure on here.
Barnes is in past umpire Watts and outside off stump, swings further away, taken by Swindles in front of Azad at first slip.
Just checking, making sure I haven't missed any emails. I think perhaps the enthusiasm on kentcricket@gmail.com has been a little bit dampened by the weather, but we are back on now, glad to say. It's probably just my eyesight, it just looks like there's just the odd flick of something in the air still, maybe a little bit of rain still there.
Barnes is in, bowls. Stevens just turns it out towards mid-wicket. Kimber picks up, throws the ball at the stumps. Its progress is interrupted by leaning in Person, who wore it on his knee there, but he sensibly, bravely, and as you are always told by the coach, ran between the ball and the stumps. He didn't vary his line. He's running down the pitch, obviously, on that side of it, but it hit him on the back of the knee, the throw from Kimber, as he stretched to get into his ground. And he'll have a little bit of a mark and a bruise there in due course. Run completed. Stevens on 2-6. Kent 149 for 5. Lead 272 now. Just looking out the back to see if there's any sort of break. It doesn't look too bad out there. It's sort of lightening up a little bit. And if the umpires are happy with the light, and they kind of were throughout yesterday, then we could well be going through until 7 o'clock for the second, close on the second day in succession.
Yeah, it feels like it's been darker than this, if that makes sense, or certainly the ambient conditions.
Barnes is in to Leaning, who with that little half stride forward just leans into weight on the front foot, forward defensive, out into the onside, picked up again by Kimber, end of another good over from Ed Barnes. Conceded, I think, just the single from it. 4 overs, 2 for 17 for him. Robert Coe's been in touch on Twitter. Leicester have been selling this season some so-called retro sweaters to mark the anniversary, sort of cable knit sweaters in the club colours, and Robert says, wouldn't it be great to see the reintroduction of the classic Leicestershire woolen sweater for next season, complete with the Leicestershire county colours. don't mind the odd logo to move with the times. Basically, he just wants the cable knit sweaters back, and I think, given the number of likes that's had already, there's a few will agree with you, Robert.
Well, the power of the consumer there, voting with their cash. It works for Leicestershire.
And Kent and Surrey are both obviously as well. I bet they sell a lot of sweaters.
So round the wicket comes Parkinson to Stevens. Good work from Stevens, good foot movement, and he's cut that away to the offside boundary and comes back for a comfortable 2 to Stevens. And Kent, the 150 up, and a smattering of applause from them. There are a few Kent fans in the ground, but I'm sure knowledgeable Leicestershire supporters as well. 150 up then for the loss of 5 wickets, Kent. In 40 overs, 40.1 overs, 167 minutes. Parkinson with 2 slips in behind Stevens. Balls to him now. Stevens pushing forward, damps it back at the bowler. No pun intended, as it's a little bit moist out there on top. Parkinson just shines the ball on his whites, twiddling it from one hand to the other. In now to Stevens. Stevens gets forward, perhaps deceived him just a little bit, but kept it absolutely dead to the ground with soft hands out in the offside. And Mike Fields, and he's just drying it on his shirt, just cupping it in the shirt tail, as it were. Drying it now for Callum Parkinson. Hand on hip, just waiting for it to come back.
And if it has to be dried between every delivery, then 7 o'clock is we are definitely going to be here at 7.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day, this one. The game is well advanced as well. 151 for 5. We are 25 of possible 40 through this. Full toss by Parkinson. That's the one today that's not gone to the boundary from a Kent batsman. If you're still keeping score, Stevens just loosening his arm up at that one. It was a solid drive up to mid-on, but didn't beat the man there.
Yeah, might have slipped. That might have been the first signs of the bowlers having issues with the slimy ball.
He's taking his time, Parkinson here. Wynn now bowling. Wynn now coming quite swiftly across the ground. Cut away from Stevens. That's 4 runs. I'm just wondering if Parkinson is having trouble gripping, and it's the worst for the spinners, isn't it? In that respect, we're trying to get the revolutions on the ball, and Stevens. That looked innocuous. Stevens is a fine player and a good flair of spin as well, but he coped with that really easily, just cutting it out to the boundary for 4.
Really is going to be damp now as well, along the ground all the way to the boundary, into the slightly longer grass. Not really, might just be a little bit long grass, right up against the advertising hoardings as well, that retains the moisture.
He's got a dark red towel and waistband at the back of his trousers, Parkinson, for that very use. Stevens forward, blocks it again. End of the over. 6 off it though from Parkinson. Very much relatively expensive from what he's done before. 2 for 32 he has from 14 overs and 7 maidens, leaning 33. Stevens 12. If you're just joining us, it's a lead of 278 here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent. Kent bowling out Leicestershire for 109 in reply to Kent's 232 all out. And at the moment, we are set to bowl, well, a minimum of 34 overs. That's 2 hours and a bit. We may not get those done even if we do go to 7, so we'll see how that works, but it could be a longish final session, I suppose. Well, about the same time as it should be in essence, but we had a break for rain as well, obviously, so which pushed things on. We haven't lost any overs technically at this point.
Should say that BBC Radio Leicester's cricket show will be starting at 6, but it looks like at the moment it's going to consist pretty much largely of our commentary, as Barnes goes in from the pavilion end and bowls onto the legs of Leaning, who turns it down to fine leg. Good sliding stop by Lewis Hill, times the slide well, picks it up, gets his throw away, keeps Leaning to a single, and picks up a fairly damp patch on the side of his whites as a consequence of that slide, I would think. Lewis down there in front of the electronic scoreboard. Every Leicestershire player, as the ball is relayed around, is making sure it's sufficiently dry to throw to Ed Barnes, but Barnes seems happy enough with it. past the umpire and bowls. Slightly short, stays on the back foot, Stevens, and he's cross with himself there as he sees that having angled the bat and steered the ball out into the offside, he's picked out Sam Evans at backward point. A swish of the bat in annoyance at not finding the gap. Evans is well back, almost on the 45 at backward point. Ben Mike is at extra cover, so there is a wide gap between the two. Barnes is in, and he has found that gap. He's driven Barnes out to the extra cover boundary for just going to make it by about 1.5 foot. And will have picked up again a lot of moisture on the way. Wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball, Stevens, but his head was over the bounce. He made sure he got right across, and having been dismissed without scoring in the first innings, well, he looks absolutely intent on making up for that. 16 off 16 now to Stevens. 160 for 5, Kent. The lead approaching 300. It's 283 now, and still 5 wickets in hand. You can hear the voice of Harry Swindles there, trying to encourage the Leicestershire players, but this shower has done them absolutely no favours.
Yeah, the intensity has gone, but I don't blame Leicestershire for that at all. I think this wet ball is having an effect. It just doesn't look the same challenge, does it, out there? And this is no disrespect to Darren Stevens, who's a very, very fine player. It just looks like it's playing a bit easier out there at the moment.
Yep, no question about it. It's tricky now for the bowlers. In goes Barnes and bowls and hit over mid-wicket by Stevens. Dismissively picked it up so cleanly it has flown over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. May even have bounced over the road into the net area. I can see the fielders heading behind the popular seats and behind the meet. It's quite a high concrete wall on the other side of the road before the net, so it didn't actually manage to bounce over that, but that was a lovely pick-up by Stevens.
No solace for Leicestershire fans, but that is absolutely vintage Darren Stevens, isn't it? The ball has just disappeared with almost no backlift whatsoever. It's all just timing, and I mean, just watching the replay, it could almost look like a semi-defensive shot, that one, but none of it. The pickups is so clean that has zoomed, shot over mid-wicket for 6 runs.
Matt's going to have to pop next door and update BBC Radio Kent. Stevens looking quite terrifyingly dangerous as far as Leicestershire are concerned at the moment. Has moved on to 22 off 17. Barnes is in and bowls to him, and a solid forward press as he defends that one off middle and off out into the offside. 11 off the over so far. Things working out perfectly for the visitors, really, in terms of the weather today. That shower taking the hardness and shine off the ball because of the moisture that is now on the outfield, and it is now picking up. It's harder to grip, it's not moving as much, not biting as much, and the bowler's struggling to retain control. Barnes is in, bowl. Stevens waits for that one on off stump, angles his bat, plays it straight to Evans at backward point. End of the over, 166 for 5. The lead 289. Leaning has 34 off 55. Darren Stevens 22 off 19. Kent will be quite happy to bat out to the day, really. Given the conditions, they won't want to be bowling in this on a damp outfield and potentially ruining the new ball, which could be key to the visitors putting Leicestershire under immediate pressure in their second innings when it comes to start. Ben Mike, red rags, not to the bull. I would never describe Darren Stevens as a bull, but there's a certain bullishness about his approach at the moment. Takes pressure right off Leaning as in goes Parkinson and bowls to Leaning, who leans forward and Plays a forward defensive back down the pitch to Parkinson. Red rags being distributed by Ben Mike to those in the bowler's vicinity, essentially. So Davis has one at mid-on, Mike himself at extra cover. Parkinson is in, lovely ball, and he's taken the edge and he's gone. Leaning has edged it, and Ackerman has taken a very simple catch. So Callum Parkinson once again has found an edge, and this time it has carried through to Colin Ackerman. And for the first time in the game then, Jack Leaning has been dismissed. 34 he has made. So 75 not out in the first innings, 109 runs in the match for once out is a pretty good return on the part of Jack Leaning, and he's as a consequence left his side in a very, very strong position. His 34 came off 57 balls and included 4 fours. Leicestershire needed that wicket. 166 for 6, Kent. The lead 289, 4 wickets in hand. But Stevens out there looking potent, as they say, with bat in hand. So coming out to join Darren Stevens at the crease should be Grant Stewart, given he's got his sweater on and his back to me. A little bit hard to tell at the moment. Stevens is having a word with him. I'm pretty sure it will be Grant Stewart. He looks of that build. But it will be tricky for him against Parkinson. Made 3, was given out leg before wicket to a full delivery from Chris Wright. That umpire Watts decided would have hit leg stump in the first innings, of course. A different challenge now. Parkinson from the Bennett end, in past umpire Gould, and bowls to Stewart, who goes back and is beaten to the wide as it bounces and turns past his outside edge, and his head jerks back in surprise. He survived. We didn't know too much about it. Grant Stewart, what a delivery that is to get first up. Waits as Parkinson is in, bowls to him, lots of air pushed out towards mid-on, just over pitched slightly, so Stewart getting forward could push it out towards wide mid-on. Wright picks up, but Stewart, relieved, has scampered down to the end. Brings Stevens down on strike. Now how will Stevens play it? I can see him using his feet here, but there isn't a deep mid-wicket. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Stevens goes back. Doesn't really get up too much and just dabs it back down the pitch to Parkinson, who now has 7 wickets in the game. 4 for 64 I think he took in the first innings, 3 for 33 now in the second. Parkinson is in, Stevens is forward. Every time the ball pitches there is a little puff of dust. But Stevens defended that one out into the offside. End of a successful over for Callum Parkinson, as I say, 3 for 33 from 15 for him. Kent now lead by 290. That run rate's still up at pretty much 4. The 167 has come off 43 overs. So the game has moved on rapidly. 27, 26 even wickets have fallen in the game so far. Barnes hands his sweater to Griffiths, who's the acting 12th man. He's got a mask on. Yes. Know that run anywhere as he jogs off. Can Barnes pick up a couple of wickets? His first class best return is Ed Barnes, 4 for 61 as he comes in and bowled him. He's bowled Grant Stewart, who went back again, and Eddie Barnes is making a habit of knocking stumps out of the ground. It is the off stump that is out of the ground. Stewart lasted just 3 deliveries. He made 1 run. He wanders off disconsolately, and where one has gone, as is often the case, another one follows pretty quickly. Barnes backs up the efforts of Callum Parkinson. I think I heard Parkinson say to Barnes, "Come on, Barnesy, you can get a 5 for here," which, given that he's picking up wickets at the other end, is a rather generous thing to say. As once again, Matt Coles picks up a wicket on his visit next door. It was 2, yes, Jack Leaning and Grant Stewart.
I was going to apologise for being so long away, but Leicestershire listeners will be hoping that in many ways
you on your way, mate. Go along. They were saying, you go off.
You take a breather. Yeah. Get us some wickets. But yeah, 2 going then. Leaning edging to Ackerman and then playing on there. Grant Stewart off Barnes, who has 3.
Do you think he got an inside edge on that?
I thought he had. I have to admit, I was looking through a sort of almost like a side. What do they call them? A side light? Is that not a side window? Basically, 2 windows from the far box to see it. So maybe not. I'm going to take the Arsene Wenger on that one. I couldn't see it very well, but I thought there was a hint of edge. But from you saw it a lot better than I did.
I did not see it.
Fair enough.
I did see it.
Wasn't.
I saw it, absolutely. But I'm just waiting for it to come up on the video highlight so I can have another look at it. Well, Matt Milnes acquitted himself pretty well in the first innings before he too lost his stumps to Ed Barnes, didn't he? He had his leg stump uprooted in the end, in swinger from the Bennett end. The game again moves on. 290 the lead. That is a hefty old lead on this pitch.
Yeah,
I think Kent supporters can be reasonably confident Leicestershire might not threaten that one.
Yeah, I won't say the work's done, but they've broken the back of it certainly, and put themselves in a position where, frankly, they should win from here on this pitch, shouldn't they? But
let's have a look at the replay. Can we get it in before? Yeah, he was just a little bit late on it.
Fair enough,
I think in goes Barnes and bowls to Milnes, who defends back down the pitch on the onside, and there is no run. Let's see if we can see a big.
I think I may have been distracted by the fact that the bat went down, the leg splayed.
Replay.
There's a bit of everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, fair enough. That's very much stump rather
I'm afraid
than
so.
bat.
Yeah. He was on the back foot to a decent length delivery, understandably perhaps, given the ball he got first up from Callum Parkinson, which was one of those which was an absolute brute. Barnes is in to Milnes, who gets a full ball on his legs, which he clips away off his toes down towards deep square, where Parkinson picks up and throws to Swindles. There's been a sort of permanent byplay between those two in terms of Parkinson's throwing. Parkinson, I should say, giving as good as he gets from Swindles in that respect. 168 for 7, Milnes off the mark.
I was going to say it was all that Adam Whitty's fault that I was a bit late back to the box, but he's here for the cricket show, isn't he?
You've commentated with Adam, I understand.
Indeed so, yes, yeah. He was at work for us for a bit.
Barnes is in. Lovely drive from Stevens. It was a bit of a half volley, but Stevens, his eyes almost lit up as he saw that one coming down the pitch towards him, and chunkily drove it away through extra cover for 4. You heard the grunt of effort from Barnes as he delivered there and just overdid it a little bit. And Stevens, 26 from 22, making it look a rather different game. 295 the lead now. Fantastic cricket in the way that the game is, because Stevens is going for his shots. He feels he has to. Every run counts. Leicestershire getting something from the pitch. The ball is still damp, though. It's having to be dried again now, having travelled all the way across the outfield. Wickets are falling, boundaries are coming, and it's there's still 31 overs left on the second day.
Stevens has come out to say, looking like a Stevens in his pomp.
What was that innings he played? Was it at the start of this season when he got that ridiculous...
Against Glamorgan, got 190, yeah, in a game where Kent were 6-7 down for almost nothing.
Barnes in, bowls to Stevens, who leaves a pretty good delivery. It just bounces past off stump.
And
the gloves of Swindles.
The wonderful thing about that for Darren Stevens, and for him as I suppose as this sort of cult icon, was all the other games were off the field at that time, and with the streams, it meant people from literally
everybody
around the world was
in,
watching this man. So, you know, we get followers and tweets from literally from all around the world, particularly the cricket playing parts of India and Pakistan. When we mentioned Stevens, which is just wonderful to know that his legend has spread that far.
Barnes is in, bowls to Stevens, advancing down the wicket, turning it towards mid-wicket and really scampering Matt Milnes, but fortunately for Milnes and Kent, Kimber running onto the ball at mid-wicket didn't pick it up cleanly, otherwise it could have been interesting. So Stevens has kept the strike. The fact that he took that quick single off the last ball put Milnes at risk to do so. An indication of his frame of mind, I think, at the moment. He's going to take this strike. He's going to clamber into the bowling where he can. And it's going to be a very entertaining final, hour and a half, hour and 3/4, potentially. The light's okay at the moment.
Yeah.
The floodlights are on, and as I say, looking behind, the grey isn't quite as heavy as it was yesterday. So we're going to get plenty of these overs. Stay with us, folks. This is exciting stuff.
Parkinson against Stevens ought to be fun, that's for sure. I mean, he's coped with him pretty well so far, albeit the ball's a little bit soggy at the moment. It's reverse from Stevens. It's almost a switch hit. That wasn't really a sweep. He'll get 2. You can see what Cannon Parkinson thinks of that. Hands go directly to hips.
It was very premeditated, wasn't it?
It's 29.
Played it well there.
29 from Stevens, 1 for Milnes.
Kimber at second slip moved across to his right immediately and tried to get there, didn't he? But and almost did.
It was goalkeeper-like, that wasn't it? The positioning, trying to get in front of it. He's round the wicket once more. That's a better delivery and a little bit outside of the bat as he plays that. Not necessarily an edge from Stevens, but just squashes it out into the offside and the sad fields. Stevens goes off and just kicks the ground away from the turf there. I'm not sure if that's frustration from him, but
Fango thinks you should be locked in that other commentary box if you go in there again.
Quicker delivery from Parkinson on the back foot. Stevens into the offside. It's nothing Kent fans haven't said for a long time, though, to be honest, but for completely different reasons. Just goodness sake, stop him somehow. But no, it was great to speak to Adam. I shouldn't say he worked for us, but certainly worked with us at BBC Radio Kent for a spell. And your gain is definitely very much our loss. Here's Parkinson. Round the wicket then to Stevens. A thrilling contest. Loads of air on that one. Stevens sweeps away. Good half stop by Evans. Completes it after they come through for a single. And Stevens looks a bit hand-dog, Stevens, after just that one. Just thinking that should have gone for 4.
Yeah, basically feels that he missed out a bit there, but
it was a
he hit it
full-length
pretty
delivery,
well,
I suppose.
didn't he? Yeah. It was a good stop by Evans. Got a whistle of approval from Stench over there.
I just think it's amusing because every other batsman is just trying to stay in against Parkinson, and Stevens is looking distinctly grumpy every time he doesn't hit the ball for 4. So see his mindset. As Parkinson bowls to Milnes then. Oh, it's a snorter again. That one has turned. It seemed to gain pace off the pitch and bounce as well through to Swindles.
That puff of dust when it pitches must be disconcerting for the batsman.
I think, what on earth is this going to do? Like an unexploded device. There's loads of air on that one. Actually takes it on the film, Milnes, and although he was reaching, he kept it along the ground. That's as good a way as any of defending it. I think he saw it was going to be nice and full and leant forward to make sure he could get it on the full, not risking it pitching up to mid-off at end of the over. No run. Stevens 30, Milnes has 1. Stevens 30 from 28. It's been entertaining so far. He's hit the 1-6 in the whole match so far, hasn't he? That flick over mid-wicket almost just looked effortless off the bowling of Barnes. he stays around. Kent still have 3 wickets available to them, and the lead now is a run shy of 300. Or 299 as it's also known.
Yeah, well, that is a big psychological thing, isn't it? Leicester will need to score 300 plus if they are going to win this game. And with Stevens at the wicket, it could be an awful lot more than that. You're not missing any cricket because Barnes and Ackerman are deep in conversation at a roundabout short extra cover at the moment. How am I going to bowl to where are you going to bowl to Darren Stevens? Well, they're coming off the back of a lot of white ball cricket, so they should be reasonably sort of used to bowling to contain as much as to take wickets, and you almost feel that that's what they've got to do. They're trying to give Stevens a single here. Leicestershire. Barnes is in, bowls to him, a nice straight delivery, lengthish, and Stevens stays on the back foot and just drops it back down the pitch on the off side. It was great during the short rain break, the extended tee, to meet Burton, Fred and Brunty and Norm for the first time.
Yeah. Spaniel puppy?
Yeah, he's a growing dog. He's young rather than a pup now, but he's got that youthful enthusiasm that we all used to have. Some of us. In goes Barnes and bowls, and Stephen hits him high over mid on. It's bouncing 1, 2, 3, 4 times, then rolls over the ropes at wide long on. I don't think quite middle that, which sounds ridiculous given it's crossed the ropes at mid on, but it just sounded a touch tinny, and I think had he middled it, it would have sailed over the meat somewhere and into the houses beyond. As it is, Stevens 34 off 30 now.
Yeah, we can see that his attitude to this, isn't it? He's taken on the bowling from ball 1 more or less.
Barnes turns, nothing daunted, runs in, bowls to Stevens, might just have stayed a touch low. Barnes hand up to his head, so it come off a thick inside edge. Stevens for a second doesn't know where it's gone down towards a sort of backward square position. Swindles comes running out, and Stevens happy to take 1 off the 3rd ball of the over. As I say, Milnes batted really sensibly in the first innings, and I think he'd probably be more confident against Barnes. I think anybody would, with respect to Barnes, that's no comment on Barnes' ability at the moment, than facing Parkinson at the other end, where the ball's sort of exploding from time to time when Parkinson gets it right. Barnes is in, bowls to Milnes, who drives very pleasantly, half a hand on it from Ben Mike, falling to his right at short extra. He slows it right down. Will Davis completes the fielding, running round behind Mike, throws to the bowler's end. Kimber backs up 2 to Milnes, moves on to 3, 183 for 7, 306 the lead. It may be that as the moisture leaves the outfield now, as it's starting to dry, Kent maybe wouldn't mind having 10 overs at the end of today, you know, if it would be horrible batting for the Leicestershire openers if the outfield is dry. They don't want the ball to get wet. That's the key thing.
If they've got a 320, 330, 350 lead at that point, as you say, it'd be a really awkward time to bat.
Barnes is in onto the legs of Milnes, who goes back and calmly turns it out towards square leg. Coming in from the boundary is Parkinson. Throws on the full to Swindles, which pleases both. Milnes picks up 1, moves on to 4.
You're going back to what you were saying about Milnes being perhaps more comfortable to face Barnes. By and large, in this country, you're going to face a lot of right-arm seamers, aren't you? In professional cricket, with all sorts of cricket, you're not going to face many left-arm spinners on a gripping pitch. It's a rarity, isn't it? So that experience, obviously, Barnes is bowling well, as you say. It's not any disrespect to him. It's just a matter of what he's seen before, I'd say. 8 off the over so far.
Barnes is into Stevens, who's starting to walk down the wicket. Barnes sees him coming, so bangs it in short, and the two grin at each other, or at least Stevens grinned. I don't know what Barnes, who had his back to us, was saying to Stevens, and he ducked out of the way of the bouncer, but the Yorkshireman, Barnes, showing a bit of irritation there and annoyance and spirit, and he continues to impress the Leicestershire members. Ed Barnes, his progress is in the right direction. End of the over. 3 for 42 for Barnes from his 7 overs so far, so he's gone for a few. He's gone for 6 and over. Parkinson, in contrast, 3 for 36 off 16, 2.3 and over. Stevens 35 off 32, Milnes 4 off 6, Kent 184 for 7. Lead by 307.
Well, a very deliberate tactic, end of the over bouncer, so Stevens can't hit to get Parkinson bowling at Milnes. Right forward there, straight back at the bowler. I've seen some of those old cricket books where the likes of Jack Hobbs, how far they would stretch forward for a forward defensive, almost as far as possible they could stretch the back foot and the front foot. It's a bit like that. Quicker delivery, left by Milnes, certainly. Another puff of dust, as you were saying, Richard. It's left him and gone through to the keeper, no run. Milnes stretching every sinew to try and keep this out. A brief chat with who's that next to him up there? Is that Will Davis having a brief word with Parkinson? He comes in very wide of the crease there on his back foot. Milnes up to mid wicket, just defending really.
He did play Parkinson as well as anybody in the first innings, Milnes.
I'm going to curse him out here, but he's handy with the bat, certainly. It's a good ball again from Parkinson, just squirts out on the offside, but soft hands from Milnes keeps him out as well. And having talked to Matt Walker about one of, he said, tongue-in-cheek, one of his most difficult things was dealing with the Kent tail and which positions they batted in, because someone was always going to gripe at him. Here's quicker delivery from Parkinson again. Blocked out by Milnes, and there's no run. And I'd imagine some of that comes from Milnes, because he has found himself batting at 11 on occasion for Kent. He's better than that, I think it's fair to say. But it depends who else is in the team as well, obviously.
Looks like they're trying to give him a single here after the last ball.
But they're just certainly putting the man at back with square back. And that was a pretty innocuous delivery in comparison as well. But he's just on the back foot, defended up to mid-wicket. It gives him the chance, Milnes, just to play that out. It's a maiden. Kent won't worry too much about that. 3 for 36, 17 overs and 8 maidens for Parkinson. He is going to bowl, well, probably as long as this Kent innings lasts. Fascinating contest. Conversation between Milnes and Stevens, who tends, I gather, in the middle to keep things fairly straightforward, fairly simple. He's a cricketer that very much plays in the moment. 35 from 32 for him. 4 for Milnes from 12. 184 for 7. The lead at 307. Barnes to continue here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent.
Just the one slip as he bowls to Stevens. He's got a deep backward point, deep square obviously as well, and mid wicket as he runs in and bowls. Stevens is just happy to dab it down towards backward point and jog the single. Happy to give the strike to Matt Milnes, and who can blame him? Really, Milnes averaging close on 30 in the championship, through sort of necessarily weight of runs, but he knows his limitations as a batsman, plays to them, doesn't try and do too much. That's often the way, isn't it, with sort of lower order players, that they sort of hang around for a while, then they try to do too much or try to play shots that they're not really adept at playing. Milnes doesn't look as though he falls into that trap. In goes Barnes and bowls very wide, and Milnes steps forward, lets it go through, and then rehearses what might be a booming drive he's got in his arsenal of shots. We haven't seen it as yet. 185 for 7, 308 the lead. I think there'll be many out there who think that Kent have already got sort of more than enough in those terms, and certainly they will be the strong favourites. They would be the strong favourites if the innings was ending immediately, I think. In goes Barnes, and bowls. Nice firm shot down into the ground, stroked back towards him by Milnes, stopped in his follow through by Barnes, and then ignored by Barnes, who lets Ben Mike walk in and pick it up.
Oh, there's a bit of singing breaking out. Well, it's just one at the moment. I was going to say a chorus, but
Not an angelic chorus.
Spirited,
looking
though.
over there, bless him. Extension crew. Barnes in. Bowls onto the legs of Milnes, who is very comfortable off his legs and plays it firmly out to deep square. Picked up down there by Parkinson. Swindles out from behind the stumps to take it on the full, and quickly turns his back on him just so he can't catch any admonitory glances from the wicket-keeper.
I'm off to an update very shortly, just to say that 2 or 3 emails have come in. Stephen and Andy and Michael, get to them when I return. My apologies. A bit like Rich Ray and his tweets, they seem to be coming in groups, in packets at the moment. So
2 balls to go in this Barnes over, so we might get the updates in between overs. In goes Barnes and bowls. Stevens is looking to turn it into the leg side and is a little bit squared up. Plays it actually back down the wicket, and for half a second, he's not absolutely sure where it's gone. He was just trying to drop it into the leg side and take the single, but might just have held its own a touch off the seam. As a result, took the outside part of the bat, so a good delivery from Ed Barnes, who is sticking at it. Here, turns. Well, when you're going to do your update, we could bring Adam in alongside, if you like, for a few minutes.
Great
and then
plan.
We'll do a spot of sort of swapping around. In goes Barnes and bowls. Stevens goes for the big drive, gets a thick outside edge. It's going to run down towards third man for 4. So he flung his bat at a wideish delivery there, Darren Stevens, and was rewarded with a boundary. He moves into the 40s now, 40 off 35 balls to him. Kent 190 for 7.
I'll be back in a few moments' time, at which time another Kent wicket will have fallen, almost certainly.
And after the update that I'll be doing for BBC Radio's Leicester and Nottingham, where we're currently sharing frequencies, we're going to be very, very briefly, fingers crossed, off air, as we're having to swap over to another line, another ISDN line, for reasons that are too boring to mention. But hopefully, as Adam Whitty comes alongside, it will be just for a second or 2. In goes Callum Parkinson from the Bennett end and bowls, and that could be a shout for leg before he's got his man. Forward went Milnes tentatively. It was possibly the arm ball, went on, was going to go into off stump, adjudged umpire Gould, and Parkinson has his 4th wicket of the innings.
Bowling beautifully, Parkinson. I noticed that he was one of the he's one of the leading wicket takers all season, isn't he? So far, certainly one of the leading spinners of the season so far. And Leicestershire really coming back into this.
It's an awful lot of runs that they need to score, over 300 on this pitch, which has been dried and sort of sanded at each end and is turning fairly square, is a big ask. But there's something there for that. You never know. If they can get these last 2 quickly, and Stevens is still there, and he is such a dangerous player. But if they can get them quickly, well, they can still believe.
There is something to hold on to at least. What will they do? They were 50 odd for none earlier on today, weren't they? At one stage,
49 for 1. When the first wicket fell.
For 109 earlier, and there was absolutely no hope then. But there will be a target that is chaseable. Whether it is chaseable is another matter, isn't it, Richard? But yes.
And I'm being urged on social media now, another wicket having fallen when Matt has headed next door to lock him in next door. Well, he will be there for a few minutes. We shall see what happens in this next couple of minutes. But Parkinson, if he picks up the last 2 wickets, could have a best match performance of his career. I think it's 10 for plenty at the moment.
I'm in awe in Darren Stevens, I have to say, Richard.
Astonishing. That 6 over mid-wicket that he picked up off Barnes was amazing. Be an update coming in a second. Gilchrist has come in. Nathan Gilchrist has come in to join Stevens. Gilchrist is on strike as Parkinson bowls to him. Tall young man leans forward, defends it back down the pitch on the off side. Parkinson picks up. 4 for 36 for him now. Turns. In he comes. Bowls. Gilchrist is waiting for one that he reaches comfortably. Gets to the pitch of the ball. Strokes it out into the offside. Barnes watches as Mike moves across to his right to make the stop. 190 for 8, Kent. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Gilchrist is forward. Not quite getting to the pitch of it on that occasion, but doesn't quite turn enough to take the outside edge. He's on top of the bounce, pushes it out to Mike. And there is no run. Here comes the update. Kent now 194-8, the last man to go. Matt Milnes, leg before wicket to Callum Parkinson. The young left-arm spinner now has 4 wickets in the innings. 190 for 8 means that Kent now lead by 313 runs with 2 second innings wickets in hand. There's a lot of runs for Leicestershire to get in their second innings on a difficult pitch, but it is still a chance. They do still have a chance of getting there. Kent 190 for 8. And at the end of this over, as I say, which is 1 ball away, we are briefly going to go off air to change ISDN lines. That one is defended by Gilchrist out towards mid-on. Back with you very, very shortly. And hopefully we're back with you. So fingers crossed, all is well, and you can still hear us on the stream and on whatever platform you listen to us. You haven't certainly missed any cricket. That was mega slick, wasn't it?
Hopefully.
If it's worked.
I think it has
there's
worked.
a big silence out there. 190 for 8. I'm just wondering, Adam, whether Leicestershire... We haven't locked you. We meant to lock you in there as Matt Coles comes back in to get his phone. Might not fancy 10 overs or so tonight batting in difficult conditions. So we'll see.
No, it's an interesting one, isn't it? As Ed Barnes will run into bowl. He's up to the wicket, and that's a huge strike from Darren Stevens going out towards deep mid-wicket. 2 fielders converged on it. They didn't communicate at all, Richard, did they? And the ball has gone for 4 off 1 bounce. That was a bit of a nightmare from the 2 fielders out there. It's to our right, so I'm not 100% sure who it was.
It's Chris Wright, who's at long on, and Lewis Kimber, who's at deep mid-wicket. Either could have got there, neither did.
They didn't communicate with each other at all, the ball bouncing in between them. And as you say, Richard, one of them could easily have taken it. I say, rueful tilt of the head from Ed Barnes, 62 on his back as he kicks up his heels, runs in towards us now, up to the wicket, he bowls, and that's driven, and that's going to be 4 through the covers as well. Stevens starting to let loose now. He's on to 48, a strike rate of over 100 as he goes to, and that's been whacked for 4 through the covers, and Kent are now 198 for 8. And extend that lead even further. At this moment, these runs are precious, Richard, aren't
That's
they?
already cost 8 runs, hasn't it? That misunderstanding or miscommunication or whatever you want to call it, that was a catch that had to be taken, or at least had to be attempted. You wouldn't have minded if... Well, you would have minded, but from Leicestershire's point of view, but you could have at least understood it if one had shouted mine, got there and not been able to hang on. It would have been a tricky one, but for neither to actually make the attempt was... disappointing.
So Barnes then, will he have a comeback to Darren Stevens. He runs in now, he's up to the wicket, he bowls, it's full, driven straight down the ground. That was dangerous. It will go just for a single as it's fielded on the boundary and thrown in, but Barnes toppled as he bowled, just fell off balance, and obviously he's going so quickly and the ball's hit straight back at him. Fortunately he was a foot or so wide of his head, but there was just a moment there when you saw Stevens open up his arms where you thought that could be troublesome and very worrisome actually. But single for Stevens, 49, 199 for 8 Kent.
Earlier this morning, Barnes was hit on the helmet when he was batting and had to go off, and came back on later, but he had to go off for concussion checks and things like that. To have got that full on the head without a helmet on, well, you just don't like to think about it.
Barnes again. His elbows poking out as he runs in now, gathers speed, he bowls short of a length and pushed back and away into the leg side by Gilchrist. That's his 6th ball so far of this innings.
It brushed his ear, you know.
Did it?
He rubbed his ear and he was grinning at Davis, but
I thought that was further away than it seemed. It was a straight drive hit very firmly by Stevens, who is in T20 mode now. He's just opened his shoulders a little bit, opened his stance too. He's one away from a 50 off 38 deliveries so far, putting Kent further towards an unassailable total as Barnes runs in now, up to the wicket, he bowls, and that's a beauty, beats the outside edge of Gilchrist, wasted on the tail ender slightly I would suggest, but there is no run, through it goes to the wicket keeper, 199 for 8. If you're a Radio Leicester listener, do stay tuned for the cricket show from 6 o'clock. We'll bring you at the end of the day's play, we'll bring you some reaction.
Well, there are still 25 overs left to be bowled, so we have to stop at 7 here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, so most of that hour is going to be filled with action, I would suggest.
Barnes then. Final ball of the over. He's clawed it back slightly. We've got 9 from it, but the first 3 went for 9. He's up to the wicket. He bowls. And that's a nice one. Shaping away from Gilchrist just outside the off stump, but it was a decent leave from the tail ender. So that is the end of the over. Kent are 199 for 8. That is a lead of 322 for the visitors at Grace Road. And he did claw it back, Barnes, didn't he? I appreciate that he went from bowling to a man who was opening his shoulders, was hitting the ball hard, to a tail ender just in, but he just managed to find his length, I think, and a bit of movement towards the end of the over.
He's becoming a bit of a hero, really, I suspect, of the Leicestershire faithful, Ed Barnes, partly because of the obvious progress he's making in terms of both his bowling and his batting, but also the way he carries himself on the field, his demeanour, his general sort of attitude and determination, but as I say, mostly the fact that he's a very decent cricketer and getting better all the time. Parkinson then will continue from the Bennett end to Stevens, exuding menace. In he goes, bowls to Stevens, who goes back and just works it out towards Ed Barnes at deep mid-wicket, and that is 50 for Darren Stevens. Yet another against his former county. It's come off just 39 balls. He's hit 8 fours and 1 6. Hugely valuable runs in the context of the game, certainly. He's one of our own chance suspension, but no, absolutely. From the popular seats in front of the Leicestershire flag, he was once 200 up for Kent. In goes Parkinson, bowls to Gilchrist and beats him with a ball that bounces and leaves him. Beautiful delivery from Parkinson, but has now become so routine on this pitch that nobody really reacts too much. This is what now they expect to happen, and you see the puff of dust when the ball actually pitches. Now in he goes and bowls to Gilchrist, who again is beaten as he stretches forward. Swindles whips off the bails, but his toes on his right foot were in his crease. Nathan Gilchrist, but again beaten to the wide. Parkinson is in. Gilchrist is forward on this occasion. It thumps into the pad, but it can't have straightened too much. There was absolutely no appeal or suggestion thereof. Perhaps it was just going on with the arm.
What have the players and people you've spoken to made of the pitch so far, if it's spinning this much on day 2?
Parkinson is in, Gilchrist is forward. Well, we have only spoken to a couple, Tom Smith of Leicestershire, the assistant coach and bowling coach. Thought there was plenty obviously in it for the bowlers, but you can make you can also make runs on it, as Jack Leaning showed with his 75, Zach Crawley with 50. Stevens now has forward bowled him. Parkinson has picked up his 5th wicket of the innings. Gilchrist reached forward, it turned past his outside edge, hit the top of off stump, and Parkinson has 5 for 37. I think Kent, in particular Leaning, were surprised to find the pitch that awaited them, and the word sand was used by them in that respect. But they have got plenty out of it. Just basically played down the wrong line there by a long way. It just turned past the... It pitched about middle and leg, hit the top of off. Gilchrist goes without scoring. Parkinson has his 5th wicket of the innings and 9th of the match.
Absolute beauty, as Richard said. Just lovely shape in. I think, again, bowling at a tail ender as Gilchrist is makes it look more beautiful for the cameras. However, it was a stunning delivery from a bowler in form who's readjusted to life in the red ball game very, very well indeed.
His best match figures are 10 for 108. And at the moment, he has got 9 for rather less than that. 5 for 37. Actually, what did he get in the first innings? 4 for 64, was it? I'll just have to check that. In which case, it's quite close, isn't it?
That would be 111, as it stands.
Make sure it was 4 for 64.
37, no, 101.
4 for 60, 4 for 68.
So 105, 9 for 105.
So he needs to get this one very quickly. He's got 3 runs in hand if he wants career best match figures. Ben Mike is replacing Ed Barnes.
Kent 200 for 9. With Darren Stevens on strike. 39 deliveries for his 50. Strike rate of 128. 45-year-old Darren Stevens. I'm sure Kent fans listening to this will be rather tired of visiting commentators going on about that. But I think it is it's an extraordinary statistic. Extraordinary career that he has had, that he's still able to keep on going, still performing to the highest standards, and he's a big threat here of pushing this beyond Leicestershire. Ben Mike now charging in up to the wicket now. He bowls, it's a straight delivery, forward comes Stevens.
Field set to give him a single as long as he lays bat on ball. There was a comfortable one there, but no, he thought not, with young James Logan at the other end. But Logan, in the first innings, took part in a last wicket stand of 68. So
wow.
All the Kent tail, as they have proved throughout this season actually, no mean hands with the bat. Now I'm going to see if I can get Matt Cole back on for 10 minutes or so before the cricket show
I think that's sensible.
Starts alongside yourself. Do you want to stay on?
I'll carry on. I will as Ben Mike bowls. It's a straight delivery, back of the length, clipped into mid-wicket, and Stevens will take a single. It is offered to him. All the fielders are out on the boundaries, Richard says, so the single is there. I'll finish the over, Richard, and then I'll go and set up and...
Oh, okay.
Oh, should we swap now?
I was going to get Matt Cole in instead of me just for 5 minutes or so with yourself as your old sort of sparring partners in the commentary box. So I thought you might want
I think I used
to recreate your old days.
I think actually, ironically, this is the first time that me and Matt will ever have commentated on a game together, I think, despite the fact that I did... some Kent fans may recognise my voice. I stood in for Matt and for Ben for a short period. What was it, 3 or 4 years ago, Matt? Something like that, wasn't it? 201 for 9. We've got a change of field. Understandably, all the fielders are coming in, scattered all over the place. Right-left partnership as well. Logan left-handed. So we've got 2 slips, a gully, backward point, extra cover, a mid-off and mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg as well. As Mike runs in now, it's a bustling run up. back bent backwards as he charges in now, bowls. That's a tricky delivery. That hits him just below the hip, right at the top of the thigh, and it bursts away out onto the offside. There is no run. 2:01 for 9. Hello, Matt.
Hello there. We meet at last in the commentary box. Adam Whitty. I tried to teach him everything I knew. Took me about 3.5 minutes. Luckily, he forgot all of it, and he's had a career since. 2:01 for 9. Logan was good in the first innings. 21 not out. Big partnership in the context of the match with Jack leaning at the end there.
Mike up to the wicket, bowls, and played down by Logan, just off the pitch into the leg side. Fielded there. Mike will stroll back. Yeah, it was 68, the last wicket partnership, yeah. Richard was saying, which, in the context of the game, what if it had been, 170 plays 109, and then there's this current scoreline, it would be a very different proposition. The lead, 324 for Kent. I'll try and stretch this out as much as they can. It's going to be very, very tricky indeed for Leicestershire to chase this down, but it is possible. They've had some good chases at Grace Road so far this season as Ben Mike runs in now up to the wicket. He bowls. His leg side glanced away behind square, and the wicketkeeper will beat fine leg to it. And a leg bye is added. Just glimpsed the umpire as he put his leg down there. So Logan stays on 0, and the field will change once again. Stevens 51.
Yeah, Stevens looking good nick as well. A bit of vintage Steve-O flicking the ball over mid-wicket for 6, the one 6 of the match so far, in fact, and he's probably a little bit rueful that he's just going to face one ball here. He may well be looking for the single so he can get back on strike to face Parkinson.
Well, the field is up for that reason, isn't it? As Ben Mike runs in now, he's up to the wicket, he bowls, it's short and it's pulled for 4. Crikey, that was hit hard. I think there was only 1 or 2 bounces, and as you put your hands up in front of your face there, Matt, understandably, I think that's what some of the fans out there were doing. That was hit mighty hard. I'm going to make way.
Well, there we go. Well, that was
short but sweet.
I was going to say a little bit brief. Oh no, he can't release the microphone, so there we go. He's going to be here for a bit longer. Oh, there we go. It was a pleasure, Adam. There we are. No more than a cameo, parting such sweet sorrow and all that. But 2:06 for 9. In fact, we might effect as the field changes. Did you even notice the join, I wonder, there? So subtle there, wasn't it? The swapping sides of the commentary box. Rich can get himself back in store. Pleasure to see Adam Whitty. Cricket show from 7, is that right?
6.
From 6? Oh, that makes sense why he has to go quite so swiftly. I thought an hour and 10 minutes to set up. He's a man of meticulous preparation. And Parkinson.
Is in, and there is no wicket. I thought it was. Is it me? Was it?
It can be you. That's fine. That's fine. No,
I beg your pardon.
Go ahead.
I do beg your pardon. It's because I was commentating on Parkinson previously.
No, that makes sense.
That's why. But
all I was doing is stepping in. If you're just getting yourself settled, that's absolutely fine by me.
Logan reached forward for that one, just outside off stump. It came off something, almost rebounded to Ackerman at first slip. Parkinson is in, tosses it right up. Logan has clipped it away, and that might run away for 4. It will. Down towards deep backward square, stroke wide, long leg. Overpitched it, Callum Parkinson. And as we've been saying, James Logan is no mug with the bat and clipped it away very nicely for 4 to get off the mark.
I would say he's a very good sort of benchmark for a tail ender, isn't he? He doesn't try and smash the ball. He looks to work it around and play more or less within himself, if that makes sense.
Parkinson in, bowls to him. There's an appeal for leg before as he plunged forward at that. Bat was involved at some stage. Parkinson maintaining, I suggest, that it was after the ball had hit the pad, but it was a big stride, and it did look to bounce a little bit, that one. So I think umpire Gould might have thought he'd have probably been guessing a little bit. Parkinson is in, quicker delivery, played well by Logan, stayed on the back foot, played it down into the ground, bounced past Azad at a short leg out towards Evans Hill, who is at square leg, chatting to umpire Watts.
Parkinson just covering his face with his hand there. Obviously liked that delivery.
Parkinson is in. Logan is forward, really reaching for that one. So much so I thought he'd done his hamstring there for a minute. He just seemed to wince as he turned it on the ground past short leg. It was a big old stride. He's a tall young man who will get plenty of bowling, you would think, in Leicestershire's second innings.
Sure he
may
will.
even get an over or two tonight. There are still 22 left as Parkinson goes in and bowls. Logan goes back, taking them off. Oh, well, I'm really, really surprised about that. They are calling for the covers as well. Well, it's not raining. I've just been outside.
Yeah.
And as I say, we played in worse light than this yesterday. Now, are they taking the...
I feel like
reading? Are they taking the stumps actually out of the ground? Let us wait and see.
Maybe it is a reading. Just
what
umpire
happens.
Watts is just staying at this end, isn't he? I'd agree. I think we've had worse light than this today.
Yeah, I'm quite taken aback by this, to be quite honest.
Covers are coming on, so
Ackerman's sort of asking for an explanation. There are 22 overs left to be bowled today. Applause for Stevens from Kent and indeed Leicestershire supporters. He comes off 55 not out off just 42 balls. James Logan with him on 4 not out, but umpire Gould is... Ackerman is staying out there.
He's got the light meter
He
out
wants
there.
some sort of explanation here because it is a little bit hard to understand. I'm baffled.
I'm baffled too. I keep just looking askance, basically. Outside we've got an open window here, so we're not cosseted by by being inside and fooled by the light perhaps inside the commentary boxes.
There's no question the light is not as bad as it was last night.
The sky is much lighter than it I would go back to it again. During times today when there have been thick black clouds overhead, it has been darker than this, surely.
They've brought the covers out. They've obviously not put them on because it isn't raining at the moment, so the covers are ready.
It's a strange one. I mean, it's a delay at this point rather than a day being finished.
Yeah, it's certainly not that terminal end to play, though plenty of the crowd are beginning to wend their way, but plenty still staying in the seats as they wait for some sort of explanation. The umpires are still out there with their full gear on, of course, light meters on. Umpire Watts is talking to Sam Evans. Is he sort of using shadows or something like that? It's a bit hard to tell, isn't it? But Gould continues to talk to Ackerman.
I'm not sure how. Not sure what that gesture was. I think a kicking gesture there as well. I think they're just having a bit of a joke between each other. But it seemed like a very long explanation. But the two umpires are both out there. To be frank, I don't want to talk down the rest of what could be the rest of today, but it's a little bit hard to see how it improves massively from here, because it feels fairly light, or certainly, as you were saying, no darker than it was yesterday. Strange one. And to be frank, I mean, this isn't coming to the umpires. It shouldn't come into their adjudications, but both sides probably quite happy to stay out at this point. But the umpires have to protect the fielders if they're talking about, I suppose, areas of the ground where it might be harder to pick the ball up, mightn't it, as a fielder? But Stevens and Logan didn't seem to be overly worried by the quicker bowling.
This is where county cricket really doesn't help itself. Really doesn't. Because nobody's quite sure why we're not playing cricket at the moment. It can only be because of the light.
Yeah.
That is the only... It's not raining. And obviously it's dried out about... since we had the rain break between... what was it? About 4 and sort of 4:45, something like that. And... The difficulty for people is that it's not as dark. It's gloomy, but it's not quite as dark as it was last night when we kept on playing. But it's been another exciting day's cricket so far, first-class cricket, during which, well, was it 15 wickets fell yesterday, 14 overs have so far fallen today. The position, for those in case you're just joining us, Kent 210 for 9 in their second innings, having scored 232 in their first. This morning they bowled Leicestershire out for 109 in their first innings, having had them 66 for 5 overnight, all of which means that Kent lead by 333 with 1 wicket in hand. But one of those wickets at the end of the play belongs to Darren Stevens, who's 55 not out off just 42 balls.
Yeah. One of my favourite parts today, apart from that Darren Stevens 6, was the Leicestershire supporters singing "He's one of our own." He's one of our own. Did you mention it on commentary?
I did.
Darren Stevens,
I
yes.
did, yeah.
That made me laugh off the commentary there. But
They've been singing it for about the last 14 years, is it now? Since he left, I don't know, maybe 15 years.
But yeah, it's been a fascinating day's cricket again, and whatever happens here right now, it's going to be really tough for Leicestershire to get over the line. But as I always say, if they do, what an exciting game this will be. They're going to have to cope with the nature of this pitch and bat.
I've seen them
like they've never
chase down a couple of decent, big or get good second innings scores, 350 plus on 2 or 3 occasions. But this pitch is a different thing, a different animal, a different beast, and it has been a beast on some occasions. Well, the umpires are still out there.
Yeah.
The ground staff are out there. BBC Radio Leicester's cricket show will start at 18:03, just about. And we'll be talking over events of the day all the time, keeping an eye on what's going on out there, in the hope that we are not yet done for the day. If a definitive end to proceedings is called at some stage, and we'll do our best to go down and get some reaction from, well, both camps, certainly. BBC Radio Kent listeners, very welcome to join us on the BBC Radio Leicester Cricket Show, which will essentially also go out then on the feed and on the stream and on commentary. Umpire Gould looks to be the sort of man in charge here, doesn't he? He looks to be I guess he's very much the senior of the two umpires.
Yeah, he's been around the block, international umpire as well, talking to, I'm assuming, the head of the ground staff there, Andy
Ward, who is the groundsman, the head groundsman. That's a call that I could do with taking shortly, but everything is conspiring against us in that respect. Gould and Ward. Ward is doing the listening. Gould is doing the talking and gesturing. Umpire Watts is standing arms akimbo.
Umpires coming off now.
Little update for BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Nottingham potentially coming up. And then we'll be going to BBC Radio Leicester's cricket show. Well, we'll be handing over now to Adam Whitty, BBC Radio Leicester's cricket show, and you'll be hearing more from us shortly.
Obviously they'll take commentary as part of the show.
Hello. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Good evening. Great to be on.
Well, Kent are 210 for 9 in their second innings. 14 wickets have fallen today, 15 wickets having fallen yesterday. They made 232 in their first innings, Kent. Leicestershire replied with 109, so the overall position is that Kent lead by a very substantial amount of runs, 333. They still have 1 wicket in hand, so they've got power to add. Theoretically, there are 22 overs left to be bowled today, so it could be a very awkward last few, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes if the sky just lightens a bit for Leicestershire to try and bat. But before they do that, they have to take this last Kent wicket, and one of the batsmen at the crease is one Darren Stevens, who is 55 not out of just 42 balls. So it's been a really exciting day's cricket, essentially. As I say, 14 wickets have fallen. Leicestershire began the day 66 for 5. They lost the last 5 wickets pretty quickly and going just to 109. Only Ed Barnes really stood firm with 22 not out off 27 balls, and he was clonked on the head by a Matt Milnes bouncer. Had to leave the field for a while for concussion tests. Bravely came back out. James Logan, Grant Stewart, Matt Milnes all took 3 wickets apiece, and Stevens took the other one. The Foxes then set about trying to restrict Kent's lead. Didn't do very well at the start. Zach Crawley and Jordan Cox added 49 for Kent's first wicket before Crawley was bowled for the second time in the match by Callum Parkinson. Joe Denley went leg before wicket to Ben Mike for 20. Jordan Cox was caught at slip off Parkinson for 38. Billings was caught behind off Ed Barnes for 19. Ollie Robinson was bowled by Barnes for 5. We then had a rain break with Kent on 148 for 5, during which tea was taken. Jack Leaning went quite quickly afterwards, caught by Ackerman at slip off the bowling of Parkinson for 34. Grant Stewart was bowled by Ed Barnes for 1. Matt Milnes, leg before wicket to Parkinson for 5. And just a few moments ago, or at least a few moments before the close, Nathan Gilchrist was bowled by Parkinson without scoring, giving Callum Parkinson 5 wickets for the innings and 9 wickets for the match. All of which will tell you, Adam, that the pitch is turning for the left arm spinner, and has done pretty much from the start. Turning's almost square, in fact. You've been watching a little while yourself, so Parkinson has bowled well. He's every chance of taking 10 wickets in the match, but with the pitch behaving the way it is, and there's a little bit there for the seamers as well as for the spinners, then 330 plus runs is a huge target for Leicestershire to get in their second innings.
Yeah, they put themselves in a fantastic position. County Championship really hasn't been good for Kent this year. They still haven't won a game. It's one of the reasons they find themselves in Division 3, of course. But they ought to win, put it as bluntly as that. 3-3-3 ahead already. And they'll be quite happy to get out here again if they can, even if it gets a little bit lighter. Stevens on 55 is, I won't say he's playing for fun, but he's come out very loose. Almost the Darren Stevens of old, with that 55, including that 6 over mid-wicket. He's looked great, been very, very positive, and that's really been Kent's watchword, I suppose, throughout this innings. It's that they're building a lead. 3-3-3 on this pitch looks massive. I mean, to score 300 plus in the final innings of any championship match is a big ask, even with time available. So it will be quite extraordinary at this point if Leicestershire got back into the game. Parkinson's been fantastic, 5 for 41. He's been almost unplayable for times during this match. Definitely the pick of the bowlers. James Logan bowled very well, the left arm spinner for Kent, but Parkinson has really been the man. That's a definite plus for Leicestershire. But Kent, having bowled them out and bowled really well in the Leicestershire first innings, ought to complete this, but this is cricket we're talking about. You never quite know, do you? But yeah, good for Kent, certainly. Jack Leaning's innings in the first innings for Kent, and 2 big partnerships, 42 with Milnes, 68 with Logan, really doing the damage, and then 3 wickets each for Logan, Milnes and Stewart during that Leicestershire innings. They never really got going with their Barnes top scoring for 22. So yeah, I could have put it in 2 words. I put it in about 5 minutes, but yeah, Kent ought to win from here.
Yeah, it really doesn't, and it's terribly, terribly frustrating, because I can certainly say that from our perspective up here on top of the pavilion, that we played in darker light than this last night, and the game kept going in those circumstances, and we played the full overs, the full allocation of overs over the day. We didn't finish until around about 22-7, and the light, to me anyway, looks slightly better than it did yesterday, and I should say that all hope is certainly not lost, because looking out behind the pavilion over Leicester, it looks markedly lighter actually. Although there's still plenty of cloud around, it is high and light, and once this particular batch of dark grey stuff is blown over, which it is slowly being, then there is a possibility of a few more overs, which is why the covers aren't going on, why the stumps haven't been taken out of the ground. But it's the sort of the inconsistency of it that becomes so frustrating. Yes, the umpires presumably have taken a light meter reading, and it has worsened. Perhaps maybe they took that light meter reading because we didn't go off for bad light yesterday, so it wasn't taken yesterday. They take the first reading when you first go off for bad light. They first decide it's bad enough to be unplayable. So presumably it was taken during the tea interval when we were off for a little bit of rain, or whether it's just being taken and then when they decided it was bad, now they took it then. But it's certainly, from my perspective, a little bit better than it was yesterday, and that's where the inconsistency comes in, and it is so frustrating. And yes, there are not many people left in the ground now. I don't know. Looking around, actually, there's possibly a few more than that, maybe 70 or 80 looking in the various stands and down to the members away to our left. But for them, it is frustrating.
The thing that really galls me, and I've thought this about cricket, well, since I've been watching it, and certainly since I've been covering it, is there are conversations that the umpires will have had with the players, but those are deemed to be secret and not told to the crowd. Now, I can't believe that there's any jeopardy in the umpires telling the announcer here those conversations, saying, well, we've taken a light meter reading at X hour at 5:30. It's darker than that now. We won't come back on unless it eases. It doesn't take much, does it, to tell even the 70, 80 people here exactly what's going on, but we appear to be in another world. I'm not criticising these umpires necessarily, because it happens across cricket. It shouldn't be a secret. There are paying customers in here, even if it's just a few people. I don't understand what has to be kept so secret from those people that they can't know the situation here, because basically, we're sitting here, the paying public are standing around wondering what's going on. They could be going home if it's really not going to start again. They can make a judgment if they understand what the umpires are doing right now. So I think that's the frustrating thing, and as Richard said, that's where cricket doesn't really help itself, does it, in these situations?
Yeah, certainly a combination of factors, but the main one is absolutely the pitch. Leicestershire have prepared a result wicket, as it's sometimes put, which is to say a wicket that offers the bowlers plenty, in particular the spinners. And I know Matt spoke to Jack Leaning, who batted very well yesterday, 75 not out he finished with in Kent's first innings, and Jack Leaning used the word sand, and I think there's no doubt that a certain amount of drying grit of substance has been used in the preparation of this track, the ends of the pitch. There is a puff, a noticeable puff of dust every time the ball pitches. If a spinner gets certainly plenty of revs on the ball, in particular when Callum Parkinson bowls from either end, he is turning it square and it is bouncing a little bit as well. But there's also a little bit there for the seamers. And well, we'll let Matt tell you what Jack Leaning had to say about that. I only spoke to Leicestershire's acting head coach. The umpires, by the way, are wandering back out now, but they're not in their white coats. So, and the way that they're moving, which is very, very slow, suggests they're in. The body language is not that of men who think, hang on, we might be able to get back out there. Although, as I say, looking out where the weather's coming from, it is light, and it is going to get better. But yes, it's basically the pitch. Parkinson is a very, very good bowler. Be no doubt about that. Parkinson could play for England one day. He's only 24 now. His twin brother already has, Matt Parkinson, and Callum is perfectly capable of going on to play international cricket as well. And he really does get a lot of revs on the ball. Chris Wright also bowled very well in Kent's first innings. But as Smith said to me, and as Leaning demonstrated, and as Crawley demonstrated to some extent, you can score runs as well, and Kent have done that. They bowled really well, particularly I think this morning. Matt Milnes is a really promising young fast bowler, and he barely bowled a loose ball, and he was rewarded by the pitch, and Leicestershire unable to score runs. The umpires are checking their light meter reading. I'm trying to sort of read their body language to see if it has improved at all, but umpire Watts is a big man, and umpire Gould, he's not as big as he was, but there's plenty of him still. And if they would stand away from the light meter, perhaps it'd give it a chance.
You're not saying he's blocking out the light at this point,
I am,
that's-
really. It does. There's a sense of that, but there's nothing in their body language to suggest that. Unfortunately, we're going to get a prompt restart. So, yes, Leicestershire have prepared a result pitch, and you could say on that basis, Matt and Adam, that it's kind of rebounded on them a little bit.
Yeah, I think Kent, as you said, bowled really, really well today. Matt Milnes has had a number of plaudits over the last few years. He's just improving, the former Nottinghamshire bowler, sort of year on year, season on season. We talk about Dale Steyn retiring today, and the Kent office have very kindly forwarded me a tweet from Dale Steyn saying, "Like the look of Milnes." There we go. So, well, that's very, very high praise indeed. But yeah, he bowled well today. Grant Stewart looked as potent for Kent as he has done all season. Bowls a heavy ball, and Leicester found him hard to deal with yesterday and today. And James Logan Young, left arm spinner, again found some purchase, but he was bowling from the far end, so we're wondering what he'd do from this end where Parkinson has bowled most of his overs, but then Callum Parkinson has swapped during the day as well. What Jack Leaning said, which I think is very telling in Kent's approach, was this isn't a wicket where you have to or want to force the issue. You don't have to go chasing wickets. You have to put the ball in the right areas. It sounds boring, sounds simple, but that actually effectively, Richard, felt very much what Kent did today, particularly with their seam bowling. They were bowling very much, well, not stump to stump, but fourth stump line, and making the batsman make the decisions and letting the pitch do the rest. So I think that accounts for a lot of the first innings lead. Leaning was very, very good at the pick of the batsman over the first innings between the two sides, certainly, and that's given Kent the relative luxury of being able to, the likes of Crawley and Denley, it's a high-class batting lineup on paper. They've been able to have a bit of freedom to score runs quickly, knowing that they're building on what's already a sizable lead. So, yeah, that's how Kent have got themselves into this situation. But also, yes, they did mention that the sand on the pitch, there was, I don't think there's no animosity from Kent towards the surface. They were just a little bit quizzical about it, just not surprised necessarily, but also they thought that it probably wasn't going to break up severely because of actually the sand on both ends. It would probably stay relatively true to what it is. And frankly, giving a bit of help to spin bowlers, I don't have much objection to that. We see a lot of green seamers in April, don't we? But so a bit of help for the spin bowlers at the end of the season. I'm not against it personally, but yeah, definitely a result pitch.
I can actually see, Adam, that it's actually Simon Brown, the assistant head groundsman, who's in charge of the Leicestershire ground staff at the moment. And I've just heard that could be because Andy Ward is absent due to illness, which could also explain why Paul Nixon isn't here at the ground today. You can kind of draw your own conclusions from that, context-wise. Yeah, exactly. You can see the light meter on top of the stumps at this pavilion end of the ground, and occasionally umpire Watts wanders over and peers at it, but the fact that nothing then happens would seem to indicate that the light meter hasn't improved. It is showing that the light hasn't improved. But I'm with you. I mean, if we were playing club cricket, or this would be absolutely playable. The floodlights obviously are still on, but the figures out there aren't casting particular shadows, are they? And yesterday we were playing with all the floodlights on and all the players casting 6 very clear shadows, if that makes sense. So they're not particularly casting shadows at the moment, indicating that the general light isn't bad at all. But there you go.
Yeah, I think it's lighter. I think we can skirt around this, but I think it's lighter than when they put the light meter out. But maybe that's just my eyes. There we go. I'll stick my glasses on. I might have a different opinion, but yeah. There's no sign that this is going to resolve itself in the next 5 minutes. The umpires are stood stoically in the centre with the ground staff, and we await to see what they think. But I mean, the minimum overs remaining would be, where are we, 22. We're not going to get those before 7 o'clock.
No, we're losing overs all the time. As soon as they went off, we started to lose overs. There's a chance we could get 6 or 7, but we're going to have to get back out there almost now, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see them in the meet. Yeah. No. No, 2 minutes. No, straight back out. They can just wave them straight back out, essentially. But there's a little bit of applause going on. I don't think it's a slow hand. There's a few supporters have come up from Kent, obviously, who are going to stay to the bitterest end because they've nowhere else to go, really. So they'll be here to the close. But it's not so much a slow hand clap. There's a few stayed in the popular seats. Senches, I can see him over there, lying back. Ollie's over there. Some of the Leicestershire regulars. And a few in the green seats in front of the Turner Centre at the Bennett end as well. Because, like us, they can sort of see it's not too bad. And again, looking out over Leicester City, there is almost little signs of blue over there behind us in terms of breaks in the cloud. But it is soon going to be too late.
Yeah, I think they only have to take those jackets off, don't they, and put the white jackets on.
Absolutely.
So it
wave to
it shouldn't take long.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how officially long that takes, but you're right. It's soon going to get too late to get them out there. Which, I mean, it makes no difference. I said this before on the stream. What the teams want to do, because the umpires have to protect the players and protect their safety. But quite frankly, both sides would like to be out at the moment. Colin.
Suggestion that you need to go down there, Adam, and see what it's actually like.
Oh, is he going to go and sort it out
from the commentary box, and maybe speak to the umpires and demand that we have some play.
Yeah, Radio Mike, and just march out into the centre. We'll back you all the way from here, Adam. I think it's fair to say, but from here. Oh, I see.
Well, you can actually, you could actually sort of interact with the Kent supporters down there by leaning across the sort of barrier. So that it's, I don't know whether that would work.
I think you've got a commanding voice as well, Adam. You'll probably shout from down the side there. At Ian Gould. I'm sure he'd take your questions and points in good faith.
A travelling mic, that's what we need, of some kind, but I'm not sure we've got one, do we?
Absolutely. I mean, he's in the. There's no mistake. He is absolutely in this side on merit. In fact, he's led them in wickets and led them in runs earlier in the season as well. He's got 190 against Glamorgan when Kent were in all sorts of trouble in double figures, I think, for 7 down at one point. So he is an absolute phenomenon, actually, and he is well. I think he's well loved, but most clubs are a bit irritated by him turning up and scoring runs and taking wickets still against them. But here he's had chats with, I'm sure, a lot of people he knows around the ground. Some of the supporters on the first day, he was almost holding court. So yeah, it's great to see him, and this ain't his farewell tour either. He's coming back next year, so watch out for him. He may be even better by then. Who knows?
No. There's a gentleman walking out into the middle now, Adam, who's very important. He's the match referee. He's Alec Swan. They're actually the brother of Graham, a very decent cricketer in himself. He's relatively new to match refereeing, but he, I suspect, is walking out to find out from the umpires what they are going to do. Umpire Gould has taken the light meter off the stumps and tossed it to umpire Watts. It may be because it is now half past that they are going to. That's it. They have had to abandon it at half past. So we are done for the day. We've lost 22 overs. It's frustrating in the extreme because I feel we could have got a good few more overs in. We got a lot of overs in today, one way or another, but we are falling short. So what's that? 74 overs we've had today. A lot has happened. 14 wickets have fallen. The match has moved a long way on. Kent, if they'd lost their last wicket, maybe wouldn't have fancied. Leicestershire wouldn't have fancied batting a few overs in slightly tricky light, but unfortunately, it's just one of those occasions that county cricket doesn't cover itself in glory, but the game is still well advanced. There are 2 full days to go, and every chance of a result tomorrow, I would have thought. But that is it for the day. Play is done with Kent 210 for 9 in their second innings, a lead of 333 with Stevens 55 not out.